Hey everybody, Captain D-Track here. I hope you're going to enjoy the play of Rez that we did for this part that you're going to see, or this recording. I just want to put one thing out there before we start with the show. I had audio problems when we were running this. It was running the HD60X to ensure the 60 frames per second frame rate, along with the audio delay that I've been trying to work through, and maybe I've found an answer as far as it now. I realized that we also had issues with the microphone, where after about 45 minutes or so of recording, it started to sound very hissed and very off as far as how it was, and unfortunately I didn't realize that until the end of the show, or after I looked at the final raw recording. So I want to apologize for that in advance. I apologize to you, Alec, first, because I know you wanted to see Rez. I know that you clearly came in and came for the perspective of the show and also the request, but I want to give you the best show I can, and even when it's tech problems, I want to work around that as much as I can. So I want to also give one thing, is that at the end of this show you're about to watch, I actually did audio tests off screen for all 5 of the main levels, including my first completion of Area 5, and then also of a couple of the extra modes. So I'm going to append those to the end of this show as a little bit of a, I guess, fix of sorts. So if you're not liking the hissing of the audio as far as on the mic, that'll kind of give this game the look in its full glory that it definitely deserves. And it also might be one of those cases I might, in the future, come back to Rez, showing Rez Infinite. Might be pulling Nocturne for that, because I know she has that game, and I think she liked it quite a bit. But anyway, I just wanted to put that out there before you start watching the show. Thank you very much, by the way, for coming to our Super Bowl Game Saturday YouTube site, and to the show we do every week, on Saturdays usually, but also on Fridays when it has to come to that. But yeah, at the end of this play, you're going to see I'm going to have this as it was when it was recorded. So I'm sorry for the audio problems with the voice specifically and the audio delay. I'm working on it, and we will not be using this capture device until I get it figured out. But I have that at the end of the show. Hope you do enjoy it, and hope you enjoy all the other stuff we have on the YouTube site here, and also our next show, which is going to be on Saturday, June 10th. For Part 3 of Mega Man Legends 2. But until then, hope you enjoy the rest of the video. Thank you for watching. Thank you for all your support. And hope you enjoy the extras that I got and the show as we recorded it. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Super Bowl Game Saturday, and happy June, everybody. Yeah, we're back to 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for this show, which I'm flying solo, and it's going to be a fitting one, I guess, what we're playing tonight. But whether we're on Friday, Saturday, whatever the time is, this is your weekly stop for classic gaming goodness, and tonight we are going off of this weekend last year, where we played Space Channel 5. It was myself and the Crusader 64 who were playing that. Yeah, we got another game from Tetsuya Mizuguchi, and this is another one that came as a request from chat. So yeah, this is June's game request, and I appreciate all the requests you make as far as coming into the show or also coming into the YouTube site. We have all of our old plays, including Space Channel 5. But tonight, like first one said, he wanted to see Rez for the, well, a couple things. We have the Xbox 360 version, Rez HD, which came out on January 20th, 2008. But Rez itself came out initially in Japan on November 22nd, 2001 for the Dreamcast and the PlayStation 2. We did not get the Dreamcast version in the US. But we did get it on the PS2 on January 8th of 2002. As, from what Wikipedia is saying, the first game of Sega's on a non-Nintendo system in the US, or a non-Sega system, I should say. They're wrong, because actually there was other stuff. But I think this might have been the first original thing they had that wasn't a Sega sports title, specifically NFL 2K2, which is a great game as well. But this is an interesting one. This is the brainchild of Sega, who published it initially on the PS2 and the Dreamcast, and United Game Artists, which was the company of Sega's known as AM Annex initially, and Sega AM9 before they merged into Sonic Team in 2003. But in the meantime, in between that, they were United Game Artists and were headed by Tetsuya Mizuguchi, who would then go on to form Q Entertainment, which published this, and then later he's a new company, Rez Infinite, who's done stuff like Tetris Effect Connected and other games recently. As far as other stuff that Tetsuya Mizuguchi's done, I mentioned when we did Space Channel 5, he did do that, and its sequel. It was also early start on Sega stuff like Sega Rally Championship and Sega Touring Car Championship. And Oz Q Entertainment, who's doing stuff like Every Extend Extra, this game's sequel, Child of Eden, 99H2, and Peggle Dual Shot for the DS. I did not know he actually made that. But, yeah, this was a unique one out of him and out of Sega as well. And also a weird one that, as far as describing it, because this is one that, I'm going to be honest with you, I do the viewer requests, as I said, and I'm definitely going to do all the preparations that I need to. I was able to do all the prep I needed to on this game, but I was really busy this week to the point where I actually took my notes during one of my lunch breaks at work, but I did go through this because at first I was thinking, this is a unique one. It's kind of a flight shooter mixed with a rhythm game, kind of. But it's very hard to describe, and even Tetsuya Mizuguchi went into that specifically himself, as far as the idea of what this is. Also, I want to correct the record before I go on. This is Rez HD, which is on Xbox 360. It is only playable on Xbox 360. I think I said, over the past month when we said we're going to do this, that this game has been delisted from the Xbox Live Arcade, or Xbox Live Marketplace, I should say. I was wrong about that, so I want to correct the record. So if you do have an Xbox 360, you can go and download this for $10. You might want to, specifically, just because it is a really interesting game. Or if you have modern consoles, it's also on the PlayStation 4, the PlayStation 5, the PC, the Oculus Quest, so you can do VR on this baby, on mobile platforms as Rez Infinite. But yeah, for this game, as I said, it is still available. You can buy it this way. You can also buy Cubed, which is on Xbox 360, which is a disc release that has this, Lumines Live, and Every Extend Extra Extreme, which are versions of two other games that Tetsuya Mizuguchi made. And you can get them on that collection, which I believe I've seen it's like $30, $40. It's not super expensive. Or you can just get this, but in the case of that disc, you will need that to run on 360 to play this. The other two games, you'll be able to play it on Xbox One, Series S, Series X, no problem. But, alright, let's talk also about what this game is, because it was a question of, let's go into the demo as far as what's going to go with the load-up specifically. And then I can go into the background of what was going on with this game, because it is a unique one. I remember when I first played it, I'll go into my experience with that as well. Which was with the PlayStation 2 version, but the first one I own, the only one I own, is right here on Xbox 360, published by Q Entertainment, and developed by Hexa Drive, which is a company started by ex-Konami, or ex-Capcom members, I should say, who worked on games like the PS3 version of Okami, Metal Gear Solid 3, Snake Eater on the 3DS, and the Third Birthday on the PSP, and they did the port over of, what you're seeing right here. Yeah, we're kind of going into a bit of a computer, so your Tron element might be in place too, but also a lot of great techno beats. So yeah, this might be your Saturday dance party or techno rave elements. And the game will also give a warning specifically for, I guess it's flashing light stuff, although honestly, it's more just about sensory overload potentially on this one, as opposed to all the flashing light warnings that put on the epic 7 hour and 51 minute edit on Lunar this past week. Right, and they're going to go through the tutorial of what this is. Because, what's the idea of this? Yeah, you're this flying person or whatever it is going through the computer, and you have a target. It kind of plays like Panzer Dragoon. In fact, a lot of people worked on Panzer Dragoon. A lot of art people were involved in this. Including, I have named down specifically. Actually, there were people from Team Andromeda who worked on Panzer Dragoon who worked on this game when it was on the PS2 and Dreamcast initially. And kind of some questions as far as what's the idea of this game from them, where Tetsuya Mizuguchi said specifically, he was actually in Europe doing research for Sega Rally Championship of all things. That's a game I definitely want to show off at some point. And he saw the street parade music events going on around there, and he was really curious about the idea of people drawn into music, I guess in a public square that way, and said, can we replicate something like this in a game? I guess the idea of maybe that losing yourself in music perspective going over as far as that. Like, that's the idea of what great music does. You kind of maybe lose yourself, get feeling in the moment, whatever it might be. And I think the idea was that he said, I want to turn this into a game or something like this, but the question of, you're looking on the screen, you're saying, like, this, if you've never played this game, I would A, recommend it, and B, you might be wondering, what are we looking at, necessarily? As they're saying, you shoot around, you lock onto target with up to 8 targets to do a lock on, and shoot at blue items to increase your levels, or the red icons there to get your overdrive, which can help out. You can hold 4 of those at once. But yeah, he was saying that, hey, I wanted to have some kind of musical representation, and this was even before Space Channel 5 was coming out, by the way, so I think he had this one in the back of his mind before Space Channel 5 was even, thought as a thing. But he said that, yeah, at the time, because Sega Rally Championship, there was an arcade game, and they ported that to the Sega Saturn, I think his thought was, I don't think the hardware is going to be able to live up to what I want to do. So when the Dreamcast came around, and after Space Channel 5 came out, or he made that, and him and the team as well, which it was, as I mentioned, a lot of the same people worked on that, who worked on this. He said, like, yeah, we might be able to realize this specifically. In fact, during the development of Space Channel 5, they're planning this more. Like, the idea was before, while they're making that, they said, what is our next game going to be? They said this. And the thought was also that for what you're seeing here as far as a shooter, he kind of wanted to make it a non-violent shooter to pull in casual gamers, but also something that's going to be able to hold hardcore players, and you're going to notice that with parts of its difficulty, because this game can get really difficult in some places, but it's also something that, weirdly enough, it is very approachable. It's kind of this weird yin-yang as we're seeing the element there as far as going into the computer. They'll get answers to that later, because there is a kind of more of a deep plot to this than you might think. It's extremely abstract as far as how they do it. But yeah, we're going to have that going as it is. But yeah, as I mentioned, the idea of how this was made, what was this going to be? And even pitching to people, specifically Sega. Because yeah, with Sega published initially, in fact, they still have their name on this version. I don't think they do on the newest, the Rez Infinite, which I believe is built in different engine, I think. From what I was realizing or reading up, it was built in the Unreal Engine. I think the Unreal 4 for the PS4 edition and the PS5 edition, which actually came out only a couple months ago. I was not aware of that. Yeah, but that was kind of the idea of what they were doing. Fine, at least we're seeing this. This is the demo. This is what we're seeing here. We're going to see. We're basically going on the computer. Kind of a little bit of a Tron element, but also a case of, yeah, you're kind of locking onto stuff. You can lock up to 4, well fine, 4 in this case, but up to 8, and then it gives you a little max thing, and in each area you go to, you have to unlock the next layer. Or you can unlock the next layer, you don't necessarily have to. You can kind of bypass it. But it also increase your, I guess your analyzation score at the end of it, because yeah, this is a scored game. You have analyzation and collected items and enemies shot down, and it is hard to get up to 100% for most of those, as it is. The game itself, let's go into this as well, it was directed by Jun Kobayashi, who directed the port of it, as I mentioned, the Rez Infinite. He also did localization on Skullgirls, and he did audio on Puyo Puyo N, which came out on the Dreamcast in Japan, and also, as I learned when I was looking into this, it apparently came out on the Nintendo 64 and the PlayStation 1. So apparently there are games on the PlayStation 1 and Nintendo 64 that Japan got that Sega published, which was shocking to me. Because you think, like, hey, wait a second, this was a couple years before, you know, Sega went to multiple platforms as far as it. And it said with the PS2 version, that was their debut with this, because they said, hey, with the Dreamcast, I guess they thought it wouldn't sell. Which I guess was a fair point, because the stuff that was selling at the end of the system was a lot of the Sega sports games. In fact, this came out before the last game on the Dreamcast, which was NHL 2K2, in the US anyway. But yeah, Japan was Dreamcast, but not for us, but then PlayStation 2. And that goes with my experience when I first played this. And then we'll get started with the game as far as how it is. My first experience with this was unique. I did not play this initially when it first came out in 2002 for the US, and the reason for that is because I didn't have a PlayStation 2. But I remember going to Otakon, which is an anime festival in Washington, D.C. is where they hold it now. They kind of used to hold it around the areas specifically surrounding. But when I went, this was 2007, and this was right when the height of the music game was kind of starting to go. Stuff like Guitar Hero, I think Rock Band had not come out yet by the time I went there, because usually they hold in the summer. So I think it was right before Rock Band came out. Basically, this kind of resurgence of stuff like that, and other games before this, or kind of after this, I guess it would technically be, stuff like Taiko Drum Master and Donkey Konga and other things like that, where they had this on a television kind of surrounded next to Guitar Hero games. And I played guitar games, I love my Guitar Hero, my Rock Band and all that, but I said, I'd always seen this game around. This game used to cost a lot of money on the PlayStation 2. It does not anymore. I think the multiple versions of it kind of made that happen. But when I played it, I saw it there, I said, you know, let me play this. I knew this game cost a lot of money. And that's always a fun thing when you go to conventions, or gaming conventions, or I guess geek culture conventions as it is. They'll have games like this set up that might have, or seem like they have a non-universal appeal, or seem like they're going to be not for everybody, which I guess makes it an ironic statement, the idea that Mizuguchi wanted to drag in everybody feasibly to this to get them to say, hey, I want to play this. And honestly, I think it's one of those games that when you see it, and you're seeing it now to start, it's something that it makes sense when you see it, but as I said, when he was trying to pitch this to Sega, he was like, how do I pitch this to them? I don't know how to explain this thing. He probably must have looked like a raving lunatic, maybe, but then again, they must have trusted him with the stuff he did, like with Sega Rally and with Space Channel 5. And so I guess they believed in the idea of what he had. I think maybe it's one of those things where you show it and then instead of tell it, but there's only so much to tell. Like, hey, if I'm going to describe some of the stuff in a sentence to you, you think like, this seems crazy, although Sega did, and they are, in some ways, willing to take risks on stuff. Then you think like, well, would this have a market? But they find a market. But anyway, when I was at Otakon for this and I saw this, I said, okay, let me play this, because the game cost a lot of money back then. I really got into it. I remember, it's one of those things, they always hold it in like an airport hangar or an area of where they set it, like usually a convention center as far as how they go. There, usually any convention you go to. I remember all this sound and all this other stuff was in the periphery of me, while there's a television right in the middle of two others, a guitar next to him. I was holding that PlayStation 2 control. I remember this quite vividly. I was saying to myself, yeah, I was just totally into it. Like, I was silent. I usually might be like, wow, this is cool. I was thinking that in the back of my mind, but I said, okay, what is this? I started to play it. I started to see what it's all about. And I really got into it as far as how it is. So, in that case, I was like, yeah, this is really neat. And the good news was that actually it was a couple months later when the 360 version came out right here. That's the version I bought, and I have had it... Actually, I bought it pretty close to when it came out. So, that was the idea. Also, we are, by the way, before we start, one other thing. We are using the HD60X capture device for this one that I'm using for more advanced stuff. Also, I'm trying something a little different when it comes to sound delay, perhaps. I don't know if we're going to have a sound delay. I'm looking at my, I'm looking at my statistics as far as the OBS recording element that I use. But what I tried this time is that I have an 8K HDMI cable, which you can put into more modern systems, semi-more modern in the case of the 360. I said, you know, I have that cable going into this, but I also have, like, older HDMI cables. I said, you know what, maybe I need to have a match. Maybe that's why we've had sound delays on certain things. I don't know if that's going to be the case this time. I did do a lot of practice off-screen. I actually did do recordings of every level we're going to see tonight, because I thought we were going to run into cases of licensed content questions for this soundtrack. We didn't, as far as when I uploaded them as private videos for it, but as I said, I think it might be something as we're going dim, because it's been idle for a little bit of time. I think we're going to be good on that. So, and everything looked fine when I looked at those videos. It seemed like, yeah, everything was in line in terms of how it was running. That was even before I bought this cable. I actually went out last night to buy this, just to make sure everything is set, and also because we're going to do more modern stuff, because we want to put it that way. Yeah, we are Super Old Game Saturday. We covered the gamut on the show. Even if it's not super old, it's fine. When we get to some of those really more advanced games, I want to have the tech in line. And I also think Rez is going to be a good one to kind of prep that as we go along. Yeah, they're showing the tutorial again, so I think we've seen that before. I think we skipped this, hit the start button. Do a load of hard drive or cloud save. I guess it's not marrying a cloud save on this one because A, I have a hard drive, and B, is not something that runs on 360 or fine on Xbox One, Series S, or X anyway. And we got your achievement list. Let's take a brief look at that. There's an Xbox Live Arcade game, it's worth pointing out, so you do have a 200-point limit. Some of these I just got yesterday, including The Resident, which is showing is not on the date, and the reason that was is because I was switching accounts between my Xbox One to test something with other games I picked up for that recently. And also, you know, this at the same time. Because, yeah, if you go through and have 10 hours of play on this game, either get 100% shot down or support item collected on all the areas, you get this, and you get a secret character to see them later. As well as the trance mission unlocking by getting first in the Lost Area. We'll show that off later, as well as clearing all the levels. I actually cleared Area 5 for the first time yesterday. So, I think I should be ready to handle that, because that level is insanely hard. It's also really long, and if I fail that, it's like a half an hour redo for the purpose of that. And the other achievements I don't have is 95% hit rate in areas 1 through 5. I just don't have it in 5, and that's why I don't have that. We'll grade your first for all 5 areas in score attack. Lowering tour attack 30 times. We'll show off score attack for sure. This we're not going to show off unless I get a 95% on Area 5 when we do this tonight, which is the boss rush. You have to get a 95% hit rate on all 5 of the areas in order to unlock the boss rush mode. And then the direct assault, that's trance mode. We'll show parts of that. As I said, we'll show that later within the, if you go into play, you also have your standard look. You can look at it with the PlayStation 2 graphics. We'll show that briefly a little later. We're going to run the full HD widescreen version, because you have the tutorial down, which you saw before. The traveling mode, which will show the score attack, and then beyond, which you do get for beating the game. You do have to beat the last level to get that. But first thing we're going to do is take a look at the options. To give you how to play as far as this game works, I'll be explaining that as we go. And controls, you can totally remap as it is. You can invert the up and down movement if you want. It's really only that. You can't move left and right. Or fine, you can't move your character left or right. You can move the cursor any direction you want, and you lock onto stuff by holding the A button and letting go. Or you can shoot it off, and you can sort of do rapid shots on it. The game doesn't necessarily explicitly tell you you can do that, but it can be useful in areas for sure. And then you have the overdrive. You get the red icon that it showed within the demo that we saw. You have that rumble, which you do want your rumble on for this one. Yeah, it's going to start thumping in beat with the music, and it's really good stuff. You also have this. This is trans vibration. This goes to the PlayStation 2 version specifically, because the main accessory, and I'll have a picture of this when I edit this, of the trans vibrator. You plug this into the USB port of the PlayStation 2, and it would rumble along with the music. In fact, I will show off very briefly one thing. For this game, what you can do is you hit, it's off now, but you can have it linked to every controller that you have connected to the Xbox 360 up to 4. So what I'm going to do very briefly, I'm not going to show this during gameplay, I'm also going to show why we're not doing this during gameplay. I have another controller on, so I turn it on, the wireless one that's right next to the mic. Turn that on for controller 2. You can also have it running for all the controls. I'm going to hit the 2. It'll vibrate and sync with the game, and it will allow me to set once you complete the game or close out. So if I hit OK, yeah, that was on the table. I am not putting you through that. I said, like, I want to show this. Maybe this would be cool, kind of go boom, boom, boom with the thumping, but it is insanely loud as far as how that is. Maybe having this on a table might not be a good idea. And it does kind of cut down the rumble on the player. Because I guess the idea is, and the trans vibrator is this way too, it'll have the vibrations going through that. You give it to other people, like, hey, let them feel the beats too. And even Tetsuya Mizuguchi said, let's not deny this, there's a sexual element to this, to the point where there is a washable, I believe, I don't know what the cover's made of specifically, but it does say, like, yeah, you can wash this thing. So, yeah, if you want to use it for, I guess, your personal pleasure that way, you can. He admitted, yeah, people might use it that way. I think he was half and half intending that to be the idea, but as I said, you can replicate in this version. I'm not going to. Also, the other thing to do is, yeah, there's anyone coming up, I'm turning off the other controller. I have a wired one for the purpose of running the game. I just wanted to show you that with the other one I have. Okay, you have a heads-up display, you turn on, and point display as well. I think we're good as far as this. And then also stuff with settings. Go into stuff with the story. We can briefly go into this. Yeah, because this is what the idea is that you have Eden. That's who we're seeing over there. That's what we saw in the opening. Basically, yeah, there's a lot of stuff in the background. It's very elliptical as far as how this is going to go. And it's unique that way. The idea of the world becoming massively overpopulated. Or this is the idea that, hey, this came out in 2002. This is right after Mega Man Battle Network came out. The thought of what's the internet going to look like. Or another game that does that, like Metal Gear Solid 2, Sons of Liberty, which we're going to play in a couple of months, or start in a couple of months. With this idea of what's going on with stuff. The value-explaining network society has been crippling by rising crime rates on the verge of a meltdown. Yeah, we're playing this game over 20 years after that. Project K is the idea. We have to resolve the situation. That's going to be us. It's created Eden, but apparently the idea of Eden being very advanced AI, so wow, talk about prescient on this game too. Yeah, it's developed a conscience, so apparently, or conscience, I should say. Eden became confused, we've got the information going on, so started to shut itself down. We're going in. We're going to the cyberspace on the Project K network to reawaken Eden, and I guess save the world as it is. So yeah, open your senses and bust down any viruses or firewalls you encounter. Or as I think of Lay Your Hands on Me by Bon Jovi saying, they say that in order to free up your body, you gotta free your mind. So come on. Also, you do have replay theater for replay data when you run that, and also the warning. Yeah, this is gonna be my warning. I'm not gonna just like put up flashing lights on this. It's kind of a weird one as far as how the flashlights are going, but like all of Tetsuya Mizuguchi's games, particularly the ones that he developed directly as far as being lead on them, or mostly lead on them, I should say, he said, okay, fine, we're gonna put this in, and so like, yeah, if you got sensitivities, yeah, be careful with this. Same with the stuff with the rumble. I guess don't play with the, with the lights off. Don't use a smaller screen, or use a smaller screen. It's like, sorry, we're not using a smaller screen. I got a 58-inch behemoth as far as running this. And in your case, it should be looking really, really nice on that one. Alrighty, so, and you have credits. We'll see the credits when we beat the game, or we'll see how that goes. And save going on as well. Okay. And you do have leaderboards for local and online leaderboarding elements as well. But yeah, we're going to run HD. We're going to start that. We'll look at standard later, and we'll do the other modes, but let's start with play. Alright, let's get thumping as well. Yeah, you have 5 areas to start, specifically, and they each will have a different piece of music. In fact, right here, we're going to have Area 1, which is going to go first, with the tune of Buggy Running Beeps, which is done by Keiichi Sugiyama, I should say. He did music for Daytona USA for the Dreamcast, as well as Nightshade on the PlayStation 2, Sonic Heroes, and also No More Heroes 2 Desperate Struggle, which would make the Crusader 64 very, very happy to hear that. And he also did sound design on other Sega games like Skies of Arcadia, but also, and The Typing of the Dead, which will play in October, and also stuff like both of the Blinks to the Time Sweeper games and Rule of Rose on the PlayStation 2. We're going to hear that there and get that thumping beats. You're going to analyzation, your shot down, your support item. We'll see how that goes as we go. For Area 2, you get Mist. Mist is the band who I couldn't find much information about. The song is Protocol Range. It is all these techno beats. If you like your techno stuff, you're gonna love the soundtrack. Even if you don't, it's good enough that, yeah, you're gonna be thumping and tapping your foot to the beats here. Next we have, for Area 3, Creation the State of Art Part 1 through 6, which is by Ken Ishii, who, if I have my notes here, yeah, he did work as far as other games, specifically, as far as music. He did music for Luminous 2, specifically the song Let It All Ride, as well as the theme of Godzilla in Godzilla Generations Maximum Impact, which was a Dreamcast game in Japan only. And he also did Long Tall Eyelash, I should say, for a game that I think was Japan only as well on PlayStation called LSD Dream Emulator, which is this very abstract game. I don't think it plays like Rez, but I've understood it's very strange and bizarre. I think the Angry Video Game Nerds episode that was taking off of Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas covered that. I'll have a picture of what that's looking like, just because, like, yeah, that's an interesting one, I guess. I don't have it, but it is something that kind of goes like trippy elements. But yeah, some music he did for that. Next we have this band, Jojoka, who did the music Rock is Sponge, which is the subject of Area 4. This is a big beat project band. It was started by Takeshi Isugai and Tsuyoshi Suzuki, who did albums specifically like New Asians, Are You Allovectric, and Never Look Back. And then lastly, we have Fear by Adam Freeland, who's a hip-hop phenomenon, or fine, he did the song Hip Hop Phenomenon in SSX Tricky, as well as songs for the soundtracks of Need for Speed Underground 2, Juice 2 Hot Import Nights, and he is actually one of the founders of the electronic band The Acid. So that's his element there. There's also other pieces of music as well in this game, including one that I don't know where this is in the game. I would think this would be a copyright strike if we find it. I don't know if we're going to. California Soul by The Messengers, a Motown band. I couldn't find this anywhere in the game. It is in this game, so the credits say. And all the uploads I did for everything did not give a problem as far as saying, wait a second, what's going on with this? You're having a content element going on. But yeah, I think we're going to be okay as far as that. Those are the main songs. There's others including Realize by Cold Cut, which was kind of an electronic music band started by Jonathan Moore and Matt Black, as it was. And actually, it's interesting because Matt Black specifically, actually, that band specifically, they did a song called Find a Way with Queen Latifah back in the day in the 90s, as well as That Way. And last thing, I guess we'll go into the art direction for this, which was done by Katsumi Yokota, who did the art direction for Sonic Adventure 1, Sakura Tyson, Lumines, which actually was his concept, and Panzer Dragoon 2, and Panzer Dragoon Saga. And you're going to notice that a little bit as far as how this game plays, which I think with that, enough preamble as far as this. Let's get this party started on Area 1. Alright, so we're logging in. So, here you go. Get your beats. Do lock on. Do boop boop. And you see that item there. Shoot it. Or kind of go towards it. Move the cursor towards you. Moving the left analog stick for cursor movement. Hold the A button to shoot. Get a shot ready and then let go. So it kind of does play like Panzer Dragoon, honestly. And you have it kind of going the music. The do-do-do-do. It's really cool. And it just looks really interesting. And you have this, which is basically your password protector. You hit it with 9 hits. First one to pull it off of that, and the next one just to go through, and you're into the next layer. You can avoid that if you want, because here's the thing, as far as getting hits down, as getting an overdrive, you do the shoot over of it specifically to get it, you just put the cursor over and hit the A button, and you can use the overdrive anytime with the B button. I'm going to hold it till a bit later. You know what, I'll show this. I can let that go past. And if I do let it go past, it's out of sight, so I can then hit more enemies. And the enemies just shoot out targets. I'm at a level, by the way. I start at level 1. There's level 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4, and I think 4 is the last one. And then, for story reasons, you have a 5th one at the end. We'll see that later. What happens is that you have more powerful shots as you go along doing that, but also by deciding, like, hey, you know, I don't want to do the layer unlock right away. You can get more enemies going. You can also get them to shoot you bullets, which you can then hit on for more target points. So all the idea is, like, if they hit you with a bullet, your level goes down. You get to level 0 and you get hit by a bullet or something, it's a game over. And you have to start the level over again. Also, it's worth pointing out, I am just aiming. I am not moving left and right whatsoever. So you have to take that into account. And the camera will automatically shift at certain areas like Panzer Dragoon. Actually, unlike Panzer Dragoon, though, you cannot actually change it. Use, like, the left and right triggers or anything to look left and right automatically. So it's kind of keeping you on track this way. You can kind of move up and down, but honestly, it's more just for positioning, really. And there we go. Got some bullets, so, you know, I'm going to use my overdrive. Yeah, look at that. Wow. And we'll hit everything in the area without you having to target it for about 5 seconds or so. It'd be useful if you're gonna try to get 100% hit down. Yeah, and sometimes it's hard to do that because, yeah, they go out of the way. Yeah, let's unlock the next layer. As you're going as we go along, the music's kind of going thumping more and more. It starts really kind of slow. But then as we unlock the layers, more and more comes into it. We start going faster and faster. It's almost like a vaporware commercial or something, or a vaporware music video. Boom. And I did get a level up, by the way. I just changed your form, and your bullets are going to be more powerful. You do want to try and kill everything before they go off screen, if you can. Boom. There we go. Alright, so yeah, sometimes they'll come up quickly as far as the passive protector, so you have to keep an eye on it if you want to go to the next area and into the next layer. As I said, it does affect your analyzation. I'm probably not going to get 100% analyzation because of the one I skipped. But yeah, you have the option to do that if you want to. As you're going along, and yeah, the beats start picking up, and it's good stuff. And then the other stuff that goes through shots, it does actually enhance that as you go along and as you have more targets hit. You can have up to 8 targets at once, boom, boom, boom. And if you can target more things at once, you usually get support items like the blue item there, which increases your bar down the left-hand corner of the screen, the lower left-hand corner of the screen there. By 1 point, if you get it in like a star shape, it's a circle, it's 3. And when that gets to the top, you get a level. And overdrives, you hold 4 of those at a time. And saying on the side, all those messages saying analyzing 80%. And there goes the bullet. And sometimes even the bullets come out with sounds, which I didn't actually notice. You kind of hear it on the soundtrack. It's a very subtle thing, but it's great when you hear that. I don't know if you're hearing the rumble. The rumble goes incredibly crazy when you go to the next layer. And as you go along, as the thumping beats go, the rumble's going like boom, 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 boom. So yeah, if you're watching this show as far as this on the YouTube site or right now, yeah, if you have like this, if you have a bass subwoofer system, like a great sound system, this is a great game to pull it out for. Whether you're watching the show now or if you pick this game up on any console you can get it on, which is on a lot, so it is readily available multiple places. They're going on the layer 8. And you do have the message there. You can kind of read them, and it's kind of telling you story as you go along a little. But it is something you do have to pay attention to a lot, and it does seem like maybe a bit of a sensory overload, but something that when you get in the zone on this game, I'll tell you this right now, and why I love this game so much. When you get into the zone on this one, it can be a totally liberating experience. It's something that everything else in the world is not mattering to you. You're totally lost, and it's amazing. And that was how I felt the first time I played it. I said, yeah, everything else that's going on, all this other sound that's going on, I said, like, I just was totally transfixed on this. And it's incredible that way. But it's not also the case, like, it doesn't feel like it's a gimmick. It totally feels like this is something that does have a lot of substance to itself. It's stylish as all hell, but it also has tons of extra stuff as far as extra unlockables. The challenge element is being able to shoot down all the enemies and get all the items, getting the analyzation going, and there we go. We are going into the next area. This is where the boss is. Every area will end with a boss. I believe there is also a little difference of form depending on how you come in here. But yeah, this is Earth Terra. Oh, and I love when they pick up the beat on this. Oh my god, yeah. Oh yeah, so since we have to go into the system to kind of help Eden, or find what's going on with Eden, the system's trying to shut down with us inside, so yeah. The system in here has fatal error and must shut down. But like, yeah, I'm not without a fight, it's not. Alright, so yeah, here's the deal. Yeah, look at this, it's like a globe. Yeah, you also pay attention to where the lasers are, where the enemy shots are. Usually they're in green, but sometimes they're other stuff like yellow and red. So you kind of pay attention to sort of primary colors to this as you're going on. Basically, pretty much build up your shot so you can get max as much as you can. As soon as you see that max, or as close as you can, let go. But other cases, you kind of have to be on your toes, because yeah, when it goes to green like that and shooting out, that can get enemy shots towards you, and that's something that can be hard to avoid in a lot of ways. Whoa. And yeah, there's the health bar in the center. When you get down to nothing, you win. But it's not easy to win. We're going to see this later. And yeah, also because you have to pay attention to so many different things going on. Well, like that. Okay, I just barely avoided getting hit by that. That was insanely close. In that case, you're also kind of creating music with this. Like we said with Space Channel 5, the idea that Mizuguchi said on that was like, hey, you know, like a loving expression. Fine, this is a shooter, I guess, but the idea that you're kind of creating music as you go along with this, that's kind of what this is going, because I'm getting the max hits are going to dung as far as when I hit that, but it's definitely different stuff when I have fewer targets going on. And it's great stuff. There is a lot to keep track of, so you gotta be careful of what those all are. And yeah, it can definitely be a little disorienting and take some practice. And yeah, this game is not fucking around with difficulty to the point where I'm using the overdrive right now. As long as you're kind of in the area, you should be good as far as being able to get a lot of coverage. And they go, digga-digga-did. Hey, yeah, you're getting all the synth going on here as we're going in there. Basically what you do here is you shoot the center. It'll kind of repeat pattern, but then also will change elements of pattern as well. And we'll see as we go along. I do love that because it does make the bosses very dynamic. So not you have to pay attention to certain patterns and things it's going to do, but then other stuff on top of that. And pay attention to where those primary lights are. Usually the lights are kind of your element, you know, as far as a game like this. Usually they say with the bosses in the game, like, look for that light up area. Whoa, shit. Yeah, I almost got hit with a bullet. And if you do get bullets close, even though you have a lock on, you can keep hitting the A button to kind of rapid shoot the bullet. And if you're in the area, you should be okay. But sometimes there's so many, you might still get knocked down. And I don't want my levels dropped. Because, by the way, when you get through a level, your level will hold, or your level of character will hold to the next stage. And yeah, these areas here, the spinning stars. Yes, you want to try and hold on to that as much as you can for the next one, because they will carry over. And we'll make the next area coming up feasibly a bit easier. Feasibly. But yeah, you do have to bring your A game to it a bit. So it is this weird thing, as I mentioned, the idea that it's a game that's something casual players could come to, but something that it does require a lot of skill and a lot of practice, but something that it's the easy to learn, hard to master thing. We talked about that a lot on the show, and a lot in gaming, period, as we're about to have them. Boom. Alright, so there's the security system taken care of. We got Earth Terra. And that explodes in a nice element. Alright, we got through the subsystem and go to the next one. Okay. And they give you an element as far as what you have. The analyzation was 90 because I didn't go through that one. Shot down 99.21. That was actually really, really good. And support items picked up 94.44. It's not always easy to get 100% on the support items or on the shot downs. Because in a lot of cases, you kind of have to wait in order to get the shot downs going. So in a lot of ways, you can't just go for the analyzation fully, because in every level, you can go up to 100%. I did 90 this time. It doesn't necessarily make a difference. Eventually, you will go into the boss wherever we're going. Except the last level, where basically the last level is going to be, that's going to be part of the story as far as how it is. But yeah, it is interesting to see that and the strategy for it. So yeah, in that case, actually that, okay, fine, that was not my highest shot down on that. I don't know how I got 100% support items at one point, or even that high of a shot down. Alright, we're going to area 2. Looks a little bit like the Taj Mahal from the outside, but yeah, not exactly when going in here. Yeah, now we're getting into purple. I do love the purple. Like, yeah, if you're going to go into a computer like this, yeah, purple is a color you're going to be seeing as far as how this is, as far as the waves. And I guess I did miss the password protection there to go to the next layer. Alright, but there we go, going in. And also, this is like it also has a Tron look, and I know Tetsuya Mizuguchi said specifically, hey, he was kind of going for that. The idea, hey, you're going to computer. And yeah, it will sometimes change the perspective on its own, but other areas you will have 360 movement. So you have to kind of pay attention. That's not going to come until way later, though. In this case, yeah, you're getting these little riding machines going through. So yeah, it's very much like Tron. It's like we're going to fight the Master Control program as far as Tron is concerned. Which I realize we haven't touched much with Tron as far as the show, and there are games based on it. There's the 2 arcade games that are on 360. I have them, Tron and Discs of Tron from the 1980s. There's also Tron 2.0, which is a PC game from the people who made Fear, with Monolith Software made that. And then also its Xbox port, which was Tron 2.0 Killer App. And then the Game Boy Advance's version of Tron 2.0 Killer App, which is by Digital Eclipse, and that's quite something to see as far as how it is. They'll be doing some Tron stuff, but yeah, I guess we're kind of getting into that element. And fitting, as I mentioned, we're playing this on this weekend this year, because last year the Crusader 64 and I played PlayStation 5 on the same weekend last year. So like, hey, fitting, we got another Tetsuya Mizuguchi joint going on here. And it's a really good one. If you never played this game, I'd highly recommend you do it. And Electros definitely made a great choice as far as this one. I only wanted to see this game. And yeah, happy to deliver this one. I just hope I'm doing it to a good element. As I'll mention this, I've been insanely busy this week as far as stuff myself with job and other stuff I've had going on. The edit of the last show we did, that was a long one. But it's prepping us for we're going to have to have longer stuff for RPGs at least. But the question, yeah, I felt I was not getting enough practice on this game, but apparently I guess I'm doing okay. To the point where I practiced every single level yesterday and beat Area 5 on my first try when I had never beaten it in the past 15 years this version has existed. So I guess I'm doing okay, but as I said, I just want to make sure, and I'll reiterate this once again, because we did get a lot of good questions last time by Unused Protagonist, specifically. Thank him specifically for, you know, bucking the trend of time zone differences stopped by our program. But the idea that what has this show really been about? And I said, when it comes to viewer requests, I will hold those to a bit of a different standard than some of the other games do. Not that I'm necessarily going to half-ass the game, as we're seeing, like, yeah, those target things. You have to shoot them down. They'll go into those little cages like that. So you have to quickly kill the thing in the middle so you can destroy the, like, the webbing there. Because, yeah, it won't go away as far as if you touch the webbing like that, and I got lucky not touching them there, that counts as a hit. So sometimes you gotta be really quick with how you're hitting everything. Whoa. Usually as long as you target the enemy, just destroy him quickly, you should be okay. Just basically aim there and go. But yeah, as I was saying, the idea that when it comes to viewer requests, I will hold that to a bit of a higher standard in the sense that, not that I won't do this for other games, but especially for those I've been asked for. I appreciate that all of you out there in chat land or on YouTube land or anywhere you're watching this has come into the show and said, hey, you like what we do, you like what we're going about, and I want to see this game represented. I was like, I'm always the case of, we'll show whatever you want. And in that case, I say, when that happens, I want to make sure that I'm doing the game the justice that you want to see done if you were going to play it yourself, or show it off yourself, or if you're on the couch right next to me, or guests when I have guests. Because tonight, it's just myself. That being said, still having a blast already playing this. Whoa. You're getting, like, the Tron cars going on. Yeah, there's definitely, as I mentioned, a lot of Tron, a lot of going to computer stuff. Or I guess we played Shadow the Hedgehog a couple years ago, and we're going into Matrix and Digital Circuit. This is kind of, I guess, a precursor to going in there, as we're, yeah, in Zen form at level 4. Yeah, we're basically the boy in the plastic bubble, but it's a little more than that. And it looks really cool as far as how this... Whoa! Can I get that? I don't want to lose this. And there's one other form we can get, and then there's another one at the end of the game, which... If you're a fan of 2001: A Space Odyssey from Stanley Kubrick, it might look a little familiar, and I'm going to refer to it as that way. But in this case, you're also getting laser shots. You can deflect the laser shots, but not always easy to do that. Basically, what I want to do is kind of focus on the center there, basically focus on the center of it, and then the gun turrets or the cannons over there will go away eventually. But yeah, not always. And you can still hit them for hits as they come down. So, alright, let's go in. Oh. Boom. Alright, 90%. Let's go in. Yeah, we're cutting through this pretty well, actually. Okay. Hearing the beats going on. I do love that. It's this great build, really. In fact, when you think about it, that's one of the things about this game that's really interesting, the idea of how it handles build. I mean, there's the idea of a game, any kind of game, really, where you start one way and then it kind of goes to something else later. But especially for this one, you really get the sense of that build in a way that is unique for other games, or from other games, I should say. Alright, there we go. We're gonna get another level. In fact, this is max level we're gonna see right now. Perfect. That's Form 5. Yeah, you're the orb there, and you're wondering, like, what's that about? But yeah, we'll find out about that later. Actually, I will get to, Area 10. Alright, fine, we'll crack through. There is data analyzation of 100%, so that's, layer 10. Alright, we're almost there. Yeah, that case, yeah, I wanted to bust that. Oh, shit! Okay, that was close. I can't believe I avoided that. Oh! Alright, there's the lasers. Yeah, get them on the way down. Okay, there we go. So, there's boss. Yeah, usually this game can be not super long, but the last level, for sure, is a case of that, where it goes quite a bit of time. As we get Mars Terra. There's our boss here, and yeah, it's gonna do the same case before shutdown. Yeah, we have kind of a bit of a cannon with a little bit of a spider element to it a bit. So, how do you handle Mars Terra? It's shooting out the lasers in the yellow arms. Shoot them down with the yellow tentacles, which they shoot them. Yeah, your primary color here is yellow, so pay attention to yellow. Anything that's there, shoot it. And as if you do that for about 4 hands, he'll open up, you'll go inside. Yeah, and more of the yellow, you have to hit these buttons. And you have to hit them quick because, yeah, they'll take some time to bust. And also, you don't have a whole lot of time in between that to get the next layer, because if that touches you closely, yeah, you're going to be in trouble. And then the big one in the center, you have to hit it multiple times, and they'll start spinning. Basically, as long as you can hold that A button down and get the lock on and let go quickly, you'll be in good shape. You do have to be perfect, almost, on this to get through without taking damage. So, yeah, this is going to be close. Oh, no! Yeah, I think I'm probably going to miss it because of this. Whoa! Oh, that was so close. Alright, I'm not getting this unless I overdrive. Okay, fine. The overdrive's one way to avoid that. Yeah, I didn't want to lose this form. That was the main reason, but I probably should have saved the overdrive for the one time you can hit this thing. You have to go through this without hitting them to start. Basically, you have to kind of go till you can get an opening, which is coming up in a little bit. And won't necessarily do that form again, but sometimes you will. Alright, there's the form. Hit the overdrive right now. And you can also go full 360 movement here. Yeah, use it on him. It takes up about almost half the bar. You can get down half the bar. You have to take him down pretty high as far as his health, as you're getting the electricity going out. You have to shoot the electric bolts and also shoot the areas of the electrodes where they're coming out of. And since some of them are really, really close, you have to kind of focus on them as quick as you can. And also shoot down the electric shots. Okay, fine, I got hit there. And sometimes there's so much going on, you can't say, like, where are they? Or fine, they're insanely close that way. And he does this a couple times. Basically, you're like, you basically listen for the electricity is, yeah, I'm getting leveled down, so yeah, I'm not doing so hot. That goes to the idea, like, how hard this game can be. Even in the second area, there's like 5 areas. How long is this game going to be? How easy is this game going to be? Not very. But at least I am at high level, so it does help me out. So, like, yeah, I won't get in a case where I can get down to level 0 too quickly and die. Alright, come on, let's go. Yeah, sometimes, like, the idea is going to be you want to get as many of the chains going on as you can in one shot, but sometimes you gotta protect yourself, so you can't really do that. Sometimes you have to take a little bit of a risk assessment and say, like, what can I do to get as much taken care of quickly while also surviving? Like in this case, I'll say, like, yeah, let me bust that one and then quickly go to the next one. Oh no! Yeah, all 4 of them are out now. And as it rotates around, yeah, you get hit by the lasers. Yeah, that's not good. Whoa. Actually, I'm doing way worse on this than I did on the test, but at least I'm in shape. Come on, come on, come on. And also the arrow in front of you, that red thing, I don't know if you necessarily noticed that, but yeah, it does mean that there's like a target going on there. Oh, basically at the end, he is totally vulnerable, so as long as you just hit him quickly and avoid the laser shots, you'll be okay. I got him. Yeah, it was close. And when you see the bar off screen, that means you killed him. So, yeah, you're set. Yeah, I didn't do so hot on that, but I did get through. I got an analyzation of 100% at least, and let's see what other things. 99.52 shot down. Okay, that was way better than I thought it would be. And support items collected 93.75. Okay, yeah, the shot down on that was way better than I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be pretty low, but yeah, apparently not. Alright, so that is Area 2, ladies and gentlemen. So next, we have Area 3. And we'll do save, as I mentioned, because, as I said, it'll do tracking of hours. If you have 10 hours running on this thing while you're doing gameplay, it's worth pointing that out. You get the achievement, and you get some unlocks for doing that. So yeah, actually, that might be my best shot down I've ever gotten. So actually, I'll have to take a look back at my footage as far as my test stuff. So, but I think that might be the best I've seen. So, yeah, I think we're good to that. So, Area 2 is there. Let's do Area 3 with Creation of the State of Art. Let's go in. Alrighty, let's do this. Now we're in green territory. Yeah, do I want to go in there yet? Yeah, no, I don't. I want to try and get lock on so I can get my level back up. Back perfect. Every little bit of those are going to help. Yeah, at this point, I think we can go in. Like, yeah, I can wait. It's like, yeah, I'll wait a little bit. Just like, hey, I got a little bit of a level icon so I can get set going in. Yeah, and you are seeing this game run at 60 FPS, which I believe it... I'm trying to remember if it did on the PlayStation 2. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't. I'll have an edit explaining if it did or didn't. That being said, it is insanely smooth, and it is running at 60 FPS because of the tech I have. I just hope there's no audio delay. I want to try and fix that. I got settings on the OBS that say, like, hey, I can use that for the purpose of it. Because I want to, if I can, run this capture device for everything, even though, yeah, the file sizes for the video when I'm done recording are pretty big. I mean, hey, if we did what we did with Lunar last week, that would have been pretty massive. I mean, the edit of that alone was 50 gigabytes, just to go into that, which is fine. It's like, hey, I gotta figure out how to do the storage. Fitting we're talking about this in the context of Rez, because we're in computer. Whoa, shit. And I was like, I guess this is a tech show as far as how it is, as far as what do I do with program, with gaming as well, and showing off what we got in tech. Oh, shit. That was close. As much as we can. Alright, boom, boom, boom. Oh, yeah, in those cases, you have those little, I don't know, they're like gem things. They open up. When you see that open up, that's usually the tell they're going to start attacking you. So, yeah, in that case, yeah, I can wait for all 4, but also I might be in a bit of a jam there if I get myself in trouble or they start shooting. But, yeah, if you put yourself at more of a risk, you can get more support items off of them, which are the overdrives and the level ups. Yeah, like that. And, in fact, I'm going to get a level up right now. Alright. Alright, now we'll go the 987654321 when you do the shot on the password protected barrier. Which is a little thing, but is an awesome thing. And I mean, if nothing else, it says one thing about Rez in and of itself, is that this clearly was a passion project, but it was a passion project that clearly they had an idea of what they wanted to do, and something that seems like it's hard to describe on the surface. I tried explaining this to people. In fact, I'll tell you this right now. I don't know if I personally know anybody who's ever played this game until I exposed them to it. With maybe the exception of St. Aspartame. I think he's probably played this. I think I might have had discussion with him on Rez. I think. I'm trying to remember. That being said, it's something that, for something that seems so hard to describe, when you pick it up, it seems so natural and so intuitive, weirdly enough. While also being insanely difficult. So it means it's, as Chasm22 always says, this is stressing me out. But it's also very relaxing at the same time, so I'll tell you what this game is. It's really a group of contradictions in and of itself. And it's a rail shooter where you're not moving the character on rails, but you're just moving the target. So, yeah, it's fascinating that way. And that way, it's like, you want to talk about the idea of gaming as work of art. This is definitely one of them. Well, no, look. Gaming, so many games we played are works of art for different reasons. Oh, shit, it's getting shot down by that laser. But as long as I don't get down to level 0 and get a hit, then I'll be set. Whoa. There you go. Got a 3 item, or 3 level up there. Yeah, the ones that are circles will give you 3 points to your level up bar. So you can take advantage of that. Yeah, look at that. My god. So it's one of those cases where, yeah, when it comes to doing a thumbnail on this game for the YouTube site, I mean, fine, I would pick the title screen for certain things and have, but something like this, like, yeah, there's so many things to pick. I mean, okay, fine, I think I know where I'm going to have to pick. We'll get to that later. Probably parts of the last level, honestly, I think. Assuming I can get the best ending, but even then, if I can't, we'll show off. Because, yeah, this game technically has 5 endings to it. It's worth pointing out. Which I did not know until I was doing my research on that. We're getting those great drum machine beats. I mean, maybe if you don't like those interpretations or that kind of sound, this might not do it for you. But it's also one of those things that, yeah, I'd say to people, give it a chance. I'd also say, specifically to people who have this, who might have not played it yet, Nocturne particularly, because I know she mentioned last week she has this game on PlayStation 4. It was given as a freebie. She's not played it yet, but I'd be curious to see what she thinks about this, really. I know her experiences with shooting games like this. Oh, fine, she's played Panzer-Grenadier Vi on Sega Saturn. She has that. And it kind of plays like it to some degree. Not 100%, but with similarities. So, I don't know. I think maybe it's something she'd get into. As we're getting into, yeah, the next boss here. This is an interesting one when it comes to what we got. Because we have next... Right, this part where you have targets you have to hit as you're on the approach to the boss. I think they can take your energy away if you're not careful. I have a couple overdrives saved up, which I'm going to want it for a certain part. So yeah, you can hold the overdrives for when you need them. They will not go across level though. So yeah, these 2 I got. If I don't use them, we'll start at the next level 0. But alright, we have the next boss here, which is Venus Terra. Yeah, you have to dig this one out much more than the other ones we've had before. So you have to, it's to defend yourself before it's destroyed or self-destruct. I don't know if that's right as far as like, hey, if you take too long, do you lose? You know what I might do? As far as the show off of this game, is we'll show off as many of the modes as I have unlocked, which is most of them, and all that. I think I might put that to the test, because I don't know necessarily. Alright, so you want to do here is you want to pay attention to where the the laser shot areas are, yeah, or don't, yeah, shoot them out quickly, otherwise you get hit and you go down a level. So it's one of those things that, yeah, you do want to get the lock on, but you have to do this basically for everything on the outside, and also be careful, because some lasers will shoot down or up, and since you cannot move your or control your movement, aside basically looking up and down, left and right, and all over the place, yeah, you gotta be quick, and you have to shoot down the targets of the lasers, so you don't run into them like I did. If someone will shoot off as you're passing by, that can be another tricky thing. And they can sign up, form back, so like, yeah, eventually you'll get to the point where, yeah, they're all gone. So yeah, see that big wall we had? We tore it down. Boom. Okay, when you tear down the wall entirely, yeah, the wireframes pop out. But now we got the next form. There'll be a lot of forms on a lot of bosses as we go. I mean, there have been before, but especially at this point. Yeah, you have the fire pod, or fine, you have those areas. They shoot enemies out. So yeah, you have to kind of shoot the enemies quickly. Depending on where they shoot out from, where you pass by, they might be really quick or close to you. And you have full 360 movement here. So that makes it a little harder too, because you basically have to shoot out where the enemies are and make sure they're not too close. Or fine, I'll use one of the overdrives. Just to go in that area. But like, it's also a case of, hey, you know, maybe you want to aim backwards so you can take down the cannons on each pass. Yeah, because, yeah, some of those are really close. Like, yeah, they're getting too close for comfort, so I'm shooting them down, trying to do the lock-on, but also when I come back, like this, make sure I can shoot them down so they don't come out really fast, or really close to me. Like, that one's getting way too close. And they won't go away unless you kill them, so you have to basically get that set and shoot down the cannon. So, yeah, you have to basically shoot down the targets coming out, and then shoot out the cannons themselves so they don't come at you anymore. Get away! So far I'm holding on. Like, as long as I can get through this form, I think I should be okay. Actually, this is probably the hardest form as boss, assuming you know how to handle the last form. Which, after my practice, I do know how to handle it. Oh, and also, this is a weird case. Usually when you get close to that, you break the wall down again. I tend to take damage on that. I don't think I did this time, though. Which is rare, because in my test plays, I got damage on that all the time. Alright, this is the last form. You have to hit the red targets up there in order to take the tower down, specifically. So basically, it's going to spin around. Basically let that lock-on go, and you'll see those red arrows with the red, I guess, stars or spears there. Shoot them. You basically just shoot off all the reds there. So all the reds that are on that side, hit them. It opens up, or will open up as soon as I take them all down. And also be careful, because, yeah, those things can come in the area and they'll hit you. Yeah, it'll open up. Shoot this, or use your overdrive. The overdrive will take down tons of damage, because then it'll close up, and then you have to do it again. Yeah, look at that. That took about a third of, or 3/4 of its damage off. And the processor piece. So yeah, you have to pay attention to the fact that, yeah, the other shots are coming out there, so you have to manage multiple things at once. And that's what makes it really interesting, but also really difficult. Okay, yeah, fine, I'm taking my damage down. I think I got him. Alright, so fine, I took a hit to survive, and also, fine, to sort of survive and kill this thing in record time. And you're probably hearing that rumble going on the lap as far as it's... Alright, so there we go, we are out of that, but I'm in, unfortunately, level 1. So I need to get level ups going on pretty massively as I go on to the next 2 levels, especially Area 5. But yeah, I did get a good shot down of 98%. And support item pickup of 93. So actually I'm doing pretty good on the enemy shot downs. So I guess I might potentially be able to show off the boss attack mode, boss rush mode, but I need to get a 95% hit rate on Area 5, which is not a guarantee. Area 5 is insanely hard and insanely long, so yeah, if I fuck that up, we're going to have to start that over again. And I will start that over again until I beat it at least once. Right, with that, we have... Yeah, actually, I'm doing really good on the shot downs on stuff. Alright, let's do Area 4 with Rocket Sponge, or to the tune of that. Let's go in. Alright, yeah, unfortunately I'm coming to level 1, which is not a great thing for that. But I can kind of mitigate that with the shots I make. Boom. Alright, there you go. Got an overdrive. Yeah, can I get that, please? Yeah, some of these will take multiple hits. Oh, perfect. Okay. Yeah, so, like, yeah, I can delay that so I can kind of get myself set with enemies and set with items. Alright, let's go in the next layer. I just need to make sure of that, because, like, wait a second. Hold on. I need to get my levels up specifically. Alright, let go. Yeah, I could have easily waited for those other ones, but I didn't want those to go off screen. It's like 6, 7 max. Okay, boom. You know what, fine, we'll go into the next layer as well, why not? I'm getting close to another level up, so as long as I can kind of keep that going, I should be fine. Keyword should be. Oh, yeah, they also have different perspectives that way. A lot of this game plays as perspective, we'll say that. I guess that's why they have the arrow to kind of point you where you're going. Oh, yeah, missed. Okay, good. Oh, you shot a bullet out. But actually, that did help, because it meant I had another target to hit. Alright, so yeah, definitely getting the Tron influence now. Oh, shit, those things. I gotta get those out of the way. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Oh, I gotta level up, but it's like, yeah, can I hold out long enough to get that? Oh, shit. Actually, the boss here is not as bad as the last one, so, you know what, fine, let's use the overdrive here. Yeah, look at all those enemies coming out. Jesus Christ, wow. So yeah, that'll help my shot down rate if nothing else. So yeah, you do have a bit of a strategy. You can say like, hey, you know what, fine, I'll just get through as quickly as I can. Or other cases like, no, I'll shoot down or go past so I can get more stuff going. Alright, come on. Yeah, I'm surprised I'm not seeing. I was like, say, where's the passive protectors? Like, where's that going? Alright, let's go in the next area. Or the next layer, I should say. I do love the techno beats of this one going on. It's awesome stuff. As I said, I will not get copyright stricken on this. I made sure to test that. When I saw that there was licensed stuff in this potentially, I said, uh-oh, are we going to be in trouble with that? But I guess it's like with Space Jam 5 last year, we didn't have that problem. I mean, Sega owns the Mexican Fire song now, but then again, I don't know if that still means a copyright thing. Look, I've said this before and say it again. It's arbitrary. I'm violating copyright for every company I play a game of, or we play a game of. But yeah, now we get these things. They have the little, pressure points on this, 4 of them between the two. They have the electric thing there. You have to knock them off so you don't get through and hit the electricity. And yeah, especially when they get closer and they go on top of each other. That's where things get pretty tough. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, basically you have to do 2 things. You have to shoot it off of its hook, or it's perched that way, and then do a full combo on it to go to the next layer. Alright, there we go. Alright, perfect, yeah. Because you do get more items, I believe, when you have more of a lock-on on enemies or have a massive amount of them going on. Yeah, you do need to get my levels up, especially for Area 5. Although Area 5 is insanely long, so I'll have enough time to get them in that. Ooh! Yeah, in that case, yeah, just keep an eye on where they are. As long as you have the cursor over, hit the A button once, or the shoot button, you'll be set. For years, I thought, wait, you have to just pass the cursor over, but no, you do have to hit the A button. Good evening, Gemini96. So good to see you tonight. We're playing Rez for playing the Xbox 360 version. It's also on the PS2 and the Dreamcast, and also modern on Oculus Quest, PS4, PS5, and mobile and PC. So good to see you tonight. Hope you were enjoying the show or what you're going on. Feel free to go into anything you got on Rez as far as how it is. In fact, actually, you were helping me when it came with the note take on this the other day as far as that. But yeah, I don't know if you've ever played this thing. Feel free to go into it or into anything you're seeing, because yeah, this is a unique one, and it is something that, yeah, it's cool. It's really something very hard to describe in some ways. It's kind of a rail shooter a little bit, as you're seeing, but it is something that there's quite a style to this, and it is a lot of fun. It's also really hard in some cases, but also very relaxing as you get on the level, thankfully. So yeah, we're going to go into a little bit of a metallic look as far as this. I was going into Layer 9 of, we're on Area 4. This is not a super long game, but that being said, there's still other stuff I've got going on to show this, especially for stuff I did in my practice yesterday. Okay, wait, no, I don't have an overdrive, and I don't want to use it yet. If I did have one, I should say. Boom. Yeah, very Tron-like, as I was mentioning earlier before we jumped on, but yeah, it's that, it's kind of music stuff, there's thumping beats, and it is quite unique. Oh yeah, and those things getting really close in your face, so yeah, shoot them out of the way. Let the electricity go on. Okay, now we are getting to the boss here, which is actually one of my favorites. This is Uranus Giga. Okay, that goes, I guess, to the thing as far as, because this could be Terra or Giga form. I think it's based on hits you do. This has a great guitar beat to it as we go along. Almost sounds like something on Jet Set Radio. Never played it, looks pretty trippy. Yeah, that is exactly the right way to go. As I mentioned, this was the brainchild of Tetsuya Mizuguchi, who made Space Jam 5 and Rez. Oh, fine, yeah, he did make this game, that's true. He also made Lumines, Medios, Tetris Effect Connected most recently was his, or he was involved in that one specifically. And it is kind of this idea, a lot of his games tend to be this kind of very elliptical kind of thing in some ways, but he also, as I mentioned, he started at Sega. He started on Sega Rally Championship and Sega Touring Car Championship. He did stuff with them. And there's also a lot of people who made, worked on the Panzer Dragoon series of the Sega Saturn and the Orta game that's on Xbox and the remake that's out now on modern systems. Where it's a unique thing as far as, fine, elliptical as far as what you're looking at, kind of plays similar to Panzer Dragoon, honestly, but also something that's it's elliptical and it's kind of unique how it's doing its storytelling. It's telling a story without much words to start. Next level is going to change that, admittedly, but as you get into this track, which sounds like, when the guitar hits on this, it's going to sound a little like, I don't know if you ever played this, Jet Set Radio, which is also from Sega. It was Smilebit who developed that. It's not the same person who did the music for that. That was Hideki Naganuma, who was the music of Sonic Rush on the DS. But it has this kind of, I guess sort of, yeah, there's a trance, techno, like kind of, maybe a little industrial vibe to this track. It is definitely a strong overload as far as it potentially, but it's also the kind of thing that, yeah, it's somehow, there's a visual language to this game in particular that makes a lot of sense. It's something that, even though it can be really tense perhaps, I mean, I'm squeezing my 360 controller insanely tightly as far as I'm doing this, but for some reason it feels very peaceful at the same time. Oh yeah, when they get the guitar going, oh my god. It's pretty great. And yeah, I guess as far as like the shooting thing, I mentioned Panzer Dragoon, it's definitely going like up and down all over the place the same way Panzer Dragoon 2 Zwei did. Well, fine, Panzer Dragoon 1 sort of did that. 2 Zwei, which is getting remade eventually, as on the Sega Saturn, does have some movements like this. And we'll show that up at some point because Nocturne has the Saturn version of that. And it is a unique one. But something like that, you're kind of just going all around just doing the shooting this way, but it is insanely fun. But I guess it also has a little bit of a Star Fox vibe, kind of. I guess the nature of like a flying on-rails shooting game. I guess when he's doing the runaway, I always think of Star Fox 64, Slippy saying, "What's going on? It's running away." Or it's running towards me now. Like, whoa! Oh, but yeah, if he gets too close, yeah, your level goes down, and you can be in trouble that way. In this case, as long as I get myself set on the UFO, and since I can run 360 movement here, just kind of turn the camera. You do not have a quick camera turnaround, to point out, the way Panzer Dragoon does. But yeah, you can feasibly mitigate that just by getting the change going up. You can champ to 8. Whoa. Yeah, basically what you gotta do is when it's coming towards you for this, is just knock off all the energy bolts so yeah, you don't get yourself hurt when it touches you. And you're also still causing damage. I almost got him. Yeah, I love the beats, I love the style of this, my god, this is pretty incredible. In this case, yeah, just kind of just circling all around. Yeah, I also can imagine the VR version, because there is a VR version that's on the Oculus Quest. My god, I can only imagine, like, what is it like to play that? I do not have an Oculus Quest, no like person who asked for this game does. I'll have to ask him specifically as far as what that's about. Whoa, almost got him, one more hit, and we get him. His boss is not insanely hard, it's just that, yeah, as long as you keep tabs of what he is and then just shoot off other stuff, you get him. Okay, we got him. I think. Yes? Okay, yeah, we're going down this area. Okay, I'm getting an item, despite the fact that I finished the level. But, since the levels hold on level, that kind of helps that way. Alright, we got a 90% realization. Shot down 96.45. Okay, I'm getting really good on the shot downs, because you least want to get shot downs of 895. 86.67 is support items. Alright, so yeah, that is 1, 2, 3, and 4. Yeah, maybe this game is not super, super long, but as I said, we're going to get a good amount of play out of this. Especially because of the next level. The next level is going to be a good amount of the night, I'm going to think. I mean, because if I screw this up, especially at the end, there's going to be another half an hour's worth I'm going to have to play for the purpose of this, as we're going to be running Area 5 to the tune of Fear by Adam Freeland. By the way, just to go into this, where is that? Yeah, I mentioned he's of the electronic band The Acid. He also did music for Need for Speed Underground 2, Juice 2, Import, or Hot Import Nights, and did the song Hip Hop Phenomenon out of SSX Tricky. Which is the game I want to show for this program. Actually, I'd like to show some stuff with SSX. I know with licensed tracks, I'm going to play around with that, or kind of dance around that specifically, especially for SSX Tricky. Actually, everyone except the first one, and maybe Blur on the Wii, but I never played Blur on the Wii. Or the Game Boy Advance version of SSX 3. I would love to show those games at some point. Okay, so yeah, this is the last area. There's only 5 areas, but it's like Ikaruga, which was another game that was on Dreamcast only in Japan, and then came out here on something else. In that case, it was on the GameCube. And actually kind of a shooter like this one. But yeah, it only has 5 levels, but it can get pretty difficult. Fine, that game is insanely hard. From Treasure, if you ever played that. This one not as much, but yeah, it's going to get nuts, especially going in here. Because yeah, this is Area 5. This is the end of the game. And all the stuff with story, we're going in to find Eden. Yeah, all that's going to fit in, and you have a lot of areas you do have to go through. So it's like, yeah, you're breaking through the password protection. But in this case, you got to go through the Gate of Truth. There are a bunch of these on this level. You have to shoot out the area before you crash into it. So a little bit like Star Fox, honestly. Particularly Super Nintendo Star Fox on top of the 64 one. But yeah, telling the story of ages ago, life was born in the primitive sea. Yeah, it's almost as like a Terrence Malick, Stanley Kubrick-esque style to itself when it comes to the idea of, I guess, the dawn of man, I guess. Fine, we're going to talk about that with 2001 Space Odyssey as we go along, because, yeah, I got a lot of thoughts going into that for this game. In a way, you almost could see this as almost like a 2001 of gaming in its way. The idea, the question of technology and humanity coexisting. And we'll get to that when we play Metal Gear Solid 2 starting in November. Young life forms constantly evolve in order to survive. So yeah, for tonight is the meaning of life, for sure. There's an item. Yeah, I want to get all the level ups I can. I want to get at max level to the end of this. Oh, actually, you technically don't have to. Because as far as how this level works, you don't necessarily need to be at max level by the time you get to the end. You go there automatically. But in that case, yeah, I do need to open up the node there so I can get myself through. Because yeah, if I don't, I get myself apart. Where is it? Whoa. Yeah, also keep an eye on enemies. Also, the analyzed data thing, it goes up not in 10% increments like the other levels. Alright, some prospered, some didn't. All life ebbed as far as flow of time. Yeah, definitely hearing like the bass. I love the bass on this track. My god, it's fantastic as far as kind of getting the build up. And imagine all the tracks really building up massively in this game as you go. And you're getting these kind of like, I guess sort of like lizard-like computer creatures. Yeah, a little bit like Panzer Dragoon, a little bit. Yeah, we got to show Panzer Dragoon 2 for sure. I've shown one very briefly. I showed the Xbox port that's in Panzer Dragoon Orta, which is a port of the PC version, which is a port of the Sega Saturn version. So yeah, that's that idea. We showed that a little. Actually, what I'll do is also link to that as far as the link list, just to have an indication of, hey, this is that game we played. As far as a brief preview, it was a showcase show. In a quiet rhythm, Mother Sea, life grew with a comma, so there's a thought that's not being finished yet. They'll all be finished after this area. Or this, I should say, this section. Because it kind of looks like that as far as how it is. So yeah, I mean, I can tell a lot of the people who made Panzer Dragoon worked on this. As far as how it plays, as far as how it tells story, and other stuff as well. And you're the killer! I do love that touch, too. Is a, yeah, you want to go out and go clubbing specifically on Saturday night. Yeah, we got it in game form, that's for sure. I'll definitely have that when we get to Sonic R for Sega Saturn as well at some point. Well, I guess I don't know how I want to show that one. Actually, yeah, we probably will show it on Saturn because Nocturne does have it on the Saturn. Actually, she has the Japanese version on Saturn, which is literally no different than the American version, except it costs way, way less. Even though the whole game is in English. It's like, and fine, it was a game from Europe. It was Traveler's Tales developed that one specifically. So in that case, we'll just run that one. But yeah, we're always seeking to survive and flourish. So yeah, there was that comment with the unfinished thought last time. That's what that's going to now. Also, got lots of overdrives. I do want to hold as many of those for the end. But it's also one of those things that, yeah, I got to be careful. Because just to go into this, there are 5 different endings of this game based on how this one level is going to go. And they are... If I lose at that boss, that's the bad ending, and we'll see what happens when we get there feasibly, if that's what happens. I'm going to use one of the overdrives now. The other ending is you beat that area successfully, but then that's also sort of a bad ending. Then you have to beat the level in the top form, which is next best. And then there is, I'm trying to think, what's the next one? Next one, I think, is you have to do You have to be in the top form, stay in it the entire level, and you have to then get a 95% hit rate on the stage, which I don't think that's happening. I'm going to use the overdrive here because that means I'll at least get those hits. And I will get more overdrives going along. There's enough enemy chains I can hit to get those going. Yeah, they're coming out like crazy. Alright, there we go. I think we're in good shape. And then the last one I think is, I believe you have to get a 100% hit rate on this level, which, yeah, good luck. My god, that is insanely hard. This game is, fine. This game is hard as far as certain things when you go along. It starts out really, gradual though, so it's not a case like, hey, it's gonna totally kick your ass when you first start. Yeah, soon life began, the advance toward land and opening new habitats. Yeah, we're going into one of those new habitats right now. So he said, yeah, it's basically like, as I said, 2001, Space Odyssey, the idea of the Dawn of Man section of that movie, except without the gorillas and apes, you know, learning how to make a weapon out of a bone or something like that. But it's very, kind of very Zen, very Gaia-ish a little bit. Or if you ever played Fea, which is from EA, which is on a bunch of systems, modern systems, Switch, PS4, Xbox One, PC, it kind of has a look like that a little, if it was kind of done in a wireframe, a little bit. So it's a unique one. Or if you ever played something on the Vectrix, which is an ancient VR, vector graphics system, I should say, not VR exactly. It almost has a look like that as, yeah, fine, there we go, are in Zen form. There's one more form, I'll see if I can get to that, and we're going to be in the last form anyway for this final boss, as it is. Because, yeah, we're going to the final boss. This game is short, but as I said, we're going to also get into more stuff. Yeah, also the tower, oh shit, yo! Oh, that was close. Yeah, because you do have to break open the, Gates of Truth specifically, but mass extinctions came wave after wave. You have to break those through before you crash into one. All those are going to go down on form. And if I die or if I get hit at level 0, which I'm not at, thankfully, I'm far away from that, that is a game over. Alright, come on. Okay, there we go. There's an overdrive. I want to hold on to a couple of these for that boss. I don't know if I'm going to get through that, though, on just, or in the final form. But we'll see. Also, as I said, I don't know if I'll show every ending off. I at least want to show off, beating this level. I'm not going to be satisfied by just, you know, going through and, showing off the bad ending by getting there and then losing. That being said, I do have recording of every level that I took yesterday. I could put that in, because that was actually my first time beating Area 5. But I won't do that without actually, you know, trying to do it on this show to start. I think I'm ready as far as this. So, I mean, I think I should be okay. It's just that I want to be ready as I go along. Make sure I get all the items I can see. There's a target. What else we got? Nothing here. Alright, fine. Get the Gate of Truth open and then take these things out. That's usually what you want to do here, because unlike the other levels where you can avoid going into the next depth of the system or in the area, you can't do that in Area 5. You have to go through it. Alright, once you get prosper, grow, and reproduce, there we go. We got the Tree of Life there, I guess, as we're going into its roots. Like I said, we are in a computer as far as this. We're in the cyberspace as far as how the story of this goes. And it's very elliptical of the story is, and it's not really until this level that it starts explicitly saying to you, yeah, this is what we're doing. But, as I said, that's kind of what Panzer does as well. Panzer is also the same way. It does not necessarily do that the same way, or fine, it does, as I'm at final form, which is basically the orb. The orb of knowledge. Someday the next great emigration will occur. Alright, so yeah, I don't want to use my overdrives yet. Let's see if I can get more as I go along. But alright, there's a Gate of Truth. I gotta open that. Fine, I gotta open that and also avoid getting shot as I go along. So you have to manage a lot. That's where the difficulty, I think, of this comes in, if I'm gonna be honest, as far as what it is. Because there's so many things on screen, so many things to focus on. And by the way, yeah, the max form, the level bar goes away. And in that case, getting those don't mean anything. Yeah, we lose existence looking for another. And that's the idea of Eden. We'll see what's going on with Eden in a little bit. Because that's what this level is all about. Ah! Whoa! Alright, there we go. Whoa! I wish there was another overdrive, because I could use a full set. Okay. 92%. The journey will begin anew. Alright, so the journey is about to begin anew. Okay, I was gonna say half an hour for this level, but fine. Okay, maybe it's half an hour for beating the stage. Okay, that's what it is. The traveling element of this is like, 15 minutes, I think. Although I guess maybe I'm going through it quick. Although, you can't really control the speed of how fast you go, I don't think. Except for the fact that, yeah, just making sure you're surviving. In this case, yeah, it's open his wings, hit the wings. Try and get him as much of a, chain as possible. Yeah, when you see that max, you're good to go. Alright, so there we go. I hold within me the memories of all that's past. Who am I? Yeah, we're gonna find out very shortly who I am, or who that is. Well, fine, I'll think of Rocker's Modern Life. The who am I? Am I you? No, I am not you. Yeah, La Vie Moderne de Pinto. Yeah, it's not, that's not this game. Although this would be the kind of thing that, yeah, if you ever saw that episode of Rocker's Modern Life, yeah, the Chameleon Brothers would probably love this game. It's the idea of, like, how insanely artistic it is. But in that case, it's insanely artistic, the idea of just Rocker's home videos, I should say, as far as that. Oh, yeah. At some point, we'll play that Rocker's Modern Life game that's on Super Nintendo. I know Dolly Finn called dibs on that one, so we'll definitely do that eventually. Okay, we're in. And when you get in here, there we go. This is Eden. We showed that, and she's not anatomically correct. We were not going to get a case of censoring. Yeah, as I said, if you're familiar with 2001: Space Odyssey, remember the Star Child sequence at the end of the movie. Not go to spoilers of what that means. This might look a little familiar. Also, talk about your visual storytelling going on here, because, yeah, this is the final boss of Eden. Who are you? Yeah, we're coming in to help. Alright, so, this is the final boss. There are multiple forms of this. In each case, you have to look for the golden light there, the flashing light. We also have to pay attention to other stuff so you don't get yourself shot down by the green. Fine, you know what? I'm going to use one of them here, as far as the overdrive. I probably shouldn't. But as long as I can get myself going for most of this, or... Yeah, there's the green. It's like, yeah, you have to pay attention to the green. Get rid of all the green. That's basically what you gotta do, as far as this. As I said, also, this is the only first of, count of number of forms of this boss here, when I edit. Yeah, so far, so good. I mean, when I first did this, actually, with my successful run yesterday, I said use all my overdrive here. I didn't remember this was a multi-phase boss. So I was like, yeah, that was not a good decision. Also, yeah, I got leveled down, but don't worry about that. Like, why? Oh, shit, I got leveled down twice. That's not good. That's even worse. Ah, 3. Alright, fine. That's what's gonna happen also if I'm not paying attention, and since you're going 360 movement on this one, that's what things are. Alright, fine, that's the first form. You do get level ups going on, and you do get overdrives. Unfortunately... Yeah, I'm gonna have to build myself up if I can get back to the final form if I'm gonna be beating this thing that way. But alright, fine. Don't come any closer. Sorry, that's not up to me. Honestly, the first form is actually one of the hardest, weirdly enough, because of the thing with those lasers. Also, this one, yeah, it does kind of take forms of the bosses we fought already. You have the yellow thing there. Also, yeah, here, we have the electric bolts. Yeah, they'll come... a lot. Yeah, there's tons of these things. Damn. As long as you get them out of the way, you should be okay. You either just rotate around and just hold that A button and let go. If someone get too close, just start hitting A so you just make sure you hit them all without stuff going down. Good news, you're doing damage on this thing as you go, and I think I got him. Well, fine, got it right now. Okay, whoop. Get the level stuff, there we go. I could have probably gotten an overdrive. I believe it's random if you get overdrives at these sections. That being said, yeah, I want the levels right now more than anything. Why? Good question. We'll find out the why as we go. Alright, so this is Form 3, or Phase 3. Actually, they kind of repeat elements of the bosses we saw, sort of. Because, yeah, you had the rotating element on Area 3 with those red spears. Same deal as before, you do want to take them down. and then basically aim your shots then to the center. So basically, yeah, shoot towards the light. That's the idea, but also don't just shoot towards the light, otherwise you can get blindsided like I did on the first form. And you do enough damage, it will go to the next one. Yeah, here. Yeah, fill up these circles. You don't want to let them fill up. I actually don't know what they do if you fill them up. What you gotta do is basically shoot them off. Because when you shoot them, they'll go down a little. So basically pay attention to where they are. Go left and right. Shoot the center, and then just look around and get the targets going on these. Or I can use one of my overdrives, so screw it, let's do that. I have 4 of these. I may as well use the full, especially if I get one back on this. I think you do technically have to beat these icons here, the circles. Basically, yeah, just don't let that don't get those lights light up all the way. Like right there, boom, boom. There you go, got him. Okay, good. Oh, good. Got a bunch of circles and that. Perfect. Alright, fine. I'm getting to level 4 at least. Alright. Aren't you afraid? I was definitely afraid when I was doing this yesterday because I had never beaten this. Alright, this is an interesting one because you have to basically, he's following the dragon motif, I guess, a little bit as far as how it's set. But yeah, shoot the light again, but also shoot the yellow on the tail once it just comes out and hits you. You basically kind of follow where it is, like, yeah, where's it going? Fine, I wasn't using this now. Just to get rid of the shots. Whoa! Yeah, it's in, I guess, yeah, Running Man mode that way. It's just going on the side. Come on. It does change up a lot of the dynamics here, if nothing else, so in that case, it is pretty cool that way. So, like, yeah, you just have to always be on your toes. That's the idea. The success of this game, I guess, if I'm going to give just a strategy this way, is that pay attention to everything. Pay attention to the colors, too, because, yeah, the green means that, yeah, that's where the targets are coming from. And just basically always watch everywhere you're at. And sometimes objects may be closer than they appear, so it's like a car mirror. Technically that way, if you really want to go into it. And the last part, almost. Gotta do the hardest part to hit, because yeah, he's running, or fine, Eden's running around in a circle. It's really hard to hit. And eventually it will stop, it'll run to the top of the ceiling, and it'll try and jump down on you like this. Yeah, as long as you're shooting down on it like that, you're not gonna get hurt. It just looks like you're going to. Ooh, woo, woo, a lot of these, boom, 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 one over one. Alright, here we go. We are at the orb form. I can feasibly get the last one. Save me. Alright, so yeah, Eden is saying we gotta save. Alright, this is the last form. Alright, so there's 5 forms. Fitting, I guess, because there's 5 areas. But this is a long form, and if I die here, it is a game over, we'll get a bad ending, or get a bad ending. And there's parts where it's almost impossible to avoid damage. So what you do is you aim at the target there. But also the other thing is, they'll shoot out those things. There's also the enemies that come out. I will see when they come by and point them out. Basically, you have to do that to take the elements of the core down, so you shoot down at the bottom of it. There's also the top of it. Basically, sweep from side to side, get stuff, and then we go, boom, aim down there. Don't use your overdrive yet, at least I'm not going to use it, I'm going to wait. After about a quarter damage, and fine, I'll put a flashlight warning there, sort of, kind of, as far as it. Yeah, that is Eden. So yeah, we're basically building Eden up, as we're going to see, but also to save Eden. Alright. And I'm going to hold my overdrives, every single one of them, till the end. And I try and get in that last form, which I can do. Yeah, that enemy right there. If you destroy that, it takes multiple hits, but if you do, it will drop level ups. But you also have to kind of sweep from side to side so you don't get yourself blindsided by enemies here. Okay, fine, I'll say this. If I can't get the, you know, if I get out of this form and don't get in the best form, which basically is the Star Child, that's what I'm calling it, it's the Star Child as far as how it is, I will, fine, it's fine. I'm not going to necessarily try and push the idea of, you know, doing this, but I do want to try and see if I can't get that set. Okay, fine. I shot down. Where's the, yeah, all those shots there. Uh-oh. Okay, I can't believe I survived that. I thought I was gonna die. Okay, there we go. There's one. Oh, shit. Did I get hit? Oh, wait. What happened? I was like, wait, hold on. Did I get... Okay, no, I hit the core enough to form the next form of Eden. Yeah, you do get this cutscene, so it was a little bit of a breather. Keyword a little. Yeah, Eden is the AI in here. That's the idea. And, she, I guess it's just she. Or maybe fine, it's an AI, so I guess it doesn't matter feasibly that way. It could be anything, really, as far as the gender case for it. Want saving, so like, yeah, I gotta save her. If I die here, that she's not saved, and is, yeah, you get credits, and it is the worst ending. I'm gonna avoid that. I'm gonna do everything I can to avoid that. Even if I don't get the, get this beaten in the best form, I will do everything I can to avoid that. Yeah, because there's a lot to focus on, really. That's where the challenge of this game is lying. Oh, there you go. So there's the overdrive. Actually, you know what? Oh, I got another overdrive. Fine, fuck it. We're using this one now, because I'm going to get this one right back. Alright, come on. Fine, I got another overdrive off of that. I've gotten tons of overdrives here, which is not exactly what I'm looking for. But if nothing else, I think this can help me get to the end. Because we are almost at the end. Unless I really do badly as far as the rest of this. And then, you know what, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to shoot off that way. I'm going to use one of them right now. Because what the overdrive does, by the way, when you shoot that, it will destroy, well, it target basically everything that's in your current view. And it means that I could get another level up potentially off of some of those things I want to do it. But as I said, it's not a thing, it's not a problem if I can't do it, I should say. There we go. Oh, there's one. As level 3. You know what? Fine, get that, because there's also a, one of those over there. Yeah, give me another overdrive. Right now, I'm using this right now. Actually, yeah, I probably shouldn't use that right away. Because, yeah, this is the last form. The last form is really tough. But I am doing okay as far as this. I don't think I'm getting the last form, though. And, yeah, you do have to be in the Star Child form in order to get this. But it might look a little... Okay, no, this isn't. Come on. Oh, fine. There we go. Got another overdrive. Alright, fine. There's that target. Okay, I can't believe I'm doing this well on this. As far as not dying yet or not getting a drop-off. Ah, crap. Alright, fine. Fine, you know what? I'm in trouble, but that's fine. Doesn't matter. I got her. Oh, I saved her. Okay, fantastic. At least I got to show her getting saved. I was in a state of euphoric joy doing this yesterday. And I'll probably put in footage of that at some point in this. But unfortunately, because I did not get in the form of the Star Child when I came in here, we're technically getting the bad ending. Yeah, so there you go. That is the end of the game, but we're not done with the show yet. All right, so yeah, that is Rez for the Xbox 360 port, the HD edition, which is $10 on the Xbox 360, only the Xbox 360. You cannot get it on modern Xbox systems. And it's a PS4 and 5, and Oculus Quest and PC and mobile. As far as this isn't on Switch, I would think that the Switch would be able to run this, but then again, question of what can the Switch run and what can it not run, so maybe, but Tetris Effect Connected is on the Switch, and it's a great port on the Switch. It runs really nicely. Yeah, this is an interesting one for sure, but as I said, what I'll do is I'm going to show the other modes specifically, because there are other modes. What I might do before I end the show, I'll try and play through this again to get the good ending. I mean, the good news is I didn't get the worst ending. The worst ending, by the way, is I could feasibly, I don't know, I guess I could put footage in at some point on that when I edit this. The worst ending you can get is if you die there. If you die there, when you've built up Eden as much as you have, Eden collapses, and then you get the credits. And that is a game over, and that does not count as your completion of the level. So, at least I got the next best ending. Is that the next couple endings, as far as what they are, in fact, you know what, since I got this going, I can at least explain specifically. Yeah, you die, you get the worst ending, because you get the credits, and that's it. The ending we're going to get is the first one. We'll see that in just a second as far as what it is. If you beat the final boss in the final form, well, you'll get another thing. Yeah, it's just beginning. In fact, I will show this off right now. She still lies trapped within the system. Alright, so that is your element of that bad ending. If you die, you don't even get that. If you beat it in the final form, in the Star Child form, Eden opens her hands, and there's a bright light saying you still don't know the truth. The third ending is I got a shot down of 88.83, so not as great as I was expecting, so I can't show boss rush off mode, or boss rush mode off for that, I should say. Yeah, that's that idea. If you beat the boss in final form with a 95% shot down rate or higher, Eden opens her hands, white butterflies come out, and she'll say you still don't know the truth. The best ending, though, of this is something I don't know I can get. You have to beat the final boss with a 100% shot down rate. And I guess you have to be in the final form? I don't know. But anyway, if you do, Eden opens her hands up, pink butterflies fly out, the ending will have the background with them saying, only you know the truth. What I will do is, when I edit this, I will put a link in to the YouTube link lists for the purpose of showing what all the endings are. Show them off. But hey, I did beat it that way, so yeah. Technically, we're done with that part of the game in an hour and a half, so that's a record. That being said, when you beat the game, we'll go into this, and the achievements do tie to this for this version. You get achievements for beating each level, the Earth, Mars, Venus, Uranus, and Eden. By beating Area 5, completing it, without dying, you unlock Beyond Mode. We're going to show that off. You also have other stuff of Lost Area for the transmission and other stuff as well. As you get 100% shot down rate, but I guess they realized, yeah, we can't be that mean with our achievement lists. So if you play this game for 10 hours, as far as it, you're fine. So, alright. We also show what this looked like on the PlayStation 2 and I guess the Dreamcast. I will have videos also of those versions just to show the comparison. We'll go on that a little later. Right, fine. You get Beyond Mode. You also have Score Attack. We'll show off Score Attack. Traveling Mode, which is a case where there's no game over element. The tutorial you saw at the beginning of the game. Let's take a look at the Beyond Mode. Okay, so when you beat the game, beat Area 5, you unlock this. You unlock the Lost Area. As far as the piece of music here, I think it does tell me, it says track, okay, EBZ. I'm not sure what that necessarily refers to as far as the music. That being said, I did do an upload of that other stuff, and it didn't give me a content question. All right, you have options as well. You can choose forms. You get all these forms by having the game running for 10 hours, or you get 100% hit down on every stage. You have 0, 1st, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, the final form, which is the Star Child. You also get, I'll show this off a little later, the Marolian. We played Space Channel 5 last year, as I mentioned. Tetsuya Mizuguchi was involved in making that. So they said, hey, let's put the Marolian in from Space Channel 5. I will show that off later. You do have your choice of form when you run, because the idea is that the Marolian, I believe, is a one-hit kill. As far as everything else, I don't know, but I think we'll go back. We're going to run. We'll do the direct assault. We're basically going through each level. We'll show that as well. Let's show the Lost Area. It's a long mission on a long-forgotten, unused section of the network. And for doing this, you also get transmission. We'll show off transmission. Transmission, by the way, is an endless shot area. If you're going for that 10-hour achievement, you might want to do it there. Basically, put that on, have a wired controller hooked to your Xbox 360, and play it there for the unlock. I don't know if the time thing is an element on the PlayStation 2 or Dreamcast versions, or even the new ones. The Rez Infinite would be that one. And this is also kind of a little bit of an idea what score attack is, just going to that. Where you basically have score, so it's like, yeah, as you get more of a chain going on your hits, yeah, it'll hit those down. Also, there's no boss here, it's worth pointing out. So you have to go through all the areas and survive, which is not necessarily as easy as you'd think. But also, yeah, you just still, same rules apply. You'll have the targets coming, you also have the items there, and the overdrives. And the layer releases, I should say. Okay, so there is level 2. Yeah, it's not super hard compared to what we did just a few minutes ago. I can't believe I did that on my first try. Fine, I was surprised that yesterday, because they said, like, yeah, I'd never beaten this level in all the 15 years I've owned this game. Or own this version of the game. Fine, this is the only version of the game I own. I don't have on the PlayStation 2, I don't have the Japanese Dreamcast version either, and I don't have PS4 or 5 to play that version. I think what I might do, though, is I might have an update to that next week. I'll say to Nocturne, like, I want to look at that PS4, fine, Chisel and PS4, I should say. Well, I want to look at that version. I want to get an idea of this. Also show her this, because I don't think, fine, she has it, but she hasn't played it. Which is fine. Like, hey, I've got tons of games I haven't necessarily played massively, so, I mean, I guess I'll let you in a little bit of a dirty little secret on Super Bowl Game Saturday, is that maybe part of the show is the idea of getting me to play games that I haven't played as massively as I wish I had, or maybe the idea of coming back to games that maybe I never finished. I mean, fine, I guess this is sort of a case like that, because I never really finished this game, but that being said, it's something that I always did like this game. I knew what it was. When I left for Saks to see this, I said, yeah, I want to do this. And I figured, like, yeah, for the August, or not for August, we're not in August yet, it's 2 months away from now. I'm that busy this week as far as I'm losing track of my days and months. Yeah, when he said, hey, he wants to see this, I said, let's do the June request for this. I said, yeah, fantastic. And I realized, wait a minute, this is the same weekend we played Space 5 last year, so it fits. Or, as I said, one of my favorite lines on the show, we planned this show, I swear to God. But it's one of those things I didn't actually realize that until later. So, like, yeah, we do plan it to a certain degree. Fine, I do plan it for the case of everything else. But, yeah, that is one element of that. All right. Oh, no! Yeah, so if it gets too close, it's worth showing that off, if nothing else. It might be the case where you can't do, like, rapid shot. You do sort of do a shot, doing a little bit of a flash on the icon, or the target reticle, as you can see, like that. That does count as a shot. You don't have to necessarily lock on all the time, but for most stuff, you do want to lock on. You don't want to necessarily just rapid fire, because you can't technically see the bullets, interestingly enough. And the only way you know that you made contact is like, there, I got the support item by shooting at it. You aim the cursor and hit the A button on it. And sometimes the enemies can crash into you, but there's specific enemies that do that. Also right there. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was lucky. He does do the laser shot, and that can be a problem. If I know we're using our overdrive now. Those are the questions. This, I guess, is the overdrive an invincibility? I don't know if I actually ever put that to test. You also can shoot the laser out, so it's not like, hey, you know, when he shoots the laser, you're totally screwed. But you do have to be quick, and it said in this lost area, it is a little dangerous. Also, you get that. That is a bonus node. I'll have an edit down here what that does. I'm trying to remember what that does. Sorry, I don't remember off the top of my head. Oh, there's an item. Yeah, sometimes you gotta keep an eye like where the blue is. So, if nothing else, this game, as I said, the visual language of this, they talk about that with movies usually. The idea that, hey, it's an entertainment medium, it is visually represented. Even though they're totally different, because this is more of an you're acting on the fact of the game, but they say that with movies, so I'll say it with this game. The idea is like, the visual language is like, hey, pay attention to some of the primary colors. Like, everything else looks very abstract, or as Gentleman 96 was saying, very trippy. Maybe elliptical, but a lot of the stuff you have to hit tends to be very elliptical, but then stuff that's kind of like a bright color, like a red, or green, or a blue, or like the yellows of the enemy shots, like the electric bolts. Those are kind of things you can kind of still make them out from the crowd, so it's one of those things that sometimes with a game like this, you sometimes think like, wait, is there so much going on with this on the sensory element you're gonna lose track of it all. And it's gonna be a problem to play it. In some cases where people said that for certain games, they might even say this with this one, depending on who you ask. But for me, I never really felt confused as far as it. I always got a sense of what that is, and even when I get blindsided by a shot because I don't see it, I realize, like, fine, it's my fault. Like, I should be paying attention more. But so I'm not necessarily thinking, like, hey, it's cheap exactly. So the game is giving, and it is playing by its own rules. So it's not a case like, hey, the game is completely, pulling something out really out of nowhere. So in that way, it's really pretty exquisitely designed when you think about it, as far as what it's doing, and even the idea of something like that could be, like, there, fine, getting shot. I got shot by them. This can cause a shot. I didn't pay attention to the shot. So I'm saying to myself, yeah, I was stupid. I did that in that way. So I'm not going to say, no, yeah, the game ruined me that way. Yeah, there's something to be said about that where, like, I'm willing to say, like, you know what, I'm not going to blame the game for my fault. Sometimes you get into that case, you think, like, wait, I should have gotten elements of that. I've said that about games we play. Like, hey, what just hit me for something? When we played Super Thunderblade, when we did for one of the showcase shows. Actually, that same showcase show, we had Panzer Dragoon looked at very briefly. I said that. Like, what just hit me? I didn't see it, and it felt cheap as far as how it was. And hey, it is another game for Sega, as far as, like, early for Sega. But yeah, it's interesting to get to a point where you're like, hey, you're willing to acknowledge that, yeah, you're mad at yourself. You're mad, but you're also mad at yourself because you realize, hey, the game did kind of play by its own internal logic. Ow, because I'm in globe mode, uh-oh. Okay, at least we're showing this at some point. Yeah, if you're in globe mode, that's level 0. If I get hit again in the shiny disco ball, that's a game over. This is the last area as far as this thing, so yeah, as long as I can get through this quickly, I should be set. I also love how the disco ball pulsates, but yeah, we just got out in time. Yeah, if you're running just default as far as that, you get out, it's just barely in time. But I got a pretty good shot down as far as it. Not much as far as the port items. But yeah, you can keep playing this. You can play infiltration phase. It gives you points. There's no boss here, so yeah, you just have infiltration points. And it does give you leaderboards for the purposes, both online and locally. But most people, actually everybody I know who have on my friends list for Xbox 360 or any Xbox consoles has not played this. Yeah, there I am. That's me locally. Let's show, actually, wait a minute. I guess, and you can also do save replay data. Hit the X button to do it. Let's do that. Just to see. So the slots to save replay data, we have 20. You viewed in the replay theater. Okay. Yeah, let's do that, just because I've never done it. And by doing that, I will briefly show this. This is the transmission. This is an endless area. It's a visual and audio overload state with no danger to the player. It goes on forever, though. So yeah, you don't have the character here. You want to talk about, yeah, you like your vaporware look of this. Yeah, go deep in the computer. Here you go. This is it. So you can still do shooting and aiming around. But yeah, nothing's going to hit you. In fact, we'll show that. You see those red cubes? Yeah, just passed by me. Not going to do anything. There's also no score here, it's worth pointing out. This is more of a mode for fun. As I'll show a couple runs of this, just cause. I actually didn't know until I did the check that it was that way. I was doing the audio checks for this yesterday when I first unlocked this. I said, hey, let's take a look, let's go through this. And after a while, I said, is this something that never ends? And I think, like, yeah, I guess it is. Oh, fine. When Crescendo 64 and I played, it was part 3 of Majora's Mask. We were singing "This is the song that never ends" from Lambchop's Play Along. This is the level that never ends, as far as it, or it's the Minus World from Super Mario Brothers. Although, fine, in this case, they designed it that way. The Minus World specifically was basically because of a flaw in the code, or an endless loop in the code they didn't get rid of. But it didn't break the game any. It's just that they put it in there. I guess when we do Super Mario Brothers at some point, I'll show that off. I know we have to do that. I know we have to do some of those older Mario games. And that will be the case of that. For Super Mario Brothers 2, we'll do... Fine, actually, I did do the US version of Super Mario Brothers 2 from NES on the Switch Online years ago. I don't have the recording of it anymore, though. When we come back to that, I think I want to show off... Actually, I think mostly I'll show off the Game Boy Advance version. The Super Mario Advance, which I have I have it on the Game Boy Advance explicitly, but since it's on Switch Online expansion pack now, I probably show it off there specifically. And I guess in that case, I also show off all the versions that are on that, which is the NES, the Super Nintendo, and then that one. Which that Game Boy Advance version, if you ask me, is the best one, because it has more content to add. With Super Mario Brothers, the first one, Chad, if you have a suggestion on which version you want to see, I'd be open, although there are versions I'd love to show. I mean, I'll give a free suggestion to Nintendo if they've not done this yet. Oh, fine, they haven't done this yet, about when they might want to do this. For the Game Boy Color side of things for Switch Online, I'd love to see Super Mario Bros. Deluxe from the Game Boy Color, which adds a bunch of extra stuff to it. Actually does fix the minus world glitches we're pointing out. They put it on the Game Boy Color in 1999. It is an awesome game. It was a great version to have on the go as far as how they played it, how they, replicated everything for it. Made it go good for the small screen. But yeah, getting that running on Switch Online, that would mean I could show... I could show every version of that, because the NES version is on there, of course. The Super Nintendo version for Super Mario All-Stars is in there. And, also the arcade version versus Super Mario Brothers is on Switch. I can show that one, too. So yeah, it might be one of those cases where I might wait until they do that to do it. And then with Super Mario Bros. 3, I know that Nocturne called that game all day long. We'll show up all those versions. We'll run NES primarily, but we'll also have, probably as another part, a full look over of all the extra levels of the Game Boy Advance one. And then, fine, Super Mario Bros. 2, fine, I said that's the US one. The Japanese one, I know exactly how I'm handling that. We're running the, I'll briefly show off probably all of them that way too, but I will primarily run the Famicom version. I'm going to play that game 7 times off screen, because when you do that, and you play through it an 8th time, you get all the extra levels, or all the extra worlds. So World 9, A, B, C, and D. And since there's save state for that, we're going to do that. Yeah, that's going to be a bit down the road, but as I said, I'll also figure to that. And then Super Mario World, I want to use I'm going to use a different version. I'm going to actually use the Super Nintendo cartridge, but I'm going to use the Super Nintendo cartridge I have that is a combo cart with Super Mario All-Stars, which is actually only bundled in with new Super Nintendos. I believe the Super Mario set release, or fine, the Mario set I think it was called, for Super Nintendo had both Super Mario All-Stars and Super Mario World in it, and in the case of some releases of the system, they didn't have Super Mario All-Stars and Super Mario World as separate cartridges. Some did, but others had a combo cart that has a version of Super Mario World in it that has a couple of bug fixes and also has a different sprite for Luigi, where on Super Nintendo it did not. And then the Game Boy Advance version they brought up did change it that way as well. But yeah, so I think in that case that's how I'll show that for Mario. And as I said, we'll, just to kind of go into this, Bricks Debris wanted to see Super Mario Sunshine. I put that on hold just because I want to make sure that Sir Andrew Antonio and the Crescendo 64 will all be available for all parts. So if we had to do it later, I was like, fine, I made that executive decision because I know Bricks Debris wanted to see that game, but I know she also wanted to see them on the show. She was on the show and was like, yeah, it's going to be them on. I was like, yeah, I'm holding that. We're going to do it. So that's going to be the idea. Yeah, but if nothing else, like, yeah, that's kind of what can go on when you're in the trance zone. I grab more water and you hear the crinkling of the bottle. I do like that detail, I guess. Like, hopefully you're not finding that annoying. Like, hey, the idea of it. But hey, no, nothing else. It shows that, hey, I'm just sitting on the couch playing games and you're all here with me. That's the idea of what it is. And I definitely love that for sure. Okay. And after about probably 2 more runs of this, I'll go in and we'll take a look at the other stuff. And I definitely show the Marolian stuff as well, because that is pretty damn cool. And I didn't know it was in there, but I was like, that's cool. And they, yeah, you stay tuned. You're going to want to see that. That's all I'm going to say. Yeah, none of else is also, I guess, good to practice. Like, hey, you don't need practice at this point if you've gotten this far and unlocked this. And you do have the traveling mode where you can do practice. You know what? Fine, we're done. Oh, you know what? I'll beat this one, then we'll be exiting out. As I said, though, if you want to go for the unlock of the stuff that requires 10 hours, yeah, just put this on and do that. In fact, as I mentioned at the beginning of the show, I got a different HDMI cable to try and figure the audio delay stuff I've had with the HD60X. I think it might be a mismatch of the power of the HDMI cords I'm running, because I have one that's 8K and the other ones I was running along with it weren't. Because I need at least 2 of them for the purpose of wanting to run it on this card. I'll need a 3rd one for PlayStation 3 as far as it Hopefully that'll fix it. Hopefully. Like I said, I basically went out to Best Buy to buy that. Like, I had this running on the way while I was out. I was like, fine, let it run that way. And then when I came back, I took it out and picked it back up, hit the pause menu to leave, and then I got achievements. Like, yeah, easy achievement to get. Well, fine. Fine, that's not the easiest achievement ever to get. That's the worst achievement ever in the Simpsons game. Or it might also be some of the stuff for... I may as well go into this as I'm going. You know, fine, I'll run this. I'll go in this thought specifically that way. I'm enjoying watching this. It's kind of relaxing and probably stressful to play. That's interesting you say that. That is a half and half on this one, because I'll tell you that. In fact, Kevin22 said, like, this game looks like it's stressing me out. And you know what? You're right. It is, but it also is very relaxing, too, in its way. It, as I said earlier on, I think before we jumped on, it's kind of a game that is a bunch of great contradictions. The thought that, hey, how can a game that can be stressful be really relaxing? How can a game that's really relaxing be really stressful? Fine, it's stressful because of the idea, like, hey, you know, there's a margin of error. You know what? Fine, let's quit out of this. And I'll show the next thing of it. I'm glad you're enjoying the show. I'm glad you're enjoying the watch of it. It is definitely a great game to watch, but it's also something that... The play of it's really fun, too, but it is also something that it can be... The stressful part is especially when you're going on, you're making sure, like, hey, you got to take care of all the shots. Which was interesting, I guess, with what Tetsuya Mizuguchi was going on this one, which was saying that, hey, you know, I want a non-violent shooter for people to play. I want something for casual people to play, or casual audiences to play, but also something, I guess, that's going to a hardcore element. This is the, I guess, the trance mode or whatever. It's for each levels. It goes through the levels. I'm going to go through these because I haven't necessarily shown that. I think also, in between them, I'll change form. But it's something that is very relaxing. I'm kind of in a relaxed state, even though it's a case of, like, yeah, I gotta be careful. Like, when I was at that last boss, like, it looks crazy with all the stuff on screen. It does, and it can be stressful to play. But it also is one of those things that, and this is an interesting thing to go into, the idea of, so thank you for going into this. When can a game be very, I guess, when can it be stressful but also somehow relaxing at the same time? Is there a case where that can make sense? Or sometimes, like, how it is, I mean, fine, we'll go into this. I mean, Jonah96, who's out there in chat, he's going to be on the show in about 4 months when we start Earthbound for Super Nintendo. Honestly, that's kind of a similar game to this in that the parts of that game, I guess I get stressed out because I don't know just how to run that game easily the way you do, but also the case of I still feel very relaxed. There's parts we have in that game, and we're actually our off-screen play. We're going to finish that next week, actually. So, at that point, I feel in that interesting in-between with it. Hello, everyone. Hello, Dolly Finn. So good to see you tonight. We're playing Rez for the Xbox 360 specifically. It also was on the PS2 and the Dreamcast initially, and is on PS4, 5, mobile platforms, Oculus Quest, and PC now. Yeah, this is the Xbox 360 HD version for 2008. Hope you're doing well. I don't know if you've ever played Rez. We're kind of going through a bunch of things. We beat the game already as far as each of the levels. I'm showing the extra stuff that I unlocked on this. And we're also talking about the idea that, hey, this is a very trippy kind of game as far as a on-rail shooter that's very music-based with a lot of great techno beats, but something that, hey, it looks kind of stressful, but it also looks relaxing at the same time. And I was kind of going that weird dichotomy, you know? I can see that. When a game gets intense, you can get into a zen state and flow through it. Yeah, I mean, and I think that's kind of what this game is. As I said, I'll go into it since I don't know if either of you were in the show or in the chat when I mentioned this earlier in the show. My first experience playing this game, I was at an anime convention, specifically Otakon they held it in Baltimore when it was back in the day in 2007 when I first played this, and they usually hold in DC now. I found this at a television that was surrounded by TVs where people were playing Guitar Hero 2, because it just came out on Xbox 360. The music rhythm genre is really getting the pickup. There's a game that came on the PS2 in 2002 for us. I never played it. At the time, it cost over $100. It's since come down massively because of the other releases. You're right. You want to talk about being in that zen state and flowing through it. Everything else was going on in that loud room of all these other televisions of people playing games right next to me in other areas around that. Like people maybe screaming in excitement of stuff like, oh, great victory or something. None of it was penetrating my mind when I was playing this. I was totally in a state. It was this level in particular. In fact, one thing I'll also show is I'll replicate that because this does have the standard version where it's not in HD graphics with widescreen. So I was totally in that state. I was totally transfixed. And that's how I kind of knew. I said, this game is something special. And it was one of the cases where I was glad to be able to play that without having to spend tons of money. And then they released it on 360 the year after that. I said, okay, I want to get this. This is really cool. And that's kind of the thing. You're seeing like the way it's rumbling that way, as far as even on the sign. You kind of take in all these little details. But you're right, it can be kind of stressful. Like, look at all that stuff there, but then you get to the next layer and going in deeper. And then the way the music goes into it. You want to talk about that idea of like what this is doing when you have music and visuals going with your game. I mean, Earthbound does that as well. I was talking before, as far as that, the idea of like, you can kind of get in that sense, like when you get to the parts of, well, the coffee breaks and the tea breaks. If you haven't played that game, we'll go over what it is. Gemini 96 knows exactly what I'm talking about, and I do too, because we've been playing through that entire game for the past 5 months. And as far as our work break case, we're going to finish it this week. Either this week or next week. It's pretty close that way. But it's also that case where you've gone through a lot as far as that game. If you're going through a lot yourself personally as far as, you know, coming to a game like this, or that, or anything, really. And it kind of just all goes away, you know? And in some ways, like, fine, that, I guess maybe is a thought of, like, what the show can be to me, and it's been to people, so, like, hey, I've come into this, I feel like it's very relaxed as far as what we're doing, game we're playing. Gemini 96, you're saying this game is relaxing that way, perhaps. Oh, fine, you did say that. That's not perhaps, you definitely said that. So, in that way, it's like, that's the idea of the show, yes, but it's also the idea, like, what's the game doing? How can you, I mean, hey, look at the game. What's the idea of a game, usually? The idea that, the thought, like, hey, gaming can be addictive. Why can it be addictive? Why can we transfix on something? Sometimes, like, hey, you're addicted. It could be a negative thing. It could be like, hey, you want to go through it all the way. And in this case, it's also a go through it all the way, but it's also something that, just look at this. And feel free to go into anything as far as what you're seeing on this, and Dolly into you too, as well, because I don't know if you've ever played this. It's interesting. It's unique as far as how it is. You're basically moving the target around to go in and do the targets and everything to get into the computer layer. Go fight boss. So, like, fine, we're going to show off the boss. I guess we're going to show the game off technically again as far as each of these things. Earth Giga. Okay, fine. I guess I didn't get Earth, I had Earth Terra. I think that's based on hit rates. I never played this. Yeah, it's on a bunch of systems now. It's on PC and PS4, PS5, Oculus Quest, mobile platforms. It is on 360 still. You can download for $10. I was wrong when it was delisted. It's in Cubed, which is a disc release of this on Xbox 360. There's this, Every Stand Extra Extreme, and Lumina's Live, which are by Tetsuya Mizuguchi, who made this game and who made Space Channel 5, which we played on this weekend last year. And there's a touch of Space Channel 5 I will show off actually on the next stage. It is interesting. It definitely is something unique. The Man Who Fell to Earth. Yeah, you know, you're right. Yeah, the Nicholas Rogue perspective of that. Fine, I said before you jumped on the idea at the end of it, you have the Star Child from 2001: A Space Odyssey, which I think that's the idea what they were going on this one. I will say that. For sure, it's like, but that's the interesting thing of what this game really was. It kind of was mentioned at the beginning of the show, the fact that it was a kind of a thought of Tetsuya Mizuguchi saying specifically, like, hey, you know, I want to have this kind of musical element. He kind of was seeing stuff going on in Europe when he was doing research for Sega Rally Championship, of all things. And so, like, hey, how can I kind of go about this? What's the idea of what this prototype's going to look like? How it presents this to Sega, even though Sega's like, yeah, Sega would release weird stuff. We have the Typing of the Dead, which we're going to show off in October for that. But when he came to pitch this, like, how do I tell them what this is? It's a rail shooter like Panzer Dragoon or Space Harrier that you released, where you're in a computer destroying stuff to kind of save Eden, while also kind of having these techno beats going on with it, and then showing the prototype. I think that's the case where that's where all the questions stop. Like, usually if you say this game to somebody in a sentence, you're like, what is this? You're like, what's this going to be all about? But then I think you see it. I think that kind of makes an interesting case of it. And actually, it's also interesting because I know people who, though they didn't play this, they played this game's spiritual successor, kind of spiritual sequel. It's called Child of Eden. It was from Ubisoft who published it, but it was Tetsuya Mizuguchi, Q Entertainment, who were involved in that. It was on Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3. I believe the Crusader 64 said he'd played it. No, he did say he played it. And he's like, hey, that was an experience that way, and he hadn't played this, but said, hey, if you like that one, you're going to like this one. We'll play similarly. And in the case of that one, I don't have it, but I can play it on either system. I know on Xbox 360 it does run with the Kinect, so basically just moving with the target, you can kind of move your hands around to kind of do lock-ons with it. Everyone understood it's actually one of the better games for Kinect as far as the way the controls are working, as far as how it is. So it is something interesting, and you do get a score element. So yeah, it's this kind of trippy thing, but you also get this element of, you know, kind of being able to kind of play it over and over and over again to get everything, get 100% on everything. You could easily spend the rest of your life doing that. But fine, there is that area total that way. I'll show off one of the other forms. In fact, I will show off the Space Channel 5 form now. Actually, technically, I'm also technically doing an unlock in front of all of you as far as... oh, wait, it's going into the next level. You know, I want to see something. I want to exit this. I'll come back. Oh, you do have to go in order. Okay, so you have to go in one run. Okay, fine. I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to go into Beyond Mode. We're going to run the Marillion from Space Channel 5. You do unlock this for running this game 10 hours, so fine. I guess we're going to have to run... I guess I'll run until I die. The Marillion only dies in one hit. Or dies in one hit, I should say. This is going to be interesting. Also, when you lock on... Yeah, remember the alien from Space Channel 5? Here he is. But you have the, like, the right, left, the up, down, left, right. Shoot, shoot, shoot! I love it. It's, I mean, you find it's repetitive as far as what you're hearing, and there's no ooh la la in here to, you know, take care of everything. So yeah, talk about ooh la la swing and report show, the idea of that. I was like, hey, we're gonna get back to Space Channel 5 when we do the sequel to it, which is Space Channel 5 Part 2, but, no, we're getting back to it now, as far as how it is. Actually, one thing I'll test Nocturne this, because she has Rez Infinite, the one that's on PS4 and on modern systems. I don't know if it has the Marillion in it, because, Sega published Rez initially on the PS2 and the Dreamcast, and then this version, they did have a credit as far as being connected, but I don't know if the new versions had them involved. So that's, I'll be curious to find that. I'll be able to have an answer for that next week, because I'll basically say to Nocturne as far as like, hey, I know we're doing Mega Man Legends 2 as far as it, but I did Rez last week. I wanna show this. I wanna look at your version and see what that's about. Yeah, so yeah, it was the man who fell to Earth as far as it, but yeah, we're going back with, you know, the Marillions, the not evil people, as we saw for Space Channel 5. We played that actually on this weekend last year, so fitting. We got this here. They basically were taken over by, Cheap Blank, as far as how that was. And yeah, I'll have the play of, Space Channel 5 below, as far as in the link list when I edit this in a couple of days. It's probably not going to be as long an edit as the Lunar edit we did last week, which was 8 hours almost. Not as far as us fully playing Lunar, but also the idea that we had tech problems, so I had to take care of them. Hopefully there's no tech problems on this. Hopefully the audio delay things I've had running this capture device are a thing of the past with the cable, hopefully. And also we can do the full lock-on. It goes, ding, does that sound for Space Channel 5. So yeah, if you play Space Channel 5, there's that element to it as well. I do like it, but it said, the Marillion is a glass cannon, so if I get hit once, I'm dead. Also, I see one other thing, which is... Fine, alright, there's the laser shot going on the Marillion. Yeah, so yeah, shoot, shoot, shoot! I do love that. Yeah, I like where we're going as far as the discussion on this, the idea of, like, you know, being able to look at this, the idea of, like, this being interesting to look at, but also something as far as the idea of what's that to play. I mean, because... Yeah, Gemini 96 made a very good point as far as that, saying that, hey, you know, this game looks stressful. There are parts that are stressful. I have my footage from the first time I beat Area 5 yesterday. I've had this game 15 years, and I've never been in that case of beating that. I was on edge the entire time, and then I beat it, even though I got it was one of the bad endings I got. Like, I don't care. I feel on top of the world. Until I found out there was a difference in endings, which was like, okay, fine. I didn't get it. It was like, fine, whatever. I'll take that. But yeah, I had to work really hard for that. So it's very rewarding, but it is also something like, yeah, you gotta go, you know, manage that specifically as you get a bonus node. Which, as I said, I don't know what the bonus nodes do. Oh, right, yeah, let's open that. Forgot. As I said, I don't necessarily have to open the password protection air box, but usually when I see it, I do. I guess the other thing as far as, like, going through the levels, yeah, I'm going through this level again, as far as how it is, but I also am wondering, if I die there eventually, fine, I got another overdrive, which is fine, as long as I keep track of where the bullets are, that's the other thing, because you can't move out of direction, you're basically on the rail, you can't, like, move left and right, it's not like Star Fox, it's not like Panzer Dragoon or something like that, you're kind of in the center the whole way, so if you don't hit the target right to get him out of the way, you're going to be in trouble, you're going to get hit, and in the case of the Marillion, he'll die in one hit. Which I guess makes sense to the Space Channel 5 logic as far as how that is. Yeah, the thumping beats, I said also, yeah, if you You play this on PlayStation 2 with the trans vibrator, or ran trans vibration on this version within the controller. You have the other controllers like vibrating to the tune of the beat. You go on the boom, 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 boom. Yeah, it's awesome that way. Yeah, but it also makes the tape fine. In this case, I could replicate it by saying, let's connect a controller. But I did it at the beginning of the show. I was like, I have a table running here. It goes so really loud. I was like, I can't have that going all the way. In fact, I had test audio showing the idea of what that's like. I might have to put that in to the edit, specifically for that, just to show what that's all about. But if nothing else, at least I gave it some lip service. Yeah, and unlike the PS2 version, the trans vibrator device, fine, it's using controllers on 360, so it's not like on PS2, you plug in the USB of that, and it has a washable cover. And yeah, that feasibly does sort of mean what you think it does to a certain extent. Even Mizuguchi kind of, you know, copped to that a little bit. But like, and I think even the other reviewers at the time, I think, were saying that as far as this game. At first, it was like, they were saying, like, they were in the tough spot of saying, like, how do you describe this game to somebody as far as what this is? And it was a game that was not a huge seller. I mean, I'm not looking at this like, fine, I guess, of course not. But it is also something that, fine, I didn't have a PS2 when this came out, so I didn't play it either. I was curious about what it was, and then when I found it, like, fine, I want to play this now. But it is something that I do think that, yeah, I think Mizuguchi was onto something where he's like, hey, you know, this is a game I'm making for the purpose of a casual audience, but something that is also something you can totally dive deep into, like other games, I guess, like on-rail shooter stuff like Star Fox or Panzer Dragoon or Space Harrier. So it's kind of like a take on all those. Like, if Star Fox, Space Harrier, and Panzer Dragoon were maybe a little too easy to follow for you, or you like the techno or milieu of this as far as the look and also all the other stuff of it, yeah, this is probably going to be the game for you. And it's cost much, at least this version doesn't. Actually, I don't think it costs much on a lot of things. But it's unique. You want to talk about like the artistry of your game, yeah, this is totally it as far as its visual and oral design. And it's fun. It's like, that's the other thing. It's like, this game is insanely fun, even when you're in a case of, yeah, I'm losing, you're frustrated, especially the last level. Like, you can put in half an hour and be in a case of, you know, being totally in a horrible state of thinking, like, I wasted half an hour feasibly on this. Like, you want to try again. And like, yeah, it's also that case, like, yeah, you're gripping your controller. You're, as I said, you're kind of one with this game in this weird way, you know? Anyway, wait, did it go like the business? Yeah, for a minute there, it sounded like it did the beat when you like do a miss as far as Space Channel 5 with maybe it was. But yeah, look at the Marolian beams. Like, yeah, if the Marolians did this in Space Channel 5, yeah, the Galaxy wouldn't have stood a chance. Fine, there's no ooh la la here as far as that, so fine, let's also overdrive this thing. I mean, fine, maybe that's the problem with the Marolians. Like, yeah, the ooh la la got in the way that way, but fine. Ooh la la was their savior as far as how it worked, as far as it. At some point, we'll definitely do its sequel. I do think I want the Crusader 64 involved in that one, because I know he loved the last one, and I'll also see if he wants in on Child of Eden at some point, or if he wants to run the PS3 version. It's his pick. I think on the PS3, I believe it does run with PlayStation Move support, I think. I don't know what would be better to play this game with. Would it be, fine, controller on either system, Kinect for 360, because I do have a Kinect, and or the Move for the PS3. I mean, for the Move, I'm gonna try and leverage that for stuff I want to do on PS3 at some point. I do want to show up House of the Dead 4 on that, because that's the only console port it has. I want to get House of the Dead Overkill for the PS3 and run it with that. I'm trying to remember, I think we haven't done Time Crisis on the show, and as far as Time Crisis from Namco, the only one I could actually really easily show would probably be either Time Crisis 4 or Time Crisis Raising Storm, I think it is, which has a version of Time Crisis 3 in it, and it also has Dead Storm Pirates, I believe. And it does run the Move controller. It also runs the GunCon 3, which is something you can do on a modern TV. I know with the earlier Time Crisis games, a lot of the earlier Namco shooters like Point Blank and things like that, you can't really run it that way, and there's not much mouse. I don't think many of them mouse support either. Which is too bad, because I know some of those are really, really cool as well. Alright, so fine. Let's try this. We'll see how far we get as far as this, and also show the score attack, and I'll see what other things I haven't shown on this. Because, yeah, in some ways, I've kind of shown a lot of what the game has already. but it is also something that, hey, you know, that also makes it good this way, because, yeah, we can kind of just go into discussion stuff, or insights on what you're seeing, because, yeah, okay, that was close to me not getting killed by that. Because, Dolly Finn, you're saying you never played this game before, you're, noticing some elements as far as, fine, Nicholas Rogue's, the man who fell to Earth, specifically, and that's a reference I didn't expect to have. It was like, hey, that's why we have that, and I love the fact that we have our chat that way, going into stuff that way, which is a good way of looking at it. I mean, I know the inspiration was Tron as far as certain things. I guess you could say The Matrix a little bit, kinda, sorta, but to what degree? I mean, it's maybe more elliptical than even that could be sometimes. Any thoughts on what you're seeing, or any insights as far as other stuff, or other elements of, you know, I guess trippy games, or what that idea might be, things that may have attracted you, or made you wonder, is this necessarily going to be for me, or whatever that might be, or anything else game-wise you got. Feel free to go into it. We'll go into it, for sure. Yeah, it is the buzzing. It is like the missing, even though I'm like not missing. Also, in this case, yeah, they are changing your perspective on the levels that you didn't have when you're going through just the normal story, or the normal run of it. Oh, there you go, got it. Okay, yeah, in that case, we're kind of toned down a little bit, sort of, as far as how this is. Now, if it's not too loud out there, let me know if it's too loud. I don't think it is. I did a bunch of audio tests on this game, including one being able to have the mix of the music, because the music is awesome. And we're not going to get copyright stricken for this. I thought we might, but I don't think we're gonna. From what I checked earlier. But yeah, if that's that way, let me know and I can adjust it. Because yeah, I had to learn that we had to do that with Lunar when we did that last week. Whoa. Yeah, just like a cacophony of like the... Okay, there we go, fine. The Merlion died. Yeah, when you do get a game over, yeah, the foreign threat is eliminated, and that's that. Just like the killing a virus. And I did not get enough points as far as that. Actually, I think then... Yeah, because you do have to go through that normally. Yeah, because let me go back to the achievement list on this quick, because... I know in the achievement list it says, yeah, you have to clear direct assault trance. So basically you have to go through that all 5 levels in a row, as far as how the run of that is. Okay, so let me take a look at something here. Going into traveling mode. Traveling mode lets you play areas 1, 2, 3, or 4 in a practice state. So you can do it to chill out as far as practice a level. You know, fine, let's show Rocket Sponge again. Oh, fine, that's the song that goes here. Let's show Area 4. So fine, this is traveling mode. It's like, hey, if you're not... Okay, that's the other thing. It's like, alright, fine. When it comes to the stress element of this, there is a mode that lets you say, like, fine, let's not get myself damaged. So I basically get myself up to the final form and get everything going that way. Without taking a hit. So in that case, yeah, you can kind of practice. So it is a little more an elaborate practice mode, although I believe... I'm trying to remember. You may, although I'm not sure about this, you may still have to unlock each level for the traveling mode. You can't do, you can't practice level 5, or area 5, I should say. I believe this does let you practice the bosses. We'll put that to the test, because I don't know if I've actually ever done this. I mean, hey, you know, we'll go the full way as far as showing all the modes, I said, with one exception. The only mode I'm not showing is the boss attack, or the boss rush, because I have not unlocked it. And the unlock of that is you have to get a 95% hit down rate, or shoot down rate, I should say, on every level. On Area 5, I cannot do that. I'm sorry. At Area 5 is insanely long. I could not do it. Fine. We showed off all the bosses. I don't think there's an extra boss that's unique to that. If there is, I might rationalize and come back to this at some point. But if not, then that's fine. We've shown them off already. Yeah, I'll usually, like, hey, show off everything. Like, hey, if I couldn't unlock everything for this, I'll, yeah, in that case... I'll make do with what I get. But yeah, fine. You're also saying, Dolly Finn, the idea of like the man who came down to Earth, or fell down to Earth, I should say. I keep saying came down to Earth. It's not that. The idea that, yeah, you're changing forms as you go along. I think I do want to probably show off the Star Child again now that you're all here. Because, yeah, that is an interesting one. I think you can show that in the trance mode again. Yeah, destroying all those things, and then they go. Yeah, I said it is an interesting one as far as what the game is, and it is something that They did a great job as far as the rebuild is. Although, to be fair, this is also an older version. This is actually the first re-release of the game, which came out about 6 years after the PS2 Dreamcast version did. Though the Dreamcast, as I mentioned earlier, didn't get this in the US. Which is interesting. I guess there are a lot of games on Dreamcast that were released in other parts of the world, but were not released here. Yeah, Shenmue 2 didn't come out for the Dreamcast in the US. Actually, Space Jam 5 Part 2 didn't either. Ikaruga, which is not Sega exactly. Puyo Pop Fever, I know, is a Dreamcast game in Japan, but we didn't get it until other systems. Actually, I think all of these games, they basically just came to other things. Whereas at the end of the Dreamcast life, they said, fine, we'll focus on the Sega Sports line, which is what they put out. Yeah, good ends as far as Sega Sports, which was great on the Dreamcast, no question. But, well, mostly. The World Series baseball games were a little iffy, especially that 2K1 game. Oh god, that game was horrible. Disappointingly horrible, given how awesome those games were on Genesis and Saturn. But, yeah, so they say, like, yeah, they didn't bring it over here, even though I believe it was totally translated. But I guess they said, hey, we're not going to be able to rationalize this money-wise, or people weren't going to buy it. Fine, I would have bought it, because I had Dreamcast at the time. I did not have a newer system quite yet, when this came out in 2001. And then, as I mentioned, I got the Xbox, and then it was years later I got PS2, but then with 360, this is the version they put here, and that's how I have it. And it's a great version, and they did a good port of it, which sometimes, yeah, you don't take that for granted. I mean, we run into cases where that's happened, where, like, certain games have not been ported great. We've had Tales of Symphonia remastered from Namco, which is really bad. We had, well, fine, this is not quite that way. We had Wheel of Katamari Reroll plus Royal Reverie that came out yesterday. I got my copy today. I bought the Xbox One version. I did find an answer as far as do they give you an end-user license agreement. This project was developed on the multi-platform store Wheel of Katamari released in 2005. Some elements may differ. Alright, I can be curious to see how that is. Fuck you, Bandai Namco. Yeah, I fucking knew it. Yeah, fuck you for this too, as well. It's a goddamn game from almost 20 years ago. It's a retro release. There's no fucking reason you should be giving us one of these. Oh, we have to agree with this bullshit, but alright. And I have to do this before we start playing, because I have to get this ready for when Nocturne's gonna be on, but alright. So it does have it, so yeah. I got my middle finger up as far as Bandai Namco. Fucking cut it out. And I also went into a case of being, in weird cases with the port on that. I mean, we played Wheel of Katamari, back in February, and we are going to come back to show that version eventually, because remember, Nocturne's going to be on that. Her family had COVID, she could not be on show for the purpose of that, so we played the PS2 version. But I'm realizing there's weird stuff with that port of the new version they gave us, where some of the sound is lower pitched in ways it was not on the PS2, or even wasn't in Katamari Damacy Reroll, which came out a couple of years ago on the same systems. Some of the achievement unlocks are inconsistent, where it's like, hey, you know, you have to unlock or make the people in story mode happy from the meadow, but sometimes you can get it instantly from playing one mission, and sometimes you have to play both missions and they don't tell you if what that is. There are other cases where the game stutters like crazy during the opening narration, where you're going in the element of like the narrator saying like all these millions of things you picked up in the first game. The game stuttered horribly for me, despite the fact that I just got that game in the mail today, and there's no issue with the disc. The disc is pristine. It's like, what's going on here? It's like, maybe they should be patching that thing. Or other elements where the audio doesn't trigger correctly right away. I mean, fine. Compared to, like, really horrible port jobs, I mentioned, something like the Tales of Symphonia remastered case, like, yeah, it was a total train wreck. It's not that. It was also a case of me thinking, like, hey, you know, the other one, the Katamari Damacy Reroll, which we used to play that version, or play that game a couple years ago, was fine for some of these things. Why does this game have it? Well, with Rez, I mean, it's one-to-one with it from the PS2 and the Dreamcast, and enhanced it, so it's 16:9. And they did enhance that Katamari Damacy Reroll, just going that. It does run at 60 frames per second on everything but the Switch, which personally I think the Switch should be able to run that at 60 FPS, honestly. But that being said, and the load times I guess are shorter, sorta, and they give you extra stuff. So some things are interesting about it, but other cases where I was like, yeah, why is it not 1-to-1? So I guess fine, that's an in-between. You have a case like Tales of Symphonia Remastered where they do a really bad job as far as the port. You have something like this where it's awesome and it's 1-to-1, or like Kingdom Hearts, we played the HD version of Kingdom Hearts in the like the story so far released the PS4 got, and the HD version that Xbox One PC got. That was awesome. So it's like kind of a bit of a spectrum that way as far as what that's all about. As yeah, we're going against this boss. I do love this boss as mentioned earlier, and the music that goes with it. I mean, we will still show that because they said there's extra stuff, but actually I had to take that video that you'll have seen when I edit this, answering the question about the user license agreement thingy, because I have to play that game before we do the show for that reroll edition, because it does have the extra King of All the Cosmos missions, the prequel to the game we played, or find the original version we played. I guess I also have to get an element of what they mean on the title screen when they say that, hey, there's some alterations to this, I don't know what they are. And I guess also, I have to do the Million Roses thing. I didn't do that when we played it last time. So I'll at least show that at that point, is it also, since Nocturne said she wanted to be in on that game, it's like, fine, she's going to be in on the PS2 version, which right now is probably the better version, despite some of the stuff they add in this new one. Hopefully they'll patch it, but they already did patch it. It had a day one patch. It's like, okay, come on Namco Bandai, get your act together. Or Bandai Namco, I should say, because that's what they are now. That being said, like, fine, she'll be in on that, so we can have that, and then we'll get to Beautiful Katamari. That's going to be Ed Wack and Nikki are going to be involved in that. And when I buy Series X, that's when we play. We are not playing that on anything that's not Series X, I am sorry. It is on Xbox 360, but has big frame rate problems. Yeah, it tries to run 60, it doesn't hold 60, but they backwards compatible that on Xbox One, and so it runs on Series X now, which fixed the frame rate, or will fix the frame rate. So I said, like, thank God that was the last one they did, as far, or amongst the last backwards compatible batch they did. As in the wonderful guitar music here, I do love that. I'll overdrive this dude. But yeah, in that case, that's where we'll run that one, but that's going to come later as far as it. And I guess other stuff with Mizuguchi's, yeah, feel free to go into other stuff, we'll go on Mizuguchi. I mean, I think for that puzzle showcase we're going to do, and Dolphin and Chaz are going to be involved in that puzzle showcase, I know that, on Thanksgiving weekend. I am going to get Lumina's for the Switch to show that off, because I do think that's a really interesting one to show. And they're the stuff that I'm going to be putting into that list. I will also go into this, fine, since it's going to be a little under 6 months now to that show. Chat, feel free to go into anything you say you want to have as far as that showcase that we haven't already said we're going to do. And we can make that happen. If it's a puzzle game and it's on the Switch, we can play it. Because that's how we're going to run that. And Nocturne gave me some ideas. Some really good ideas. There's one in particular I'm going to hold close to the chest. She revealed to me, I'm glad she revealed me that game. I'm not going to say it now, because I want to see like a fresh reaction when we get to that. Specifically, it's going to be from Dolly Finn that way, but I guess for everybody to chat that way, because you might not believe what that game is, but it's also this kind of act of brilliance in its weird way. So I'm going to be looking forward to showing what that is, amongst all the other games that we got on the deck, or I'm trying to get going on the deck. But hey, anything you want to see, get going. All right, there's a traveling element. Let's do... Actually, can you score tech Area 5? Yeah, you can. All right, fine. Let's score tech Area 5, and then I'll show the... Yeah, because in this case, I will be able to show off the Star Child element of this. I think so. I guess they'll default it to you that way. This is also going to take a while as far as this. So in that case, you have to give me anything you got chat-wise as far as any other topic discussion or like what you're seeing, reaction to what you're seeing. Because there's going to be a lot of reaction to what you're seeing. And also, I guess the story stuff. I guess you're going to have the story stuff when we go through this. I guess we'll see. Because every time you go through the gate, it'll give the story thing. And then I'll also show the non-HD'd version. Okay, here we go. Ages ago, life was born in the printed seat. So yeah, we're going to see this again. But if nothing else, I said I'm going on a score element. I get to enjoy the Acropa beats once more. And also see the evolution of this game as far as its visual elements as far as we're going. But yeah, that's coming up really quick as far as that Gate of Truth. Yeah, because we're trying to reveal the truth going on here. And, like, yeah, the enemy's like, yeah, where are they coming from? They're going to be able to, I'm going to be able to get them. Yeah, the young life forms constantly evolve in order to survive. So you said, yeah, it is the meaning of life going on as far as this. So yeah, very elliptical, very, existential, I guess, really. So yeah, the man who fell to earth is not a wrong indication, Dolphin. You know, sometimes they say your first instinct is the right one. Yeah, that's a case of that, no question. Right, there's another one of these. Yeah, it seems like the the gauge of truth are coming up way quicker on the score attack than it was running the game, just as far as the story. But, alright, bullets. Oh, okay, good. I thought I was gonna get hit by that. Yeah. Some prospered, some didn't. All sorts of life ebb and flowed like the tide. Yeah, you're going in the water, so yeah, you're going all over the place. So yeah, this game is a journey, I'll tell you that right now. In terms of what it is to play, what it is to see, and what it is to hear, see, and feel. Or I guess, I mean, in a lot of ways, you can almost see this maybe as a little bit of precursor for a lot of independent games, what some of those would do as far as like some of the visual design of certain stuff. I'm thinking stuff like, if you're a PlayStation player, if you ever played stuff like Flow or Journey or Flower, kind of like that a little bit. Or other stuff, I guess, on 360 at the time, or that was coming out at the time, stuff like Braid, which we can show on this show, but I have to mute the music because it is all licensed. I'll get a copyright strike on that if I don't turn that down as we're rolling with the disco ball. But yeah, I need to level up bad because if I get hit it again, that's game over. So far, so good. Yeah, but this level is long, as we showed earlier. I can't believe I beat that on my first try after last night, beating that game, or beating this level, I should say, the one you're looking at right now, for the first time in 15 years. As I said, I'll have some of my footage as far as that in the edit when I do this in a couple days. Oh, whoa! I gotta get through that so I don't crash my way in. Alright. Alrighty. Yeah, always seeking to survive and flourish. Actually, yeah, this does have I mean, fine, the Flower comparison is absolutely apt to this. Actually, I think Flower came out not too far after this Rez HD release came out. Because yeah, that was kind of the... Actually, I mentioned this a couple weeks ago. I mentioned the idea of the golden age of like the retro revival in like the late 2000s, early 2010s specifically. But it was also the golden age of the independent game as far as certain elements, like kind of the look of a game like this as far as an artistic expression. Fine, every game really, when you think about it, is an artistic expression in one way or another, regardless of it might not seem on the surface that it might be. But especially where it's kind of really going into that, I guess, part, if you really go into that. Although, I mean, with this game, it's kind of a lot of different things as far as what is that necessarily getting as DBZ Wii is online, or DBZ Wii 09 is online. Yeah, actually, I've never had that happen as far as 360, because most of the time I'm playing on Xbox One, where I don't think you get those friend notifications as far as online stuff that much. So yeah, good to have you on Super Good Saturday, my friend. Yes, as I am running online as far as that, on any console that has that. If you're on my friends list, yeah, you may be appearing on the show. It usually happens with the Switch, though. It doesn't happen with the other systems. Even the stuff I play on 360, I never had that happen with. Actually, yeah, because we used 360 a couple weeks ago, about a month ago now, when we did the Namco Museum Virtual Arcade. It didn't happen when I played that. I was like, now it is. Soon life began the advance towards land, opening up new habitats. So yeah, here's one of the new habitats. And just the way the bottom of the ground looks there. It's like, yeah, you kind of see like the wireframes there kind of going in tune with the music. So it's really interesting what this game is doing as far as what it's looking like and then how it's all kind of coalescing in a really interesting way. In that case, yeah, Electro said a good choice as far as this game. I mean, as I said, I played this game before, but yeah, he made the request. So like, yeah, whenever we have the request on the show, I would say it, ask and you shall receive. We're playing it at some points. And case still goes, yeah, Chad, anything you say you want to see that we have not shown yet, that we haven't already had planned, say the word, it'll go on the master list. And I am also working, I will give a little bit of update to this since we're going through this as it is now again. I'm working on what we mentioned last week. We were toying with the idea of like, hey, you know, the show's kind of grown a little bit as far as the idea of people want to come in, people want to be on the show, what that's looking like. So I said, like, hey, we were thinking the idea of what do we do as far as getting the idea of the show out there, what's coming up on the show. I mean, look, I go in the schedule at the end of the show and all that. How do we kind of communicate better? So we're working on a Discord site for Super Bowl Game Saturday that is not ready to launch. I've had barely any time to start working on it, but Doctor's giving me the hookup as far as ideas about how to set that, and also elements of linking to that, the schedule as far as like a full thing, and then also the master list, like everything we've been asked for, everybody who's said like what is it, what's looking on there for it. Those are the things that are in the works, because I'm realizing, yeah, we're coming up to 3 years of the program next month. As far as it being having official recordings, as far as it's been consistent going back to October of 2020, as far as how it is. But if nothing else, since I'm in this for the long haul, we're in this for the long haul as far as how that is. We may as well have that go on. So I said, how I'll have updates to that as time goes along. I'll figure when that's going to be. Like, I got to have time to sit down to be able to get all this stuff set up, get a sense of what it's going to look like. In the meantime, we have the Twitch site as far as Super Bowl Game Saturday, the YouTube site, of course. The announcement that I'll say as far as is the Twitch, I guess, schedule thing, which I update every week when I know that what the next show is going to be, which is known as far as a lot of the stuff. I said that's kind of what some of that's going to percolate, and so then and that way I'll also keep track as far as it's also why I save the chat transcripts as far as each of the shows. So when chat says, "Hey, I want to have this," it's like, okay, good, I remember what they are, and then get a sense of tracking the game down if I don't have it, pulling it off my shelf if I do have it, or being with or having people who have it as well and say like, hey, they want to show this. So getting that element as well. As I said, we had a deep bench, so it's not a case like, hey, is it a concern like you're spending too much money as far as, especially if you're going fully independent with the show like we are? Well, yes, I mean, there is that element, but it's also the case that, hey, people come to the show or they want to be on the show. It's a big commitment, I understand that, and I kind of want to give back, really. So that's kind of the idea of it. So the idea, but also because I know a lot of people who've been on show or will be on show who have games that cost a lot of money, they're like, I want to show this. It's like, great, let's do it. Without them, we wouldn't be able to see games like that. We wouldn't be seeing Lunar, Silver Star Story Complete, that version specifically. With some of the line stuff that's not in the version I have on PSP. We wouldn't be seeing Guardian Heroes we played a couple weeks ago. We wouldn't be seeing Guitar Man. We wouldn't be seeing Shadow Hearts. We wouldn't be seeing a lot of games that other people brought in that go for a lot of money. We wouldn't be seeing, okay, Mega Man Legends 2, I have it digitally, but even then, we wouldn't have the demo of Mega Man Legends 2 from the Misadventures of Tronbon, that physical edition, if not for Nocturne, although, fine, as Nocturne always says, and I'll indicate it, I bought her that game, when it didn't cost nearly as much as it costs now. But that being said, we have that deep bench that way, so it's all there, so we can kind of make that go. I mean, and as I said, I also kind of see it as an investment. The idea is people say they want to come to this, they want to see a game like this. If I don't have it, let me invest in it. It also gives me an opportunity to open up my horizons a little bit too. So in that way, it's I don't necessarily see a element of that. Look, if it costs something like I have to take a mortgage out, say, like Panzer Dragoon Saga for the Sega Saturn, it's okay, fine. But look, if I could get something like that running, figure it out, and try and get it as original I can, just because I want to make sure that we're not going to be a case where the game's not going to run right because of that emulation problem, say. I'll do it, damn it, I will. I will try and go into stuff I can. It's one of those cases where, fine, as soon as that Panzer Dragoon Choose Vi remake gets announced as far as when is it coming out, I'm buying that day one. I want to say to Forever Entertainment and Megapixel Studios that, yeah, you remade these games. You did a great job with Panzer Dragoon 1, despite issues I had with the loading on the Switch version. And I'm going to assume that one's going to be done well, too. So, if that's the case, can they remake Panzer Dragoon Saga next? I'd love to see that. And the idea is hey, doing it right. Do it more like Rez this way. Don't do it the way that you did with Tales of Symphonia as far as Namco. And I guess the half and half with Reel of Katamari's. Oh shit! Yeah, it was close. Sometimes I got so bent off as far as some of those other things, I wasn't watching where it was going. I mean, look, I'll say this, I'll go with one thing, since we're about to come to the boss before we get to that. When it comes to, the porting thing, and me complaining about that, or us complaining that, look, I work in a tech field. I understand full well how difficult video gaming development is. I really do. I have that background. I have a computer science degree for the purpose of understanding that. So I'm not saying, no, it's easier to take a game from older system and then paste it in to something else. I admit that. But it's also the case of hey, when you see it done really well, you see a case where it's not, it's more of a problem. Here we go, this Star Child. Remember the end of 2001 Space Odyssey? This is it. More or less. So we'll see this again. We'll see how it goes. Who are you? Also, I don't think you're going to be in a case of, you know, being able to do the hit down thing in score attack, but fine. Just in case you are, let's run the overdrive. Fine, I'm going to do what I probably should not be doing, which is running the overdrive on all the elements of this first phase. Fine, I'll roll out 2 of them. Oh, there you go. There are the targets. In this case, yeah, this is where it gets more difficult because you do have to pay attention. All right, fine. There goes Star Child. Yeah, unfortunately, Star Child is now a black orb, which is normally the max level if you don't have Star Child. Fine, Star Child's only here in the last area. You do not get the Star Child. Ah, crap. Fine, get the man who fell down to Earth. As far as the second to last form, yeah. Normally that black orb is your top form, but in this area, because it's all about the idea of Eden. I guess where Child of Eden comes from, the sequel to this. Fine, I guess it's definitely a sequel to this if that's the idea, that this has to be tying it that way, and I'm pretty sure it is. Alright, so yeah, just get through this, and we'll see how this goes. Yeah, this also goes to what Gemini 96 you were saying, the idea of the stress element. So look, I beat this level already as far as the story mode, so I don't have stuff to prove exactly. But the idea of what is the feeling of this area, because you have 5 forms to run through. You have the stuff going on with story saying, like, don't come any closer now. And they kind of put it out there. Actually, it is kind of like Star Fox on Super Nintendo when it came to, like, the alternate area, or, like, the weird area, like the weird zone, whatever they called that from Star Fox Super Nintendo. Which I should know, because we played that game last year. But that being said, the idea of, like, what's that stress element with it, and also then how are you going to take that in, really? You see, like, all the stuff on screen. That's where it gets stressed. Like, oh, shit, look at all those electrodes there. If I don't do something about that, I'm going to get myself hurt. I'm going to level down. I get to level 0. I'm going to die. Or if you're Morolian, you're going to be that way anyway. Like, how do you handle this? So it's the idea of, like, okay, kind of a distance element. So basically it's pretty much, I guess, a lot of spatial positioning. Fine, like a lot of shooters really are, but this is unique even as far as other shooters. Even other shooters that I could say play like this. Like Panzer Dragoon. I mean, even compared to something like that, oh shit, I didn't, oh. Okay, yeah, I'll definitely put a flashing light on that. I mean, they give you an element of flashing light, but it's like, fine, I didn't know it was going to happen that way. Was that close? But alright, fine, I'm in the orb again, so let's see. Why? Because we have a show to do, my friends. And we have a game to celebrate that has you in it. There's also something that, I guess, yeah, you're right, you kind of get into the zone on it. I mean, because here's the thing about this. It is a shooter, but it's also kind of a music rhythm game, but, well, fine, it's a lot of things, really. Fine, it's not explicitly a music rhythm game, because, like, hey, you're not necessarily, like, strumming to the beats of the music. The shots are going to the beats of the music, though, if nothing else. So, in that way, you can kind of get into a zone of that, like with a music game, like the ones we played at the show, stuff like Space Channel 5 and Karaoke. Well, we didn't play Karaoke Revolution. We can sort of play that, and I will just briefly show part of Karaoke Revolution Volume 3 from the PlayStation 2 when we play Metal Gear Solid 3. That's going to come way down the road, but that's when we'll do that. I was going to say also, I meant Mad Maestro and Guitar Man, especially with the last music game we played. Yeah, I'm talking about another game, like, yeah, without the deep bench we have on the show as far as people. Yeah, the game is a bit expensive, so the question of, yeah, easier access to that. EdWack gave us the hookup on that one, so there you go. And even though we're showing on Switch Online as far as Earthbound, that's another one. Gemini 96, I know, has that game on Super Nintendo as far as how it is. It's a game that goes for a lot of money, so unless you have the Switch Online element, you download it on Wii U, like I did before, or when you could buy it that way still, yeah, you're not going to be able to easily play that. Are you afraid? No, not anymore. I mean, but it is intimidating, so that's the idea of it as well. So we can go into that as far as this, which is, yeah, you look at that, you see this big thing, you realize, hey, I'm in 360-degree movement, which you're not always in this game. It's not like Panzer Dragoon. You can switch your direction around constantly, which is a good thing on one hand, but that's also another case, like when you're in something like this, like, oh shit, look at all these energy bolts. The green stuff, where's that one coming from? Which is closest to me? Oh, unfortunately, that was too close. But the idea, like, I guess if nothing else, it's kind of, I guess, the idea of, I guess, trying to stay calm under pressure, but the idea that, look, it's not always easy to stay calm under pressure. I can prove that. But also the idea, like, you're going to feel that element. In fact, I'll tell you this. Maybe not the same idea. When we played Blast Corps for the Nintendo 64 last year, I remember I did Oyster Harbor, which was insanely hard. I did that on my first try, to spoil that way. But the way I did that, if you go back to that play, if you didn't see that, the way I was kind of in a bit of my mental state, you can kind of hear that as far as me. Even the idea, like, when I beat it, and I was at this complete sense of relaxation, I was kind of just recovering a little bit from that. In the case of this game, though, I mean, even for this area, I'm not necessarily getting a sense of being in a case of, oh, I gotta, really regain myself that way. I don't know, maybe I'm in a zen. Maybe that's the idea, Whoa! Let's use this overdrive. Speaking of Earthbound, the dialogue in this part reminds me of some of the dialogue in the final boss of Earthbound. Okay, so I'm gonna be glad to get to that. Absolutely. So in that case, I guess, thank you for showing up as far as this one as it is and giving that insight. I mean, because just to go into that, I know that, very briefly, I know that with Earthbound, and we'll have credence to this very soon as far as our off-screen stuff, and then especially play it, the idea that that's a game that is very open to interpretation, and fine, in that case, you could say the same thing with Rez, really. Because I don't know necessarily if there's, like, one answer, like, what's the answer to this, what's the dialogue. I mean, I get a little bit of that because I know one of the sounds for the Soundstone that we got has an area that has, like, stuff on the screen that way, similar to this. I mean, which is not giving the story of Earthbound exactly, it's giving ideas like what it's going to be. I'm being vague enough, so, like, hey, people play the game, they know what I'm talking about. People who haven't played the game are going to be like, what do you mean by that? Like, well, you'll see. I said, I'm not going to spoil that game before we play it. That's for sure. But there's something to be said about that, and thank you for that insight as far as it, because, yeah, it is a very elliptical game. Something like Earthbound, you say that as well, but also something that, actually, in some ways, these games, weirdly enough, Rez and Earthbound, I think, in a certain way, kind of go hand in hand in the sense that they take a genre, an established style of play, and they twist it around in terms of what it's doing with gameplay, for sure, and they do that in the service of its more elliptical and more open to interpretation and, complex narrative as far as how it's telling itself, really. Which, in a lot of ways, I mean, I guess that explains why when it came to, well, with Earthbound for sure, but also with Rez, the idea of why did this game have a cult following? Why is it something that, and, I mean, Earthbound's a case like that as well. The game didn't necessarily sell that great, but something that people who know that game, they love that game, it means a lot. And with Rez, I get that as well. Because I'd heard this game as far as other people saying, like, this is something that, when you look at the landscape of the PlayStation 2 when this came out, this was in 2002, this is like only like a year and a half so into the system's life. There's a lot of interesting stuff in the library that you kind of dig out as far as things that were doing stuff really, really different. I mean, we had those Shadow Hearts as far as that for PlayStation 2, but especially that early, when you think about it, it's stuff that really still is sticking with people. And we said, which is not to discount other stuff that was on that system or of other games at the time, but there's something really interesting, kind of take a look at it at a modern look, and look at it, because you don't think, oh, me and modern look, like, wait, there's something unacceptable about it. No, we're going to look at a game anyway, no matter what that might be, put in context for that, whatever that might be, if it's something like that. Rez is not a game with that, Earthbound's not a game with that, as far as I can tell, but also something that, looking at it that way, it's interesting to kind of see, and sometimes it's a question, like, hey, a game that maybe was missed the first time. I guess with Rez is a good example, because Rez was a game that didn't sell massively on the PlayStation 2 or the Dreamcast when Japan had it there, or on that system I should say. But now in the years it's gotten a lot of respect. It must have sold well as far as its later versions, because we've gotten tons of them. So it is something that's easily available now, or readily available, in ways that it was not initially when it first came out. And kind of the same with Earthbound in the sense that it was on Super Nintendo, but it is also on Switch Online, so even though, let's not lie here, you don't have ownership of any of the Switch Online stuff, hopefully whenever the Switch stuff gets turned off in, like, I don't know, 10 years, so maybe if that, hopefully they'll make it so, like, you can offline run all of the Switch Online stuff. That would be really nice of Nintendo to do. I don't know if they would, but it'd be nice of them to do that, so in that case, like, hey, it doesn't have to do a check of checking if you can be playing this game for that. It's like, hey, you can kind of have an ownership of the game like that way. But either way, putting that aside, they'd be like, hey, it is readily available. You have a Switch, and you have a Switch Online account of any kind. You can play this. I mentioned that to Blood Space Moon last week when we played Lunar for the next part. I think I said, did you play Earthbound? I was like, no. Do you have the Switch Online service? Like, yeah, I do. Like, yeah, you can play this. So, now those getting these experiences that clearly mean a lot to a lot of people. Even if they weren't necessarily things that sold millions of copies, or millions of units, or millions of downloads, as it might be, depending on what it is. It's still something that, hey, it's getting it out there, and it is, if nothing else, we sometimes said this, maybe this is also going back to saying, like, hey, why are people upset about some of the re-releases, remakes, or remasters of things that drop the ball and stuff? And that is because, hey, you know, preservation of game for future generations, the idea of something like Rez is something I can imagine people coming in like 20 years from now. Fine, we're over 20 years from it already, but I can imagine them coming back to this after all that time, looking at this and saying, like, yeah, this is doing something unique. This is a fun game. It's a hard game, for sure, but it's also something that you want to keep playing it. You kind of want to go into it. It's something that, as I said, it's something really elliptical. You think, like, there's no way in hell, maybe. Okay, chat, feel free to go into this that way. I don't know if you're looking at this like, could I necessarily play this? Necessarily. Look, I don't necessarily believe in the idea, like, no, you can't, as far as that. Like, I think anybody can feasibly play any game they want, as far as if it hits them specifically and it gets them into that rhythm that says that they want to keep playing that until they're great at it. And I think Rez is a game like that. You can definitely say that that's that element as far as what this is, but also something that, it looks like that kind of game, but also the kind of thing that, for some reason, it makes sense when you see it. As I said, Tetsuya Mizuguchi even said, like, I tried to market this to Sega, or probably pitch this to Sega. They weren't sure what to say about this initially, but then he said, like, fine, I had a prototype thing going on. Like, at that point, he's like, that was all I needed to say. That was all it needed, because right then, I guess the idea, like, a picture's worth 1,000 words, or more words, or, fine, to go the Family Guy perspective, pictures are better words because some words are big and hard to understand, but the idea that with something like this, you look at it and he's like, I could sit here and describe what you're seeing, which I've been doing, because, like, hey, that's what I do on the show, to kind of give that much lip service. Like, any game will deserve any kind of description for it that way, to kind of go into what does it mean necessarily for it, and why is it something that, you know, you'd want to play. But also just looking at this, you might think, like, hey, this looks like something appealing. This might be something I want to take a look at. Maybe even if it's just as a lark, like, let me see what this is like, and maybe find something you really get attached to, you know? And sometimes that's been the best case of me with stuff like that. I kind of play a game off of nothing, or other people saying that, and that's the other reason I'll take those view requests. It's like, hey, people say, like, I did not, you know, I wanted to see a game I might not have played much or played at all. It's one of those things that I love, that discovery. I mean, look, I mentioned this with Tekken 3 about a month ago. I said, I wasn't huge on that until Electrus asked for it. I said, I want to play this and kind of just understand this, and I totally fell in love with it. It gave me that second chance to kind of really get deep into it. And so in that case, that's kind of why I'll do that. Uh-oh. Fine, we're going to use the other one. Yeah, if nothing else, they can at least get rid of all the shots there. And alright, that's not quite the final form I'm in, but, fine, it's 2 back from the final form. Maybe I did get a 95% hit. I doubt it, but we'll see. But yeah, this is, again, what the end of the game looks like. So fine, I did twice on one show. Jeez. In some ways, I think I did better on this one because I didn't take as many hits, but still... Actually, with score attack... Okay, fine, it's just going to run on that. Okay, I got tons of points on that. Whether it... How does it calculate the idea of, like, hit rate and stuff? Okay, not number 1, but, like, fine, number 2. They do give you defaults, and you can run local, and also, have online leaderboards. Actually, does it tell you? Okay, it's just points. Okay, so fine. Score attack is just points. We showed beyond... yeah, I think I showed everything as far as that. We showed traveling mode. Dragged Assault's going through everything at once. We did transmission. Alright, fine. I guess the last thing we'll do is... What this look like on the PlayStation 2, and maybe the Dreamcast. I'll have videos also of plays of those versions in the link list when I edit this, just to give a sense. But remember, this is Rez HD, but this is what it looked like on the PlayStation 2. You can kind of tell that, because it's very chunky with the, I guess the, jagged polygons a little bit. I don't know if this had, like, if they did an anti-alias for this on PlayStation 2 as far as, like, building it into the game itself, because the system didn't have it built in, I know that. On the Dreamcast, it did. I don't know if that's how it looked on the Dreamcast as well. But, alright, let's look at, Area 1. Now, just seeing, yeah, it is in, it's in, 4x3 display. Yeah, do not adjust your set. This is intended. So yeah, you can play it both ways. So, okay, that's the other thing. When you come to something like this, they said, like, fine, let's straight port the original game as much as we can. But even then, looking at this, like, hey, what this is doing as far as the PlayStation 2, yeah, it does look more jagged. But yeah, this is how I saw it. This is what happened. I'm recreating my experience looking at this on a CRT television at Otakon in 2007, surrounded by other games and other sounds. Playing this level. It was this level, because it was the first one. Just looking at this, seeing what this is about. This is what transfixed me. So in that case, I think this is the perfect way to kind of go when it comes to this look over. Alright, so there you go. And yeah, there you go with the stuff with Rez. Yeah, this is a good game. This is a really good game. And a great request as far as Electverse is concerned, and I'm happy to have fulfilled it. I guess as I go along with this, because yeah, it's basically going to be what it looked like on the PS2, as I said. I'm guessing it was the PS2 specifically. Yeah, if you're liking what you're seeing, as I mentioned, this has been released modern now. There's Rez Infinite, which is on the PlayStation 4, the PlayStation 5, which just came out on 4 months ago. I didn't know it was that recent as far as it was a total rebuild. They rebuilt it in Unreal Engine 5 for the PS5 version, 4 for the PS4 version, and I believe they ported that PS4 version to the Oculus Quest, so you want to VR this game. Yeah, imagine doing this first person, which, by the way, one thing I'm also not showing, you can unlock camera options for this. I believe you have to get number 1 scores for all the levels in Score Attack in order to get that. Did I get the... Okay, good. I was like, wait, did I hit that one specifically? Yeah, there is a first-person mode to play in the game normally for this. But yeah, the Oculus Quest version. Imagine, like, yeah, the VR headset. And a lot of Mizuguchi's games have VR versions. There's Space Channel 5 Kinda Funky Newsflash. There is this. There's Tetris Effect Connected, or Tetris Effect, I think. So it's a Tetris Effect game. I know Electverse mentioned to me specifically at one point saying that it's almost like a religious experience playing Tetris Effect that way. I will show Tetris Effect, by the way, as far as the Switch Puzzle Showcase, because I think I mentioned specifically going to do that one. So yeah, you do have other ways to play. Is that that's a unique way to play it. It is on the PC. It is on Steam. I don't know how much it costs on Steam, but it's not much. I mean, I'll probably also link to the Steam page for it if you're like, hey, you want to see this running on the PC that way. Which probably, I guess, the one to go with as far as, you know, maybe be able to mod this. I don't know if people have modded this game this way. I don't know what a modded community in this game looks like, or necessarily look like. I guess maybe, if anything, it might be changing the character, because we have the Merolian here from Space Channel 5. Maybe put somebody else in there. I don't know. Perhaps. Yeah, I'll see if I can find anything about what that looks like. And on Xbox 360, as I said at the beginning of the show, I was wrong when I said this was delisted. I thought it was from this version. It's not. It is downloadable on the Xbox 360 and only the Xbox 360 for $10. And if you have, if you also want to get it on disc, there is Cubed, Q-U-B-E-D, which was released by Atari. So like, that's weird. It's Atari releasing a game that came out of Sega. And yeah, as far as that, which is a disc release that has this game. It has Lumines Live, which is the Xbox Live arcade version of Lumines from the Xbox 360 that is backwards compatible on the other Xbox consoles. And Every Extend Extra Extreme, which is another version of Every Extend Extra, which is also by Tetsuya Mizuguchi. It came on the PSP initially, and again they ported it to the 360. It's on all the other it's on the other Xbox systems playable. So yeah, of all the Mizuguchi joints from 360, as far as, you know, backwards compatibility, they didn't do this one. And I think Child of Eden was backwards compatible for that, although if you do play it that way, you cannot use the Kinect on the Xbox One. I think, assuming it is. If that's wrong, I'll put an ad down saying, like, no, it's not backwards compatible. I thought it was. But Rez is not, so yeah, if you're running Rez on your Xbox console, you gotta have a 360 for it. But it doesn't cost much, and you can still get it. And I don't know necessarily if it would be a case of saving money for, actually, no, it's not really, because I've seen Cube for $40, which has the other games. They were $10 a pop. Actually, wait, were they? I can't remember if Lumines. No, Lumines was $10 on this. Every Cent Extra, I believe, was, 10, 15, I think. Yeah, so Cubed is like $40. I've seen, like, Yeah, it's seen new for $40. I think Amazon has it for $40 brand new. I think, despite the fact that it came out in 2009, so that's a far back one to get a new copy of. But in that case, yeah, you have that. And as far as other Hajime Mizuguchi games, I know there's Medios. It was on DS initially. They did a 360 version. Medios Wars, I think it was called. Actually, I might have the demo out on my Xbox dashboard. I might go back there and take a look at what it is. Just for the purpose of that. Yeah, that's on this as well. Yeah, for the Rez case, and it's also on the PS2, and if you want to import the Dreamcast version, it's on that as well. Yeah, it is a good one, and it is unique. It looks great. It sounds great. It is something that definitely took a lot of chances. The idea of what the team of this really wanted to accomplish with this game, I think they succeeded. It is one of those things that, yeah, I don't know, maybe you look at it and think, like, is it too strange for its own good? I don't think so. I think it's something that it looks weird, as I said, maybe on the surface, but when you get into it and really dig the layers back, or dig out the layers of this boss, as it is with Earth Terra, it somehow makes sense, and it's something that it is very compulsive, it's very fun, it's something that, even as it might be kicking your ass up and down the joint with Area 5 and other stuff, as you're kind of understanding how it works, like avoiding the bolts and all that stuff, yeah, you want to keep playing, you want to keep coming back. It is a great showpiece of the game. It's one of those things you might want to put on a party, say like, hey, you know, just show this to people, say like, what's this looking like? And it'll be a game that attracts the crowd, like, what is this? So it makes a great discussion point that way. And now, maybe the idea of like a video game as a discussion point, not the idea, because look, I guess if you're going to like, throw a party or something, as far as like a house or something, you'll have people like, hey, you'll be focusing on gaming that way. Or you'll say like, hey, you know, let's show off, let's play a game that everybody really likes, something like, I don't know, Mario Kart, Mario Party, Super Smash Brothers, you know, Jack, quiz games of some sort, puzzle games even, whatever you want. But something like this that could be a great showpiece. I mean, even if you just get this on the PlayStation 2, I mean, it is a fantastic game on the PlayStation 2. And it does showcase some interesting stuff that you don't quite see on that system. Yeah, so I would highly recommend this. And yeah, Electverse definitely made a good choice as far as wanting to see this. I mean, as I say, we're going to get to this game anyway. I'm glad we got to it. I'm glad we're getting to it. I'm having a great time as far as this. And yeah, I think this game is fantastic. If you haven't played it, I would recommend it. Yeah, if nothing else, is also the kind of thing like, yeah, and the music. Music is awesome in this game. My God, it's fantastic. As I said, it's not all licensed. Some of it I think is, okay, there is a licensed track in this that I don't think we saw. So first I said, we're going to get a copyright strike on this game. But the answer is, I don't think we are. I couldn't even find what it is. It's actually a Motown song, California Soul, by, is that right? Yeah, California Soul, which is by The Messengers. But I don't know where it is, and I think it might be only in this version. Which is maybe also where the confusion, I guess, lied when I said, like, hey, I thought this was delisted. Because first I said, hey, I can't find this on the store anymore. But I was like, no, I own it. That's probably why. For that one, anyway. But also thought, like, the credits only showed it in this version, but I don't know where it is. Maybe you have to get one of the good endings. I don't know. But, I uploaded each level as far as this on my off-screen stuff. Just to make sure that, yeah, we're not going to get that. Like, I want to show a game that people want to see. And if, look, we have to go into a licensed content thing, like, I have to cut stuff out as far as, you know, muting music. I'll go there if I have to, you know. So it's like, you know, we'll do that. I mean, I'd like to, you know, play it the other way if it goes to that. Like, sometimes I can't. It's like, well, you know what, fine. We'll do what we have to do, and we'll get you whatever you want to see on the show. For sure. And, yeah, like, great choice as far as this. And as far as, I guess, the next Mizuguchi game we're going to play, I guess it's going to be limited when we get to the Switch Puzzle Showcase, which we're doing in November, by the way. That's going to be 2 days after Thanksgiving, because that is our annual custom. I'm looking forward to doing that show for sure. Like, I always like to, because in that case, it's like great variety. Just kind of jumping back and forth between game and showing a lot of neat stuff. As far as the next full look at a Mizuguchi game as a dedicated program, I'll talk with the Crochet Nerd 64 because I know, as I said, he's played a bunch of his games. Because he played Child of Eden. I said, I think we played Space Channel 5 last year. I said, yeah, if you want to call Child of Eden, that's all yours. I'm pretty sure he wants to be on for Space Channel 5 Part 2. I think we probably need to do the Space Channel 5 stuff together. Talk about games that him and I are on the same wavelength on in particular, and the idea of also a game that looks strange to the surface, but then you play it and it kind of makes sense and it's infectious. It's something you're really glad that you have that in the world of video gaming as far as it. And also, by the way, if you do it to quit out, just like, which has the player status to default power levels, that means basically is that since I got up to level 2, 3, I believe it was, it means if I do a quit out, it'll hold that for the next area I go to. But if I do a quit out, in fact, I'll show this. I go back to standard, it starts me back at level 1. So the idea is like, hey, if you're going to play this game, you might want to play it all in a row. Or if you want to take a break, pause it, or, stay on the menu here. Yeah, but I think, fine. Just because I said I was going to look at this, the thing with Meteos, just because I'm going to go to my Xbox dashboard. Also, if nothing else, I'll give you a little extra thing. This is going to be a preview of everything is up here on the Xbox 360 for downloads and also for stuff installed to the drive, because this is a showcase show I want to do at some point. I don't know when I'm going to do this or when I'm going to be able to do this. I've been thinking, when are we doing this? Delisted Xbox Live Game Night, or feasibly anything Xbox Live Game Night, which Aegis Wing technically is a delisted one because we did show that in the shooter showcase. Afterburner Climax, God, I wish I bought this. This is from Sega. It's a redo of Afterburner. It's fantastic. I missed this before they got rid of it. I was really disappointed. I missed it. So it's cases of stuff like that. Alien Hominid, which I don't think that got delisted. There's a take on that. That's the Behemoth. That's an interesting one. It was a Flash game, and then they put it on a bunch of systems, and this is the 360 version. Alien Isolation. If I can get away with showing this as far as licensed stuff, I'd love to show this. This game is absolutely terrifying. It's from Sega as well, and I believe it was... What's the Creative Assembly? Who made this? Let me see. And this will probably be where we'll stop the show after we're done with this. Fine, I have just 2 because you can install it direct. Actually, you have to install it direct on 360, and it is on other systems. I bought it on 360 before I had an Xbox One, I think. Actually, no, I didn't. I bought it on this because it was on sale dirt cheap for 360, but it is an interesting one. It's one of the best Aliens games there is, along with Aliens vs. Predator 2. Axel Pixel, Bongo Missile Fury. This is a sort of sequel to Bongo from Dreamcast that also got the list. I can show that. Banjo-Kazooie, Edwack, that's yours. We're going to do that eventually. He will lead us. He will use this version. Bastion, which is an interesting one. It's a super... It's not Supermassive Games. I'm trying to remember the name of the company. They also made Hades, specifically. There was a game based on Battlestar Galactica. That's long gone. But that's also a factor. Bion Commander Rearm games. I have the first one, which is not backwards compatible with Xbox One, but 2 is. Some indie stuff that I don't have completely. There's Beat Hazard. I don't know if I could show that or how the demo of indie games are, because those are long gone as far as how that is. That people of Katamari will play that game eventually. Blade Kitten. That's by the people who made the the Tasmanian Tiger games. I never played that. Well, maybe I did briefly. I downloaded a bunch of stuff years ago. And just have my Xbox Live history stuff. I just downloaded stuff hey, to get ready for this. Bliss Island, Bloodbrain Betrayal, which I know that's got delisted, but it's on Switch now. Bomberman stuff. There's Bomberman Live and Bomberman Live Battlefest. We're doing Bomberman World on the PS1, or PlayStation, I should say, about a month. Looking forward to doing that. Boogie Bunnies, I want to show this. Talk about puzzle games that are really interesting with cute little bunnies there. Boom Boom Rocket, which is a fireworks game, kind of like Fanavision on the PS2. It has control support with a Guitar Hero Rock Band guitar. It is interesting. Braid, which I can mute the music, and then we play that. An indie game I actually own fully. This is a buck. This was Breath of Death 7: The Beginning. It's kind of like a parody of stuff like Zelda or Final Fantasy. It's interesting. It definitely was cheap. It's one I played a little bit, but one I think I could give another look to. Bubble Bobble Neo. We'll show Bubble Bobble at some point. I think we're going to do the Title Legends collection because I first wanted to see that when we do for the next compilation program. We're going to do Title Legends on probably the PS2, maybe the Xbox for that one. There's Bubble Bobble, and we'll show that. Buku Sudoku, that I believe has got delisted. Burnout Crash, I had to mute all the music on that because, if I can. Because there's music to that that's integral to the gameplay, including stuff by Gloria Stefan and the Primitives and Spandau Ballet. It's more like, hey, you have to do things in game and it plays a music cue. I'm going to figure on that. But when we get to Burnout at some point, I think I want to start with the first one because I love Burnout. I've wanted to show Burnout on this program for so long. Carcassonne, I will definitely show that as far as the delisted thing because this is a board game, a German board game, I believe. The 360 game is awesome. There's more modern takes on this, but it is a terrific game. I love it. Carnival Showtime, that's a demo I have of an indie game that kind of this physics platformer thing that I I played it briefly. I don't know if this even still works. The indie game stuff is kind of off as far as how Xbox 360 is concerned. Castle Crashers will probably use the... I have it on Xbox One. We'll probably use it on that. It's also by the people who made Alien Hominid the Behemoth. The remake of Castle of Illusion, we're definitely going to show that. It's full show, because that's a really good one. And I love my Castle of Illusion as it was. Castlevania Lord of Shadow, Mirror of Fate. This was on 3DS. They ported it to the consoles. Yeah, we definitely could show that at some point. I think it is one of the most recent games in the Castlevania franchise. Konami, want a new Castlevania, please, as far as that. As well as Catan, or the Settlers of Catan specifically. Hey, gang. Hey, Lake. First, so good to see you tonight. We finished Rez, but you know what? You're here. I was just going over stuff on 360. I'm not leaving you go home empty-handed. We're going to... I'm booting up Rez again. We're going to do a level. Thank you, by the way, for requesting this game. Also, fine, I came out here for another reason. I just want to see about that Meteos thing. Meteos Wars. Okay, that's it. Okay, it's not backwards compatible for this. All right, fine. Let's go back to Rez. Yeah, because, I'm not ending the show with the man who requested this game of me for the purpose of it without you being able to see it. We can go into that. Feel free now, in this case, to go into all your memories. I'll pull out, actually, do you have a request a level you want to see? I will absolutely do that. Thank you, by the way, for making this request. I've been having a great time playing this game, no question. And absolutely, I can make another element to keep going. Yeah, because this is a good one. And I'm glad to have fulfilled this. And fitting we do this weekend, as I mentioned, because last year we did Space Channel 5 for the, for the show for the last week. Or the first week of June, and that way. Let's load up again. Fine, I guess the other thing to do is, as I mentioned... Oh, wait, no, not that. I go back into Beyond mode, because, I was mentioning with Space Channel 5... And fine, let me see how far I can get a direct assault. Wait, no, go back. No, I want to proceed. Because what I want to do is, I want to open up... I don't know if you've unlocked all the forms of this. You can unlock the Merolian from Space Channel 5. I'm going to show you the Merolian from Space Channel 5 running the direct assault. See how far we can get. Maybe we can get better. Feel free to go in your memories on Rez as far as how it is. And if this HD edition on Xbox 360 is the one you played first or whatever it is. As mentioned earlier, my experience was initially I played on the PS2 at an anime convention when it cost a lot of money. I was totally transfixed and I loved it. And I'm glad to be playing it now. I had to move out of my apartment because the building caught fire. I just finished moving my brother's basement. Oh my god, I am so sorry. I hope you're doing okay. I hope your family's doing okay. I'm sorry that you went through that. If nothing else, I hope that, this might be the kind of thing to kind of relax a bit as far as that. Oh my god, I hope you're doing okay. I'm sending my best to you as, always we do as far as that. We care about each other on this program. That's how it operates. Yeah, don't worry about that. No problem. We're glad to see you, and we're glad to have your accompaniment, as always. And getting us to play this game, it's awesome. You absolutely had a great element to this. I mean, as I said, I played this game before as far as this version. I've had it for, actually since it came out on 360 about 15 years ago. But it's also something that, as I said, it's one of those things that playing it more, I'm loving it more and more and more. And I already loved it before as far as how it was, so I'm definitely down to be enjoying this even more. Yeah, I don't know if you ever unlocked this. In my case, I hadn't unlocked most of this until yesterday, actually, because, as was mentioned earlier on the show, I've been extremely busy this week. Well, I gotta pick that up. I can't completely get on the element of drinking my water that way and let the game go. I said, am I gonna be able to do this game the justice that I want to give the viewer requests justice for? And, because I gotta be honest, I was a little concerned on that. I'm not gonna lie. I said, I barely had time to practice this game until just Thursday and Friday. Just because of the edit from last week's. I rented this back in the day. So, in that case, you played it on the PlayStation 2. I'm right about that, then? Because I believe, except the Dreamcast version, that is the only physical version of this game. Actually, no, that's not true. Cubed is on Xbox 360, where it's a disc that has this in it. Or this version specifically in it. And I was wrong when I said weeks ago that this was delisted. It's not. You can still go buy this for $10. But you just need an Xbox 360 specifically. It will not run on the new Xbox systems. I did play it on PlayStation 2 and gave it away for free. And then they gave it away for free on the PlayStation 4. Right, and we played Katamari Damacy Reroll 2 years ago. That you mentioned. You were the one that said, like, hey, they're giving a bunch of games free on the PlayStation 4 and runnable on PlayStation 5, and that being one of them. How is Rez Infinite? I have not played it. I know Nocturne has it. I'm going to probably follow up with her because we're doing Mega Man Legends 2 next week. Feel free to tell how that is. Or also, have you played the Oculus version of this? I know you're an Oculus person as far as how it is. I know you said you were that way with Tetris Effect, saying how amazing that was to play. I think you said something about it being almost like a religious experience. I think you said that when we played Star Fox on Super Nintendo, I think. But yeah, feel free to go into that or any elements of Rez got. It's good, but I have not played the VR edition of this. I can imagine it being interesting. And this game does have, I was not able to unlock this, it does have a VR mode, well, not VR mode, it has a first-person mode, I should say, where you change the camera. Because it defaults to this, but you can also run it with that way. So I can imagine that being an interesting one. And as I said also earlier, there were a lot of games of Tetsuya Mizuguchi's that got VR games, or fine, VR editions. Because there was this, there was Space Channel 5, there was Tetris Effect. I don't know if Luminous had one specifically. But yeah, it's good as far as Rez Infinite. Yeah, because I know Rez Infinite I know is a rebuild of every Rez game. It ran on the Unreal Engine 4, I believe, and then it just came out on PS5 4 months ago, I believe. I didn't know it was that recent that the PS5 edition came out. I don't remember people here saying like, hey, you know, engine change, it's weird how the game is running, because like maybe there's something off with it, but yeah, I mean, based on what I'm seeing here, like, this is not running Unreal Engine back in that day. In fact, I don't, actually, now I'm thinking about it, I don't think Sega was running Unreal Engine at all until maybe the Xbox 360 era. I don't remember if they even had games that ran that as far as on that console, because I know in the late 2000s, tons of games were being built that way. And you have that today with that, and then also Unity, as far as like an engine element. Fine, a big, well-known name engine element, specifically. I mean, some people build their own engines. We mentioned that before with stuff. Including Team Andromeda, who actually, a lot of people who worked there worked on this game, as it was. And you can kind of tell that, but it's also something that it does kind of stick out as something unique, even against, you know, a game like that. Yeah, we're going deeper into the system. My god, the music, holy crap, the music is so good in this game. It really gets you in this great sense of like the build of what's going on. You had barely anything as you started off like going in, and then we're going in further, and you're like, yeah, it's getting serious now. It's definitely eye candy. Oh yeah, absolutely. But it also has kind of an interesting, you know, element to itself as far as what it's doing. You're kind of seeing, I'll say this, like you have like the little waves going on that kind of goes with the music. Almost like when you play, if you listen to music like on a computer or something, and you see like the wave signs going along with that, kind of something like that. We're also seeing like the famous artwork, I guess. And yeah, the idea is that you're going into the internet this way. This is 2002, going into the internet, 2001, as far as the original Dreamcast PS2 editions in Japan. Or going into, like, the Sphinx. Like, yeah, you're looking up maybe something for, like, Egypt or something. And it's awesome, my god. Yeah, it's eye candy, it's ear candy, it is, every sense candy, really. And if you're playing it, the element of it, it is, like, a feel candy as far as the rumble, or if you have that trans vibrator running the PS2 edition, or running the, controls on that. Which I guess, I don't know, does the Infinite have the replication of that? It was definitely interesting when I heard about that, the idea that that Rez trans vibrator for the PS2, it has a washable cover, and even Tetsuya Mizuguchi said, like, hey, it's something that kind of get other people into this game, and feasibly, you know, I'm not going to lie, it might be something that's more sensual, let's put it that way, maybe. But that being said, like, it goes massively to the point where I was doing my audio tests on this, I said, you know, wouldn't it be cool if I put the controller on the table? But it's like going, wow, like, I was like, Jesus Christ, there's no way I could play the game running that. Fine, I showed it briefly at the beginning of the show. I was like, fine, this is what it sounds like. That's why I can't quite do it. But this version, as you said, it's all 4 controllers. So, like, yeah, you basically have it going with everybody else. Like, fine, that's how this becomes a showpiece as far as, like, your party case. So, like, fine, you're in a party, just relax. Let's have this. Here's a controller. Feel the vibration. Like, what's this about? Especially at the end of, like, a long day or perhaps a stressful element, you know? I get that. Whilst at the same time, I said, the interesting dichotomy, Gemini 96 said this, the idea that it's a game that is very relaxing to look at, but also something that looks like it's stressful to play, and in my case, playing it, me thinking that it is a game that's stressful to play when it gets really hard, but also something that weirdly enough feels very relaxing at that point, so it's a massive element of contradictions, but I love it. And yeah, when you do have them rolling, it's going like the up, down, left, right, chew, chew, chew. Yeah, so something... Oh, it even does, like, the boing when you do the miss. Okay, I didn't hear that, actually. So, yeah, glad to have gone into that element that way. Yeah, it is gorgeous. And especially, I mean, look, this game looked amazing on the PS2, and I guess on the Dreamcast, well, fine. They look probably the same. Although I don't know how the anti-aliasing was on the PS... Oh, not on the PS2, on the Dreamcast. Because we didn't get that Dreamcast version here. It was Japan only. The PS2 was here, and yeah, it clearly got people's attention, sort of, kind of, with being a cult classic. And this 360 version, every other one. So, yeah, in this case, yeah, it is a good time as far as being a fan of Rez, because, yeah, or fine being one to play this if you never did, because it's easily available, but also you have tons of different versions. I can imagine this running on PS5. Wow. I'll talk to Doctor about that. I'll have an update when we do our show next week. I won't put an edit because I don't think I'll know until then, but that being said, I will ask her that way. I'll basically say, like, hey, you know, you never played Rez. I want to see you play Rez. We did it at the show last week, and you have this version, and I think you'd really like this. As far as something very elliptical, but also something that's kind of all these weird things about itself that way, as far as things that you're saying things about this game, or I've said these things about this game, as far as what it's doing well, that or the feelings it puts you in. It seemed like they shouldn't be making sense at the same time talking about what they do. The analyzation on, and then the shot down. Yeah, the problem for me as far as the shot down for all the unlocks is that you need 95% on the last level. And it is insanely hard to do that, and I could not do that. I tried. I really tried, but I could not. I mean, I only beat the last level yesterday, so that's the element of that. I had this game for 15 years on this console, and that's what it took. But alright, fine, let's try again for this. Yeah, I did this before I died here, and with the Merlin, you're in a one-hit kill mode, by the way. It's worth pointing that out. But nothing else also, this is the other thing. Yeah, this is your Saturday night dance party. I've always said, like, yeah, you know what, I kind of want to have that element. Actually, I guess this goes into another story as far as, like, a, convention thing. I remember I was at, MagFest one year. They were going to have a, like, a sing-along thing for Sonic R. I was like, I want to be involved in that. They canceled it. Like, why'd they cancel it? It was like, I was really sad. Like, I want my sing-along night, or my techno dance party night with Sonic R, damn it. It's like, fine, when we do Sonic R at some point, we're gonna handle it that way. And I guess we'll show the Saturn version off, because Nocturne has the Saturn version. She has the Japanese Saturn version, which is the same. It just doesn't cost like $300 the way the US version does. Even the point that's all in English, we said we'll definitely get that as far as Sonic R, show that, and other stuff, and other Mizuguchi elements, because, yeah, I mean, I don't know what other Mizuguchi game we want to do as far as next dedicated, because I know for the Puzzle Showcase, I'm going to show off Limitas for the Switch, specifically for that, but other ones, I mentioned specifically Child of Eden and Space Shuttle 5 Part 2, which, actually, I'm dead. Alright, fine, you know, I want to see one other thing, which is, okay, fine, I died on this, but if I'm gonna start this again briefly, and then I'll go to when I die on this, and then at that point I think that'll be that. I want to see if I start in a form that's not Merolian, or not the Merolian. Is it a one-hit kill? Fine, we have the, fine, okay, there is the, as I said, it's the Star Child from 2001: Space Odyssey by Stanley Kubrick. You ever seen that movie? I'm tempted to put a picture in, but I'm also saying, like, will that spoil the movie? Or for that matter, is it a case where the ending in that movie is something you have to pretty much watch, like, 3 or 4 times to kind of start to maybe get somewhere to understanding the idea, perhaps? Maybe. I'll think about that. Like, fine. Yeah, we're fine. You can run the Star Child basically on everything. But I also just want to see at some point I'm going to get hit. So if I do get hit, do I lose? You know, fine, let's find out now. Okay, I just go down a form. Okay. Actually, technically that is my max form, so like, okay, fine. Yeah, until you get to the last level, the max form is this thing. The black orb that way. I know level 0 is the disco ball. And then other variances of the Man Who Fell to Earth was Dolly Finn's indication, which is actually not a bad one. I'll picture that, yeah, when she first mentions it as far as when I edit. Yeah, it's weird. Sometimes I think about, hey, how do I handle the edit? Think about it in the future based on something. Like, what am I going to say to kind of get myself teed up, or us teed up, or how an edit might go. Yeah, and I don't think it's going to be as long of an edit as it was last week for Lunar, because it was almost 8 hours, and we had tech problems, so I had to kind of dance around that too, and show off other stuff. But yeah, that was, yeah, we had a great time as far as that, and a lot more going on as far as the shows we got going in the future. And the good news also, I guess, is that I don't have to play anything until 2 weeks, since the game I know really well, so I can also do much more time to practice Bomberman World, because I played it a bit as far as that, because that's the next viewer request as far as how it is. And we're celebrating the 4th anniversary of Bomberman. We do that in about a month, so I'll be all set to be able to run that by that time. And as I said, it does show one thing, which is like, yeah, we'll cover everything on the show. We'll play whatever you want to have. But also the idea of like that great variety. We'll also have a bunch of stuff going in long form. As I mentioned, yeah, we even have in chat tonight is that somebody's going to be involved for one of the RPGs we're going to do. Gemini 96 is going to be on. We do Earthbound in October. Oh, boom. Fine, I'll also tell one other thing, like, fine, because I'm also thinking about what other things did I notice this having played it for the show tonight, and then also for the prep for the show. And that was hearing stuff with the music, even like the bullet shots, because sometimes the hardest things for me when it comes to this game is being able to keep track of where the bullets come from. But sometimes you're on the soundtrack, it almost sounds like, hey, there's a bullet going on for that. So you can kind of get ready as far as that. So it's all these small things that are kind of building up into this game that does have this great cohesion that seems like maybe on the surface it might not, but it really does. And that's like, yeah, this game is a work of art. I'll say that right now. I think I'd like to think like maybe there's an idea of that for it, for like for you in particular, if you agree with that. But it definitely is something that is unique. And worth playing if you haven't played it, or worth going back to if you haven't played it in a while. Which is kind of my case with this one, because yeah, it's been a while since I played it. But it was also a case of, yeah, happy return, no question. Whoa. Oh, okay, they gave you an arrow pointing down there. Okay, I didn't see that before. So if nothing else, is also this. It was like, hey, we're going to be playing a level we've seen a couple times, but also there's always these little details to notice. It makes you realize that, yeah, they put a lot of thought and effort into this. This clearly was a game that, yeah, well, fine, Mizuguchi and the team that was involved, which is a lot of people who were involved with this, clearly loved what they were doing. They clearly loved the experience of making this. They said they wanted to do something unique. The way they did with Space Channel 5, which we showed last year. In some cases, yeah, I mean, it also is one of those things, like, fine, if Space Channel 5 was too short and maybe easy for you, this might be the next challenge that way. Or its sequel, as I said. Well, we'll figure what we're going to do with its sequel. I'll talk with the Crusader 64 as far as when he wants to do that, and also, I think he'd want to do the HD version, which we'd run the PS3 version, I believe, as far as that, because that's what I have it on. Because he said, like, hey, there's button lag with on the PS2, which I'm not going to doubt him, but I also want to understand specifically what that is. Yeah, he was like, yeah, where's the password protector? I was like, yeah, because sometimes, like, yeah, where's that going? Yeah, I gotta tell you, I do love the 360 element of this, or find the 360 rotation. Like, yeah, because I gotta be more specific speaking now. When playing an Xbox 360 game, it's like, oh, I love the 360 version or the 360 console or something. Like, no, it's kind of like a 360 shot in a movie. It was like kind of doing a rotation around, but the idea that also, like, hey, kind of focus that way as far as a shot. All right, so let's do this guy again. Yeah, we'll see how far I can get. If I can get all the way through this, that'll be case of it. If not, then that will be the element of it. But it's like, yeah, since it's not like the rolling, we're dying one. Yeah, I may as well give it another shot. In the meantime, then chat, feel free to go on anything else you got as far as Rez or anything else of Q Entertainment, United Game Artists, Rez Infinite, which is the company that Mizuguchi owns now, or anything else gaming. So yeah, we'll definitely have that going. Or just enjoy the beach, you know? That's the idea of it, you know? Honestly, in that way, like, I've wanted to do this game for a while just for the purpose of kind of trying to get that element going. And also, feasibly, that was the other thing, because I'll tell you this, like, we're just going one thing. When I was doing my notes on this game, I actually was so busy this week, I had to do them on my my lunch break. Actually, Gemini 96 was in witness when I was doing it on Thursday. And I said specifically, like, I was looking at the credits of this, who did the music as far as this. I was like, wait a second, is there licensed content to this? Am I going to be in trouble with this game if I show certain parts of it? Because there's a Motown song in this game by The Messengers. Like, I don't know where it is in this game, but I don't think we've seen it. Fine, I guess I'll know when I upload the final video, but I uploaded every level, actually, before we did this, as far as, you know, my practice stuff, and I didn't get copyright elements. Fine, I uploaded it as a private video, so nothing happened that way. So I think we should be fine, but, like, it was also one of those cases, like, God, I didn't want to be in a case of, at the end of this, there's, like, you asked for this game, and then me realizing, like, wait, there's licensed content I can't avoid. So I was like, well, thankfully, no. Yeah, as I said, I was not going to let this game go. I was not going to also come off in any way, shape, or form them half-assing this, even though I've been so busy. I feel like I'm going to come off this way, but honestly, I feel way better about it now. So actually, that's my element as far as difficult elements. I mean, hey, nothing like what you're saying you're going through, and as I said, I definitely some of the best stuff. Thank you so much for this request. I can't thank you enough for that, and for everything you do for the show, no question. Everybody in chat does for the show. You're the reason why I keep doing this every week. You're the reason why it's been 3 years since the start of this program, about in a month, and we're going all the way. We're not stopping. It's all you, and it's like, that's why I'll take the viewer requests as seriously as I take them. And make sure I'm doing them right, doing exactly the way you want them to see them done. And go as far the full way as I can. This is the only element in this one is that I can't show the boss rush off because of my inability to get the 95% on everything. But it's also something that, fine, we did show all the bosses, so we are going the full way, no question. I'll see how far we get with this mode as far as it when I die, if I die. And at that point, that will cover us. So in that case, I'm kind of doing more this way, because actually I didn't practice the, I guess, the transmissions, I guess. I don't know if these were in, I guess these were in Infinite, and I guess in the Dreamcast and PlayStation 2 versions, I think. Because I don't think they changed much of the content of them, exactly, because I don't think they did. I don't know what the other ones added, if anything, as far as new modes or anything. So in that case, I don't know, maybe running 360 was not the best version in that way as far as the completeness, but hey, if there is more in the other ones, as I said, Nocturne has Rez Infinite. We can rationalize a return to this if it has to come to that, and that'll be the idea. I mean, it's like with Wheel of Katamari, which I got the re-release of today in the mail, and have had some semi-choice words on certain things. Not horrible, though. Not completely, but it has stuff I'm kind of annoyed. The later levels are really hard. Yes. Yes, they are. I still can't believe I got through them as quickly as I did initially for the show for this. 4 and 5 in particular. Well, actually, okay, fine. Actually, the boss of 4 is easier than the boss of 3, I'd personally say. But it is something that, yeah, especially because you have to pay attention to so many things, or there's so many things you have to kind of have a focal point on, it can be very overwhelming. But then again, it's also the case that they use the primary colors of everything. Like, hey, all this stuff looks very, I guess the way the colors look, and there's nothing that's super bright to stand out until you get to cases of, you know, getting items popping out, or the overdrive items, or whatever that is. So you can kind of keep your eye, or even the bullets, because they do color the bullets specifically, so at that point you can kind of see something that's going to stick out enough. I mean, yeah, as I said, it took me 15 years until yesterday to beat Area 5. Not to mention, Area 5 has 5 different endings. I think. 5? Okay, yeah, it's 5 different endings. And one of them is if you die at that level. Like, yeah, it's a game over. I mean, I didn't get any of the good endings, because the good endings of that are... Well, first, the worst ending is if you get a game over there. The next ending, which is the one I got, is... I got twice, actually. You have to... you just have to beat the boss. Fine. Then you have to beat the boss in the final form, the Star Child form. Then you have to beat this boss, I believe, in the Star Child form, and have a 95% hit rate. And then the best ending is, ow, because I'm getting knocked, is having 100% hit rate. Like, I can't do that. And I know the way you're supposed to do that, just to go into it, is that when you see the, like the network crack thing as far as the passive protection box, usually the suggestion is you're going for a hit down rate to sort of ignore it so you can hit enemies specifically, or also wait to kill enemies so you can have them shoot out bullets, so then you can have more targets to hit and maximize what that chain is. Well, in this case, yeah, basically make it so that it goes up to max of 8 each time you do that run. Okay, yeah, fine. That was also my element there. So, fine, I'm pulling the overdrive out for this. Oh yeah, those things with the webs, Jesus, those always threw me for a loop. You basically able to kind of react to all this stuff when it's all coming out, and then just not miss, like, maybe the one bullet that you just didn't see specifically. So yeah, you're right. This game does get really difficult. Which goes to that interesting dichotomy of it's relaxing and also stressful at the same time. Alright, I think I'll have to show this to Chasm22, probably so, like, this game is stressing me out. It's like how we had with Sanbo Trio when we were doing Guitar Man. But in that case, like, yeah, this is really stressing me out. Like, yeah, absolutely. And sort of same with this, although unlike that game, it's like, fine, I haven't played that game enough. That was why Edwack played that, because A, he owns it, and B, because he knows exactly how to control that. As he showed. Yeah, and this one, that's how I'm going. Okay. Okay, I missed that. Oh, okay, it's fine. Okay, that's the other thing to sort of avoid as far as the shoot down, as they call it, or shot down, I should say, target. You have to make sure the enemies don't go off screen. Whoa. Okay, there you go. There are the bullets. I think the bullets are going faster in this mode, but I don't know if that's right. Yeah, chat people are correct me if that's not right. It looks like it's going faster than I remember, but either way. In that case, yeah, if I shoot, if I don't have them all in a lock, I'm not going to get as many points, and I'm also not going to get as many support items. Yeah, so it's weird also, because you do have to maximize how many hits you got to get, but it's also the case of, yeah, sometimes you don't have time to max them all out. Like, yeah, I could say, like, fine, go to max and everything, but I don't know if I have time for that. In that case, like, yeah, those are things I could hit. They'll shoot the lasers out, so yeah, if I'm not careful, I'm gonna get shot that way. So it becomes this great idea of, like, it's a risk-reward thing, really, when you think about it. The idea of what are you gonna do as far as how can you maximize what you're doing? Yeah, not get yourself knocked. Or get yourself, yeah, lasered. Okay, I don't know how I avoided not getting lasered there. Alright, one more and get into the level up. Actually, going back to the eye candy thing, now we're at this, or going into this again, and looking at it that way, it's also as far as, like, the way they're running the color for each level, because, yeah, it does have a different color for how it is, but it also gives it a lot of variety on something you think that maybe, because, hey, you're going to a computer this way as far as how this is it something that would get boring to look at or look the same overall after a while, but the answer is no, it doesn't. They keep coming up with interesting ways to kind of run this. So when you think about it from an art direction perspective, there's a lot here that really is impressive. So, yeah, a lot of Mizuguchi's games are like that, really. Even if it's days of Sega racing games, when we get to Sega Rally Championship, I want to show that game so badly. That game is fantastic. That's another one where it looks really great. And also conversion over as far as Saturn for that one. And we'll show the Saturn version. I do have it on the PC, and I could show it on the PC feasibly, where it's kind of sort of straightforward of Saturn, but I kind of want to show it on Saturn. I kind of want to get a version that has, or I kind of want to get the Plus version. I think it came on the US. I know it came on Japan in particular, which has support for the 3D control pad. I want to see if I can't show that one. It's mostly the same. That's a fantastic game. I'm definitely going to show that eventually. And it doesn't cost super much, thank God. He's like, yeah, Saturn is always a question, but thank God I know people who have Saturn and expensive stuff for it, so we can leverage a lot. As we're going into Mars Giga. Oh boy. You're talking about the hard parts, the idea of having to manage a bunch of things here, with hitting the tentacles, and then I guess, yeah, shoot the tentacles, open the core, as far as Star Fox 64 is concerned. But, yeah, in this case, like, no, then you're going inside the thing. I guess, like, Star Fox Super Nintendo, really. Hitting off the targets and making sure you're doing that quick enough. Otherwise, yeah, you're going to get hit by the wall there. Double taking the fact that, yeah, there's a bit of delay going on in the music. Like, yeah, don't be too slow. And when there's the target in the center, which there hasn't been yet, which is shocking. It's random when it appears. Okay, maybe it's random when they drop it, or maybe this mode changes that. I don't know. Oh, there we go, never mind. I even love the drum beats that... Or the claps, like, wow. And it all goes in tune with the music, so it's really... Yeah, it's definitely one of those unique music rhythm games, even though it's not really that kind of game as far as how it plays. It plays like a shooter, but it kind of blurs the lines that way as far as that and a music game. Good? As far as that part of it? Especially, yeah, because you don't have a whole lot of time to hit them. Oh yeah, this part. This is the hardest part for me, this level. You get tickety, tickety, tickety. Yeah, you hear the electricity, like, uh-oh, they're coming out of the bolts there, coming out of the electrodes on the ends. You have to shoot the electrodes down, or the, I guess the, points where they're coming out, and then hit the bullets there, find the, electric things. Yeah, pay attention where the light's coming from. Like, yeah, and also be careful, like, when it comes to the right over there. Whoa, down there. Yeah, you're getting that case, like, yeah, where this game is getting really damn difficult. But still fun, not a case like, yeah, you want to toss it down in frustration when you're losing. Fine, you're feeling defeated, no question, but it's also a case like, yeah, you're going to get that, and when you do, man, it's fantastic. Where is the... Oh, I didn't even shoot that part. I was like, wait, hold on, what was there? I forgot to let go A on that. Okay, good. Okay, I did that way better than I did when I was doing this earlier as far as running through the story. Yeah, nothing else. Yeah, we're getting your full take on Rez, no question, and it deserves it. This game absolutely deserves it. That being said, I don't know if I'm going to be doing enough damage. Fine, let's use the overdrive. Whoa. Yeah, I didn't really show this part off that much, which is that, yeah, when you get them into that area, shooting off the bolts, but I already got them. You know, I might end up beating the game again, honestly, doing this. Which, hey, I'll take that. I'll take this as far as how that was. Like, yeah, I was starting to talk when I was taking a drink, like, before I, went in, I was going to the water, hence the echo. By 94, whew! Also, hopefully there's not a video delay or audio delay on this. Hopefully I fixed that. We'll see when I edit this. I'm praying it's okay. Because I basically had two high-speed HDMI cables this time instead of just the one. Because if that solved it, that's great, because that means also when we get to stuff that's more recent as far as games going to play, or that people want to show, at least we won't have that in a problem. Specifically, we would do Nier Automata. That's definitely going to be a case of that, because I know Nocturne's going to show that one. Actually, I'll tell you this, like we're just going back to the difficulty thing. This, honestly, I'll say, this boss is probably harder than the level 4 boss, honestly, I would say. Just because there's so much to manage on this one compared to that one. The other one, I guess I was in a good shape of it. Whoa. Fine, we'll show that. I mean, I think that's it. I'm gonna go until I get a loss on this. But so far, I said, we're not happy when that happens. So I guess I'm gonna be beating the game again. Which I'm fine with. Like, hey, you came in the show late. I get that idea. It's like, yeah, that's fine. The show will always be there for you, but since you're there, as far as edits and all that, but since you're here, it's like, yeah, you asked for this game. You're not going home empty-handed. You're not gonna not see the game you asked for. Actually, maybe the layout of this looks a bit different, although, as I said, I've never actually run through the entirety of this mode. Oh. I was like, wait a second, hold on, did I miss that one? Okay, no, I guess I didn't. Okay, I guess I did, I should say. Alright, there we go, there's our final form. I believe you do deal out more damage, I think, on this. I think. Fine, then, you know, I'd probably have to read the manual of the PS2 version, or I'll put a link into the PDF of the PS2's manual, if I can find it. I think I should be able to, but I wasn't able to find something I was using for, fine, I was referencing a manual I couldn't find online for something I did for an edit for Lunar last week. Also about what the bonus nodes are, because I don't know what those are. Oh! Yeah, that was close. Yeah, when they get close to me like that, or us like that. Alright, there we go. Level 5, or I guess I'm thinking maybe the Sonic Adventure 2 thing of level 5 security door breach. Yeah, we'll get to that when we get to that game. I'll have to figure when we do Sonic Adventure 2, and also, if I'm gonna guess when we do that one. Whoa, shit. Also, I guess what Sonic game I'm going back to as far as one we haven't played before, because we are going to be playing Sonic Heroes again in January. I'm going to actually have a 20th anniversary episode of that, or show for that. Well, show the super hard mode, because I said I want to come back to the super hard mode. I was like, yeah, that's what we're doing. It's basically going to be right around the 20th anniversary, so we can have another element of that. Oh, so we're on the Xbox version, as we did last time. Not to mention, as I said, that's by far the easiest way to get the unlock of super hard mode running. Uh-oh. Yeah, I saw that coming. I was like, yeah, those are the bullets. Oh. Okay, yeah, unfortunately I couldn't get that one in time, but either way. Okay. Also, going back to the difficulty thing of this again, I guess, it does ramp up nicely as far as where it goes. And I guess there's also another thing, which is that it's a game that, even though it is only 5 levels, it gives a lot of replayability despite that with the other modes it has, and also the, I guess, the score attack, mode of score attack, and also the score attack element, I should say. But also because it's almost like Ikaruga in the sense that, yeah, it's really short, but also the idea that there's still a lot of playability and depth to it, despite that, I'm getting shot again, I find. Overdrive. Yeah, it's one of those cases like, fine, I'll take the overdrive, especially because there's one of those things that gives me free. Yeah, as long as I can get through the boss here, that's going to be the challenge. We'll see that. Man, I know what I have to do with that boss, but it's also one that... Yeah, it is tough. I'm surprised I did it as well when I did this a couple hours ago. Okay, I get it. I was like, wait, I was waiting for that. Uh-oh. Yeah, I just saw that bullet coming. Like, uh-oh, I gotta quickly get to that. Yeah, thank God I did. So, yeah, it's one of those weird things that, yeah, you do have to have a quick reflex on it while also being very relaxed. Okay, yeah, looks like we're almost in... Yeah, it's almost like a world of, like, Arabian Nights there, because you see, like, the lamps and everything as far as that. But hey, since it takes place on the internet, people can kind of go anywhere that way. I guess we're going into like a temple. Okay, so let's do this. I'll be ready this time because I know that when you come in here, this is, I think, the only boss that's like this. Before you fight the boss, there's also cubes and things you have to shoot down. I think you can get yourself hurt if you don't hit them, I think. Dang it, I've just never given them the time to find out. Like, hey, there's something I can shoot down. They're going down. I don't care. Alright, Venus Giga. Yeah, talk about tearing the wall down one by one, or brick by brick. That's this boss. Also, it says there, just go into this, destroy your self-destructs. Right, fine, that's the last thing I'll do. I'm gonna basically try and let it I don't know if that's the case. Are the bosses on a time limit, or is it like, hey, it'll self-destruct if you don't do something after a while? I don't remember if it is. Yeah, feel free to let me know if that's right or not. I mean, I usually just kill them. Like, fine, you have to kill them, because otherwise you're probably not going to be going on. We're probably not going to survive long enough in order to make that happen otherwise. But try to shoot down the lasers. Yeah, this is where it's getting hard, because remember, you can't move left. You basically can't move where your character is. You're in the center of the screen no matter what. You need to just shoot whatever's in the way so you don't get yourself destroyed. Which I guess is an interesting idea that, hey, you're basically on the rail completely, and you basically have to get everything out of the way of the rail you're on. So that way, as far as, like, the on-rail thing, it's so specific as far as, like, you literally are on that, really. They will self-destruct eventually. Thank you, Electrus. Appreciate that. I get what happens to that. Do you lose it, or do you get a... I don't think they credit you for the purpose of that. I guess, how long you have to wait, usually, for that? Or do you remember when that happened for you? If any time, like, fine, we got the wireframe out that way. Yeah, this part. Where they run 360 movement, so yeah, that's where you have to be really on point and destroy the cannons. You do tons of these things. No, they don't, no, you don't win. Okay, so if they self-destruct, that's a death. So it's basically a game over, you have to do it over again. Okay, thank you. I'm trying to remember if I've ever seen that happen. I might have. Ugh, crap. I got a level down. Okay, so yeah, if you... fine, I probably shouldn't use the overdrive now. I probably should have waited on that. Or, fine, you know, I could have... Fine, that might have helped. Because in that case, fine, I'll just hit the targets there to get the enemies from coming out. But that's an interesting design thing, too, to go to that. So thank you for confirming that way. That, yeah, the thought of... Maybe that would have been a thought of, like, another strategy, like, wait them out. But they had to, like, hey, you're going in there because they're trying to shut you down with you inside of it. So, like, fine, it makes sense you're going to be stuck that way if you don't get out in time, or you don't destroy them in time. So as long as you're basically just going for everything, you should be okay. I mean, I don't know how long it takes to self-destruct. Oh, okay, thank you. I could see if I can't put that to the test. Although, as you're seeing, there's so much stuff there, you might not necessarily survive. Oh, you'll still win. Okay, so then in that case, alright, fine. You know how long it takes to self-destruct, but you win if they do. Okay, gotcha. Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you for clarifying that. I wasn't sure necessarily as far as that. Because at first, my thought was, like, thinking this game, like, especially with the way the last boss works, the thought that, hey, you know, if you die at the last boss, it's a bad ending. Fine, that's dying. But I don't know if it's... I'm trying to remember. I don't think I ever was a case where I was at a time limit on that. You know, maybe... Okay, maybe that was where I saw it. But it's been so long, that's why... Ow! Yeah, in that case, yeah, that's always the hard part. That's the one thing I was forgetting to do there. Shoot down the targets that way, and then make sure that the spears, whatever those are not in my way either. Alright, I got him now. Alright, there we go, got him. Okay. There you go. Bye-bye to Venus Giga. Now, honestly, the next boss is going to be way easier. It's just the idea of, like, do I get there in time? Or do I, not do I get there in time, do I get there with it while living? Yeah, I'm at level 1, unfortunately, now. But I do like how the orange, as far as level 1, is going well with the green. The boss, this boss is the reason I haven't beaten it. Okay, so it's that one. which honestly, it took me a while to get that boss specifically. And I would say, aside from the final boss, that is probably the hardest one. Alright, so in that case, then fine. Yeah, we'll go as far as we can go to this to show that idea. I mean, yeah, because, well, fine. You saw as far as what that was. As we're going to round 4, area 4 for this. Yeah, the reason for that is because, yeah, you have multiple phases, which, that's fine, that's normal, all of them have that. But what really makes that one hard is that, yeah, you have to avoid all of the enemies shooting out, be able to get everything up with the lasers. And then also, as we saw at the end there, is that you only have a short time before while it's open, well, fine, the hatches are open, to go back to Star Fox that way, which I guess fits that. Oh, shit. I'm in globe form. Oh crap, that's not good. I need a level up. Okay, good. That'll get me. Perfect. Yeah, it is unique that way as far as it, but it also is that, yeah, you have to manage a lot, and you don't have a lot of time to manage that. Because you don't have much of an opening, so you really have to kind of make an opening on that boss more than you had to on Area 1 and 2. Particularly Area 2, because in Area 2 you only had a short time to hit the boss there, sort of, kind of. That means I do need to find more level ups, because I can manage in this form, I just don't want to get myself hit again. Okay, there we go, perfect. Yeah, I'm getting those, okay, that's perfect. I get the one that gives me, wait, did I shoot it? I was like, yeah, I didn't know if I shot that, I thought I did. Whoa. Yeah, definitely up the ante, no question, as you get past that one. But yeah, that is a hard boss. That is, aside from the final one, probably the hardest. So I get that idea. In fact, I think it took me a while to get that one, too. I'm just trying to remember. Actually, no. Yeah, before we end tonight, I'll go back in my achievement list. I'll look back at the dates of when I did it. Because actually, until yesterday, I had not gotten a single achievement in this game in 15 years. That's how long it had been since I'd gotten any specific unlock. Especially because I couldn't beat Area 5. Because Area 5 is long and difficult. In fact, it took me like a half an hour to beat that specifically as far as the way the level goes. And yeah, so it's a marathon. That's the other thing. That's where it gets really, really tough. But there you go. There's another overdrive. It helps that way, but I want to level up more than anything. Wait, that's not a level up. Now I'm close, at least for that. Sorry to hear about your apartment. It's like, yeah, I get that, absolutely. I'm sending my best out to you that way. It's like, yeah, that's yeah, it's a horrible thing to happen that way. Like, I guess I've been lucky that hasn't happened as far as something like that, but, you know, I get the idea, like, a displacement. That's definitely something I've been through before for certain things. But, yeah, we'll send your best to you for sure. If nothing else, you know, getting me to go on this, like, hey, remember, Black Person Chaz had said that's the idea as far as everybody who's here. He's the reason we're playing this game tonight. Not that why I was not going to play this game without, or as far as, you know, that before that. He's the one who said, I want to see this specifically. So we're giving it to him. So yeah, the show of him is why. Thank you. So, like for says, absolutely, no problem. Would love to say that. Dolly Finn saying specifically, why does this game remind me of Tron? Because it kind of has a similar look, and actually, thank you for mentioning that. Tetsuya Mizuguchi, who, when he was developing this, he did say he was kind of inspired by Tron as far as the look of it. And you're seeing certain things, especially now, you can definitely see some of the creations or some of the creatures you're going out against. They were pulling from Tron. I believe he did say that, hey, he did see that as an inspiration, the idea of going into the computer. As I said, on level 2, we saw those, like, riding, finding the little bike thingies, which kind of like the, light cycles a little bit. The other, things were kind of like going towards the master control program a little bit. Oh, shit. Yeah, me too. It's awful. Glad you're safe. Or glad you're okay. Oh, shit. Okay, that was close. Yeah, because those things you have to take off each part of it before either the electricity is, we're either crashing electricity or it. Yeah, but they did have that on their mind, I mean, and fitting that way. And I also talked about the idea, like, when we're going to be doing that, it has the same vibe. Yeah, I think that's the idea. We did talk about a little earlier, I said at some point, we'll show off stuff with Tron eventually. Because I have the Tron arcade games that are on 360. There is Tron 2.0, which is also pretty interesting. And remember, when we get to Kingdom Hearts 2, we're going to do more Tron, because there's a world based on Tron in that game. and they were able to get Bruce Boxleitner from the movie in that game. So that'll be an interesting case to that as far as it. But also, I guess the idea, the thing about it, like going inside a computer, that might be the other thing as well, or even like the look of it, because it kind of has this wireframe desolate look, specifically intentionally as far as that. Yes. Oh, as far as that, then yeah. I mean, I think that's the idea of what that is. Maybe that thought of, because when Tron came out actually about 20 years before this game did, in 1982. When this came out in 2001 in Japan and then 2002 here, it was something that, based on the story, because they do give you explanation of the story in the manual, as you saw in the final level, and also, I might see again in the final level, and also in the information on the story in this version, it will say it said specifically, like, hey, the idea of what's the internet going to look like, what's technology going to look like. So in some ways, I'm almost wondering if, along with it, say like, hey, there's inspiration as far as some of the designs of the enemies, and he did say, yeah, that was an inspiration. The thought that it's also a prediction of what would technology look like as far as like a futuristic idea for Tron, as far as what would that look as far as the 1980s, and then for this game when it came to looking at it for the 2000s, especially now looking at this a little over 20 years after the original release of Rez, specifically as far as this. Guys, like, how on point were they or not? Because people are going into that a little bit with the Mega Man Battle Network Legacy Collection. That's the idea of like what was going on with the internet, their prediction of it. Metal Gear Solid 2, when we start that in a couple of months, is a case like that, where it's kind of the idea like what's the internet stuff looking like. Our Uranus Giga is our boss here, which is weird enough using the last boss. As long as you stay in the center and or shoot it straight in the center. Yeah, don't worry, you don't have to dodge that. It's dodging on its own. But you do have a 360 movement around as far as the camera, so keep that in mind. Yeah. Okay, I just want to make sure I'm set that. I rewatched Tron. I don't think it's as good. It's very good, other than the technical marvel for its time. The idea of like maybe it hasn't aged that great. I mean, I saw it late, admittingly myself. I saw it in 2004, actually. I liked it enough. It was also something that I kind of thought, weirdly enough, that maybe it was too, I don't know, maybe too technical in its way as far as its element of computer, although Nocturne actually had a pretty good argument against that, saying that, hey, you know, it's almost like it's speaking another language as far as that, which, fair point, honestly. Uh-oh. Okay, yeah, I gotta focus on that as far as where I'm targeting. I get that. I mean, it is interesting as a technical marvel. I mean, maybe elements of story, but then also, I don't know, did you see Tron Legacy, which was the sequel that came out about 13 years ago? Because honestly, it's weird. The things about that one I like better than I like the original. But there's also other things where I'd say I like the original better, weirdly enough, in some ways. So it's kind of an interesting kind of thing for that. Because also in that case, what was your take on that with Kingdom Hearts 2 also, as far as it? We can go to that when we get to the Kingdom Hearts 2 in the question. But I mean, that idea of like what that's looking like. But I mean, it was an interesting technical marvel. I mean, but I also get the idea of like what that's all about. It is something that, even looking at something like this, especially to get the great guitar work going on this, which also sounds a little like Jet Set Radio kind of, and like, yeah, I'm kind of going up and down all the place, kind of like parts of Panzer Dragoon 2. But yeah, I mean, like the tech thing of that being impressive that way. But I get why it's a cult thing, like, because it was not a huge success for Disney. I remember Disney saying specifically, like, hey, this is a chance we took as far as the tech stuff, and it's something that I know Pixar pointed out, say like, yeah, without this movie, we would never have been able to make Toy Story as far as what the tech was concerned. But then the idea of like, what is your tech in game, or movie, I should say, in that case, and how is that impressive on one way, but like, has it aged and why? It does feel really very desolate, kind of the way this does, honestly. So that's interesting about it. I mean, fine. I'll say one thing about Tron specifically. It feels like it's longer than it really is, the original. Whereas I think the sequel, even though I don't like it as much, it seems like it's paced better, interesting enough. So, I mean, that's maybe something to it. But, I mean, fine. The technical marvel element, there's certain things that, yeah, you can't necessarily, you know, take away just because it does kind of hold up that way as far as that idea of... And it is exciting. You look at that, it's what... Oh, shit. Yeah, before you jump down on me. Fine, let's overdrive him. Yeah, as long as you do enough damage to him so that he doesn't, you know, so those blocks are out of the way, you won't get crushed. And so whoa. Yeah, we almost have him. Oh, we got him. Okay, well, we do have him now. Fantastic. There's something to be said about that, I guess, the idea of, like, what's something like that. So, I mean, I guess also then when it comes to being inspired by something else, how much are you taking for your own element, and I guess also what's that going to come like with this. Alright, yeah, shot down. Okay, doing pretty good on that. Yeah, not much on the support items, though, which is fine. But alright, so yeah, we are going to show the final boss again, or try to get to the final boss again. I think I'll at least get there. Whether I beat it at all for that, I don't know. We'll see. I hope so, only because, yeah, for this mode, I think you have to go through them all as far as that. But alright, fine. Actually, if I do, I get a nice achievement. Alright, so here is that. And we'll also go into elements of story, which, yeah, we're talking Tron, but also elements, I would say, if you're going to ask me about this, of 2001, Space Odyssey. Maybe earlier works of Terrence Malick. Or, I don't know, the Tree of Life of his, which wasn't out at the time this game came out. But that being said, maybe this kind of existential thing as far as ages ago, life was born in the primitive sea. And there's a great tech beat going on as far as this stage is concerned. Whoa. As you're going through the, what do they call these things? The Gate of Truth. I should know that I've gone through this a couple times already. Which is good that way as far as being able to kind of see it again, and also because it puts the name of it on the side when you're going through the shot of that. Because, yeah, it does have that information on the left side of the screen. You know, life forms constantly evolve in order to survive. So, yeah, it's kind of going into that element, too. I guess it's also going to lead into Child of Eden. I don't know, Life, you ever played Child of Eden? I've never played that. I know the Crusader 64 has his element of that one. Because I told him, like, hey, that's a sequel to this. And he's like, yeah, he liked it, I think, from what he said. But it's also something that he said, like, yeah, I never played this. But he said, if I like that one, I'd probably like this one, too. And I guess it's vice versa in my case, as far as Child of Eden. Which at some point I definitely want to show. Whoa, okay, some prospered, some did not. All sorts of life ebb and flowed like the tide. Oh, did I get that? Actually, yeah, this is where the Panzer Dragoon inspiration is really kind of getting that way, honestly, if you've ever played. Well, 1 or 2, as far as kind of... there's a part in 2 in particular that kind of stands out looking at this. Okay, there we go. Okay, yeah, I'm doing all right on this part of it. Yeah, this is also a long level, by the way. This goes like... It took me about half an hour just to beat this whole level. And remember, if you die at the boss, you gotta start this all over again. Quiet rhythm of Mother Sea, life grew. Also, like the other levels in this game, the layers are not optional. You have to go through them. And also, they reveal less of the area than in the other levels. Agreed, I like Jeff Bridges. Yeah, and there's something to be said as far as that performance, I guess, you know, as far as him. Actually, I'm trying to remember if he's been in any video games. I think he might have been something. If he was, I'll put an edit down. As I said, Bruce Boxleitner is in the game. Fine, he's in Kingdom Hearts. Actually, no, he's in Tron 2.0. And he's also in Kingdom Hearts 2. So, like, yeah, he's in both of them that way. As far as Jeff Bridges, I don't know. I think he's in something. Because, I mean, hey, we've mentioned this before at some point. I think with Kingdom Hearts 1 we mentioned this. The idea that there's cases of Hollywood people who've been involved in games, or even cases where they've been involved in them at earlier points you might think. I guess, talk about maybe other, maybe potentially, I don't know, cryptic kind of thing, or maybe more existentialist, or more, I guess, I'm trying to think, oh, fine, experimental, that's the right word I was thinking of. Like, I knew it, what should I be saying? Because there's a game, I don't know if anyone's played it. I've never played this either, but I kind of want to play this, and I don't think we'd have a violation of copyright this. It's called Omicron the Nomad Soul. It was on Dreamcast. I think it was on PlayStation. No, it wasn't on PlayStation. It was on the PC, I was going to say. It's by the people who made Heavy Rain. It's Quantic Dream who made that, made Beyond Two Souls. They made Indigo Prophecy. The music was done by David Bowie, and I believe he's in the game as well. And that was about 20-something years ago when that game came out. It seems like an interesting idea for that, as far as what it was. Actually, I guess, because David Bowie, wait, he was in The Man Who Fell to Earth, wasn't he? He was in something as far as something like that. I know Labyrinth, of course, he was in that. Yeah, I thought he was in there. He was in something. He was in something with Nicholas Rogue, I think, if I remember correctly. Some kind of thing. Chat, people can remind me or tell me if that's not right. Soon life trying to advance toward land, opening new habitats. Whoa. There you go. Yeah, in this case, yeah, they put pillars right in the center of you in some cases, so you gotta keep an idea on that. And I've run into the case, too, where it's like, yeah, it's been something I have to be worried about. Great prosperity came as life conquered even the highest mountains. Yeah, the Tron look, I mean, yeah, it does have that, but it also, here's the thing, it's not just the Tron look, because, yeah, it's kind of like a music thing. You're seeing, like, the ground there kind of shaking almost like a sine wave or something. And in tune with the music you're playing, too, in the level, which is awesome. It's attention to detail, you think, like, hey, would they necessarily go to that? But the answer is, they did, and you're glad they did. Whoa! But mass extinctions came wave after wave, so yeah, like, yeah. Talk about the march of time of all this as well. Oh. Alright, come on. Yeah, the approach to the final boss is not awful. It's just that when you get to the final boss, it's really hard. Like, yeah. Like I said, 15 years. That's how long it took me to beat it, and it wasn't until yesterday that that streak was broken. Alright, how far are we on now? 64%. So yeah, we still got a little way to go. Empty niche is always quick refilled. Actually, did say that when we played this before, or when I ran through this level before. I don't remember if it did. Okay, so yeah, that's the other thing. It's like, hey, you know, if we played something multiple times, you've seen it multiple times before, like, that's fine. Hey, it's a discussion program, so we get around it that way. But also this sense of, I'll look at, I'll pay attention to different stuff. It's like watching a movie or reading a book or something, listen to music more than once. You know certain beats of it, but then you look at it again and you realize, wait, there's something else to it that kind of sticks out. Alright, well, here's a great horn. Yeah, to once again prosper, grow, and reproduce. Actually, yeah, maybe that other line from before is that way, as we're going into, quite literally, the Tree of Life this way. Yeah, this ain't a tree, this is more like a, fine, the internet representation, I guess, or the, network element of, like, that idea of it. But clearly this game is kind of going to something deeper as far as what its idea is, or what it's thinking, what it has on its mind, which I like that it's doing that. Because it does kind of give it this own identity of itself. Someday the next great emigration will occur. Okay, that I remember. I remember that was something they said. Yeah, sometimes you do have to pay attention to where that gate of truth is and make sure to hit off all the stuff with it, otherwise you crash into it and get yourself hurt. Alright, 50% of the way left. Or 52% left, I should say. As we leave this existence looking for another. to next level. For this boss, though, by the way, when we get to that, you do go to the Star Child form automatically. The journey will begin anew. Yeah, so we have left the Earth. In this case, yeah, just pay attention to where the magenta is and hit there. Kind of go in a curve, basically. But also pay attention to where that is, because, yeah, after a while, that'll just appear. And thank God the draw distance is really, really good in this game, so it's not a case where you'll be blindsided with something popping up. I hold within me the memories of all that's past. Who am I? Yeah, we'll show you again in just a second. Yeah, in this case, I know this was, yeah, you have to pay attention to that, but you also pay attention to what's in front of you, because they're going to put the pillars in front of you. Come on, come on. Yeah, we're almost there. Okay, yeah, we're there. Alright, so yeah, this is Eden. Good to see you again, Eden. And now, once again, we have our 5-form boss. Yeah, if we beat this, we'll beat this trance thing and I get an achievement for this. But if not, either way. This is the end of it. Alright, who are you? I guess like Rich is saying, you've never seen this boss before. Yeah, this is 5 forms. I'll show you how this works again. This part's really tough, or this form is actually one of the hardest, because you have to pay attention to where the green is and just get rid of the green. That's where the bullets come out. And then hit the center. Those remember your 360-degree movement around here, so I learned my lesson from last time. You basically are going around making sure that when there's a green thing, goes away for the bullets, but then also when it does that rotation, remember those green things will shoot off. Basically just rotate in a circle to try and find and make sure you're not missing one, or one... You just kick the center. Alright, fine. In that case, I'm showing this off better than before, because I didn't think to myself, hey, I gotta go around in a circle. Because, yeah, as long as you aim on where those are... Fine, fuck it, I'm using the overdrive now. Yeah, I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to run into that case of it. And you might get overdrives off of these forms anyway. Yeah, right there. Okay. Yeah, unfortunately not. It is random. It has to be random, because I've run into cases where it gives me more of the overdrives or levels. Don't come any closer. And by the way, I'm moving around to this. I love that idea, that it's showing that on screen, and basically I have to move the camera around in order to see what the dialogue's saying. And they're kind of mirroring stuff of bosses we already saw here, because there's a second boss where it has that, and the electric stuff. Yeah. Yeah, just make sure to pay attention to these and get rid of them, and then go up to where this is. Honestly, the first form is one of the hardest of the ones before you get to the last one. But yeah, in some of these cases, like, yeah, look at all this stuff here. If I don't get this, whoa! I was lucky. I thought I was going to get myself hurt that way. Hey, there we go. There's an overdrive. I always want to have, like, 1 or 2 of those if I can. Or even the 1. If I can hold on to the 1 until the end, I'll be good. Why? Alright, phase 3. In each case, you do need to look at the shining light, because they're going to mirror the other bosses, so fine, the one you mentioned on level 3 or area 3. That was a pain. It kind of looks like that, has certain elements, but it's not the same boss exactly. In each case, just go for the glowing light. Basically, just also look for where the primary color is, just so you don't get blindsided. So if nothing else, I guess this is sort of a review of what your skills were from other bosses you fought, then also challenging it a bit differently based on how they're doing it. Oh yeah, the circle thing. Yeah, I don't think you'll want to get those circles up so they're filled as far as the lights. I've honestly never given them the chance, but in that case, I'm basically just kind of going back and forth, making sure, like, when there's one that's too much, shoot it to get out of the way or get it down in level. And just make sure to hit the light as you go along. So, like, basically hitting everything. You're basically paying attention to everything that's there, and there, and there. Eventually, they'll also be destroyed, as far as little circles. I actually don't know what they do when they get built up like that. That's the next form. Yeah, all level ups. Not that I need them right now, but it's fine. Or can even use them. Alright. Aren't you afraid? No, at this point, I'm at peace, I think. This is actually one of the most enjoyable ones, but it's also one that you do have to keep in line, because it's basically like the, I guess the boss we just saw there before on the last level. There are barge of parts to them, and yeah, you have to destroy them and make sure that they're not hurting them. But then also aim for the light. Whoa. Fine, in this case, yeah, I probably shouldn't have used that right now, because I want to use that at the end of the fight. But fine, whatever. In this case, we'll shoot out the green bolts. I always get nervous when I see those things. But as long as you pay attention where they are and also aim for the center on top of that in between, you should be okay. It's honestly the next form I'm most worried about because it's the last one. It goes on a long time. In this case, it's going to go too fast, but pay attention to where he's going. Just run up the wall, run up the side of that, and basically stand on the center. It's actually, there's a boss in Gunstar Heroes that was like this we fought. I remember that. Okay, thank God, an overdrive. I want at least one of those. Yeah, if I can't beat it in this form, or fine, actually not beat it, save me. Yeah, because we gotta save Eden. That's the plan here. If I can beat this in this form, I'm not gonna make that guarantee. I'll get a better ending that we had. Well, actually, fine. Running this mode, I don't know if we will. I think at this point, whether I get through this boss or not, that's gonna be the end of the night. Specifically, because at that point, like, we've covered a bunch as far as it, and yeah, it's full look at it. Yeah, full look as far as Elect versus for you, because, like, yeah, it's like, you deserve it for sure, for the case of that, to be able to see this, and also because, like, yeah, the game you said you wanted to see, you're seeing it fully, and I'm glad to be providing it to you. I'm glad when you make the requests, everybody who makes the requests, absolutely, I love filling those. That gets my attention going more as far as games, and also even, like, looking into the games I already love. Yeah, what you do is you hit that in the center and then basically pay attention down to the tower there. And after about a quarter of it, you're basically rebuilding Eden a little bit, as you can see up there. But you have to also pay attention to other stuff that's going to hurt you pretty badly if you're not careful. Yeah, and if I die here, she collapses, and that is game over. And you still, and story mode, you get the credits here anyway. So it's like, yeah, it really rubs in the fact that, yeah, you're screwed up. But also, there's these enemies here. What they will do is they will shoot out a lot of these energy bolts, and there's tons of things to shoot out. My God. If you can destroy them, you can get extra overdrives and or level ups on them. So yeah, if you do get hit in, actually, you know what? I don't even get back to Star Child form from that, as far as here at least. And some of these, also, they take a lot of hits to destroy those things that are spinning around, or that thing specifically. You have to clear up enough, then you can hit the core, and that's basically what you gotta do. You gotta do that about 5 times. Sounds easy, but it's not. Oh, yeah, they'll shoot stuff out, so that can be a problem, too. Alright, so that's the next one done. You do get a little bit of a breather, as I mentioned before. As actually Chad was mentioned before, too. The idea that, yeah, you know, it's very stressful here, no question, but also you have a little bit of time to kind of recuperate, relax, kind of, you know, get yourself into that Zen mindset. There you go. Yeah, because you destroy them, yeah, you get level ups. Or overdrives. It's just random which one they give you. Uh-oh. Ow. Fine, I'm not beating his Star Child form, but that's fine. I'm okay with that. I don't want to use my overdrive quite yet. You basically want to save that for the very end if you have overdrives at all. Basically when it's down to like a quarter of its health. In this case, yeah, we're not destroying Eden, we're trying to rebuild her and save her. Like I said, based on how this is going to go, yeah, I'm not getting that good ending. But yeah, if nothing else, I will probably put in a video or find a video of somebody doing that, because like, I think it's probably worth it. As I said, I'll have a video in the link list of all the endings. Just because, fine, I can't get it, it's insanely hard. Fine, that part is insanely hard. No question. And that way, it's probably the hardest game that Mizuguchi's ever made. Now I'm thinking about it. But that being said, like, I'm giving it all my all, for sure. There you go. Okay. Alright, yeah, we're almost there. And after this one, you don't have to go through that again. You just have to shoot it specifically. But there's going to be tons of things to hit. So yeah, if you have that overdrive, definitely use it here. You just wait till you get a full open, which is right down there. As long as you see the energy going down, that's fine. You see all those things coming down, hit the B button and go. Got her. Alright, fantastic. We are getting, I'm getting an achievement for this. Show that. So yeah, full play of the game. There you go. Another case of it. Yeah, because it can be pretty short. Is it not to say that necessarily, you know, this game is easier. Necessarily to say that, you know, I necessarily have skill. It's just that I practiced this because I said, I gotta show this game. I need to at least beat this. So I'm glad it turned out that well. Alright, so there you go. There is Rez. The 360 version for sure, but mentioned on a bunch of the systems. PS2, Dreamcast, mobile, Oculus, PS5, PS4, PC. Yeah, this is a fantastic game. It was a fantastic selection by Electverse for sure, as far as it. It's a lot of different things as far as what it is. It is an absolutely fascinating game. If you never played this game, I cannot recommend it highly enough. It's not going to necessarily cost you that much money either. This version, $10, or you can get Cubed for it, or get it on other systems. It's definitely a trippy and unique game that, yeah, I can't say there's a whole lot that's quite like it. Even necessarily its sequel. Fine, its sequel sort of kind of that way, but even it, I know it's doing some different stuff, but there you go. That's that. As at the end of this, I will get an achievement for going through that mode as it is in one sitting. And as I said, the not best ending, but alright, fine. I didn't do too bad, because I was at the second to last form, although, here's my question. When it says, like, last form, the last form is the Star Child, which you normally cannot get unless you're in that area, or in the end of level 5. But since I was in the actual, fine, so in the last form that's outside of that, does it still count as that? I don't know. But if nothing else, we can find out. Get the answers to the questions, no question. Yeah, just beginning, dedicated soul of W. Kandinsky. He still has trapped in the system, so no, that is your tell. As far as, and I'll have the links as far as the other endings. I'm glad I was at least able to show up all the levels again, specifically for that. And again, thank you, for so much for this request and for you know, joining us for sure for the program. Okay, so I got ambient. You know what? I want to look at what that is. So no, we're not done the show yet. At least I think I'm good on that. Okay, maybe I don't get an achievement for that. Hang on, is that right? Actually, that, okay, I want to check one other thing, because it also goes to what I was saying earlier, which is, yeah, I got these 3 yesterday, which is 100% shot down, support items gotten, or 10 hours. First and lost area, which I got. Area 5. Okay, so yeah, then, alright, fine, I guess I must have gotten this in, February of 2008. Wow. And then I beat, 2, 3, and 4 within the period of, like, fine, 3 months later, that way. And the other ones don't have is 95% hit in areas 1 through 5, local ranking of first in all the 5 score attack areas, score attack cleared over 30 times, boss rush mode, which I didn't unlock, and direct assault trance. Did I not do that? I want to take a look at that quickly. Because, yeah, what happened when I ran through that on normal? Oh, fine, ambient. What is ambient? You know, let's take a quick look at that, and then at that point, I think we'll probably end the show. I guess I have to run through this each time. I have to run through this, like, 4 times. Direct assault. Okay, so it's like a different look, kind of, for what it is, I guess. No, fine, I don't know if I actually explicitly showed the game over. You know, let's show the game over. That way. Okay, so, yeah, because I never knew what this was. I like the idea, like, yeah, they're going, like, boom. I was like, yeah, where's the music there? Okay, so I guess I have to run it through a different element as far as to get that achievement. So, alright, it's fine. You have to run through this game repeatedly on that. I guess that's going to be beyond the scope as far as this, but either way, I did show the full game. Yep, where do you think you're going? Actually, wait, I'm trying to let them kill me. Right? Can they do that? Yeah, maybe not. Maybe they're not. Oh, fine. They're not shoot. Oh, fine. Oh, okay, fine. He is shooting me. Never mind. Actually, wait a minute. Let me look at something else. Yeah, definitely much more desolate it's looking like without doing the shooting. Alright, fine. I will let them kill me just to show this. Or fine, I'll let it go on that way. Okay, fine. At that point, yeah, it's doing that way. Okay, actually, He says, this is if I don't go through any of the other stuff that way. I say that goes off that way. Bye-bye, Disco Ball. So yeah, the foreign threat was eliminated. Okay, so, yeah, because I was curious to see what that was as far as that. And yeah, you do have the leaderboards as far as that. Okay. Alright, I think with that, that's going to be our element on Rez. Although then again... Actually, you know what? I'll tell you what we'll do. I knew I did this for a reason. I saved a run of Lost Area. In fact, game loaded. Okay, so fine. I'll show off my run of Lost Area from a couple hours ago, just again, to give a little bit of an element, because you save replays as far as this. Because, yeah, I think at that point, yeah, that'll cover that. And also be good as far as me being able to go into schedule and stuff as far as the end of the program. But, alright. That's Rez HD, another great selection by Lexverse as far as playing on the show. Another great show we had. As we always have great shows on this program. Thank you so much to everybody out there. Thank you, Lexverse, for making this request. And it's all of you who make this show that way and always make it for great shows, you know? As I say, we have the best chat on Twitch. I used to say patent pending. I haven't gotten a patent on that, but I am not going to even bother trying to get one or even deny that. Like, clearly we do have the best chat on Twitch, no question for that. And it's all of you who make that happen, all of you who make the suggestions for stuff you want to see, all of you have the best discussion points that we have as far as this, us going deep into the games we love, even the games maybe we don't love, as far as that, to kind of get a deeper understanding, and also share ideas and share other games that maybe you haven't played. Because, yeah, I guess Lexverse and I are in this element saying that, from what I've gathered, I don't think Dollyfin and Gemini96 have played this game specifically. Okay, they haven't. They said specifically to me they haven't. But I think we both say, yeah, this is totally worth your money as far as it worth checking out on whatever you can play it on as far as how it is. The modern stuff is on PS4, 5, Oculus, and mobile, and PC. But 360 has it, PS2, and Dreamcast if you import the Japanese version for that one. And yeah, it is a unique one and fun one, and one that's going to give you a lot of play, as it did for us tonight. It did for me specifically just from all the years I've played it. With that, I had a great time. Next time we come back to Tetsuya Mizuguchi stuff, we'll show off Lumines for the Switch as far as the Puzzle Showcase dedicated show. Your pick, chat that way. I'm thinking either Child of Eden or I'm thinking Space Channel 5 Part 2 as far as a full dedicated show. We'll show in the showcase the Lumines and Tetris Effect Connected. It's a full point now because I mentioned that before. I'll talk to Crusader 64 about that because I think he might have called dibs on both of those. As far as Child of Eden and Space Channel 5 Part 2. The Child of Eden, I don't know what version we'll use. He has on the PS3, we might run PS3. I might get 360 to run Kinect for that, potentially. We'll see. And then Space Channel 5 Part 2, I think we run the PS3 version, I believe. But that'll come some point down the road that way. And I'm looking forward to going through more stuff as far as that. And I'll have an update probably next week's show as far as Nocturne's element on Rez Infinite that way. But yeah, like Per says specifically, yeah, Rez Infinite's good. So yeah, Nocturne, if you're out there when you see the edit, or however it is, Lexverse, it is the Lexverse stamp of approval, and is a good stamp of approval to have on your game or on anything really. So thank you so much for stopping by for the show. To everybody out there tonight, thank you again, Lexverse, for sure. We definitely send our best out to you. And hopefully we gave you a good time as far as the show. You always give us a good time, so yeah, absolutely. It's mutual that way. All right. So with that, last business item here is schedule. So let's go into that. Next week, Nocturne's coming back at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Next Saturday, we're going to be playing Part 3 of Mega Man Legends 2 for the PlayStation. Last time, she took us through her favorite of the main ruins. We're going into our next adventure. I don't know what we're going to see, because as I mentioned, the only time I'm playing the game is off-screen after she's already played it. So I got to have my fun with the ruins she ran, and she was right. Those were really nice ruins. I definitely loving what I've been playing in Mega Man Legends 2 as it is, and she's going to be ready for our next part next time. And she's also going to be a better case for herself, because like, hey, I couldn't really practice too much or run stuff for money grind or Zenny grind as it is because of the state of her PlayStation 2. That's been fixed, sort of, kind of, but enough that it's all set for that. So she's going to be set for that and for our next adventure. As I said, we're going to be running that next Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Week after that, speaking of the Crusader 64, he's coming back. We're going to be playing Saturday. It's going to be Saturday show for that one. That's going to be June 17th. at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. He's going to be joining me as we play Kirby Superstar for the Super Nintendo. We're going to run the Switch Online version for that, so I can avoid avoid a flashing light element anytime you defeat a boss. That being said, I will also probably put in an edit from the Super Nintendo version to show exactly what I mean, like why we're running that version and not Super Nintendo. Well, I've done Super Nintendo, but otherwise, like, I don't want to necessarily have to put that in every time. It's either way, and we do have the Super Nintendo controllers to run that for sure, so we will definitely do that. As I said, we'll figure as far as split off of games specifically. I think he said like he'd want to be fine, or he'd be fine running the helper character overall, or he'd want to do leading on Milky Way Wishes specifically. It was like, it's his choice. I know the Great Cave Offensive is mine. He said like, you do that because you're going to do 100% on that, which we will. We're going to 100% that game for sure. And I think we should be able to do that within one night as far as that version. And we might potentially show off its DS version in July. We'll get into that a little later as far as that. And also confirmation of that in 2 weeks. Week after that, we have part 3 of Lunar Silver Star Story Complete. That's going to be on June 24th. That's going to be 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time as the Lunar parts and the Protorova shows usually are, because he is, of course, leading us on that one. Nocturne's going to be in on that one, as is Blood Spice Moon for that. Looking forward to continuing our adventures with that game. We're having a great time as far as that. The show that we've had the longest parts for specifically, but yeah, talk about soaking up your game, and I'm loving what I've been playing and seeing of that game based on his leadership of it and everything we've gotten to as far as chat's concerned and all that. So yeah, we'll continue that as far as the end of the month. Then we get to July, where the next viewer request would be for the first weekend. Likevers also wanted to see this, and it was a good one to suggest this way. It'll be Bomberman World for the PlayStation. That's going to be on July 1st. I'll have time to practice that for sure, starting now, specifically for that. And we can celebrate 40 years of the Bomberman franchise. We talk Bomberman a lot, and I asked, what do we do first for Bomberman? He said, I'd like to see this one. I said, great, let's do it. So I have Bomberman World for PlayStation, published by Atlas and developed by Hudson Soft themselves. It is an interesting one. It is a unique one as far as what I played, and I'm having fun with what I've played of it so far, but I got some time to get of it the full look, as we do always as far as the shows that are viewer requests, and anything really. We do that for sure that way, and I definitely will do that for that one for 4th of July weekend. So yeah, talk about your fireworks. You're getting that started and doing it right. Then the week after that, I've got 2 shows I'm doing, as the thing for that is done. Alright, fine. I guess I'll have to run it again, because I need to have some kind of a thing going on this. Yeah, because this game, I guess, is weird that I can't necessarily give it too much accompaniment as far as, like, look and stuff, as far as it's going as a talk. But either way, fine, we'll go this once more. Yeah, the week after July 1st. July 7th, 8th, I have 2 shows that week. July 7th is going to be a Friday night show at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That is going to be another preview program show, which we did back in February. Protorova and myself did with Game Dev Tycoon before we started playing it. Basically kind of as a bit of a practice, even more of a loose show than we already do, because when we do the full shows as far as it, I do go into background of stuff as far as history of game, people who made it, other works they did, all that stuff. The preview programs, this is going to be our second one, but I won't necessarily do that, but it's also a case where I need to practice this game, because we're playing this on September 30th, and I want to make sure I'm ready for this one. There's another one that I first asked for, but I said we're doing a preview program. I'm going to record it live on that Friday night of July 7th. Contra Hardcore for the Sega Genesis. We're going to be using the Switch Online version, which is the version I'll use when we play it in September. I am not going to be able to use the Sega Genesis version that EdWack has, as I thought might have been an option, but I said, like, oh, I was going to use Switch Online anyway, because my Genesis and my 32X actually have problems reading cartridges, I realized. Which goes back to when we did Streets of Rage 2. I realized it's not taking stuff that well for it. But my Sega CD stuff is fine, so, like, any Sega CD we can run, and I want to run Road Avenger at some point, because I picked that up a couple weeks ago. That game is really awesome. I'd love to show that. So Sega CD is fine, but Genesis 32X has to kind of go on hold. And if it's on something else, we'll play on something else. So for the case of Contra Hardcore, both for that preview program we're going to do and when we play it fully on September 30th, I'll use the Switch Online Expansion Pack version, which has save states that I can use for showing off all of the endings. But for the purpose of the practice show I'm going to do, I'm just going to play it fresh, see what happens, go through some stuff. so I can be ready, because I know that game is difficult. I know I announced that last year. I practiced that game quite a bit over the past couple months, but I honestly haven't practiced it a lot recently. So I think a full show, as far as it for the case of a preview program, is worth doing. And then the day after that, for July 8th, Max is coming back. We are going to be finishing for sure this time Parasite Eve for PlayStation. We only have 27 floors of the Chrysler Building to go, and the final boss up there. We got the schedule stuff figured out. We will finish that as far as that on July 8th, and looking forward to doing that, and looking forward to continuing our love and completing it of Parasite Eve, a game he got me into. Like, I probably wouldn't have played that game quite to the degree, if not for him, but other people as well mentioned it, to talk about sharing ideas and games they want to see. So in that case, looking forward to that one on July 15th. No, 8th. 15th is the next part of Mega Man Legends 2. Week after that is question mark, because that might be when the Crusader 64 is going to show off Kirby Superstar Ultra for DS. We're going to emulate it specifically on his PlayStation Classic if we do that. That's going to be a question as far as if we do that or not. If we don't do that, I will take another viewer request element off the pile. Do pile wings for the Super Nintendo, because I know I've said I wanted to do that for a while. I'm going for summer. And as a little bit of a bonus on top of that, since I'm going to use Switch Online for that, I'll show off the Shindo Pack version of Wave Race 64 as a little bit of an extra, and also the emulation of Pile Wing 64 on that, because that is an emulation that deserves to be shown off. And remind Nintendo, yeah, we want to talk about emulating on anything as far as it for that Switch On expansion pack stuff for Nintendo 64. Make them all like that, please. Begging. Same for any re-releases of anything else. I know it's hard to get the idea of dev stuff. I get it. I'm not going to say no. I think it's easy to just take a game like from PS2 and plug it into another system. I know it doesn't work that way. But yeah, when you do a really good job, we're going to celebrate it here for sure and tell people to, take a shot on that. That'll be if we do that then. If not, we'll do that eventually. That will be something we'll do when we do Pile Wing Super Nintendo, but that's going to be on the docket that way. And then the end of July, we have the next part of Lunar. And then in August, end of the month, we have the next part of Lunar, maybe its finale. Same with Mega Man Legends 2. I believe in August, Edwack's going to start Spyro the Dragon, running the Spyro Reignite Trilogy version. I think that's going to be 2 parts at some point. I think September we probably finish that too, if that's what's going to go on. Some of that's going to be up in the air, but the stuff that I know is not going to be up in the air actually is the Contra Hardcore play, the full play, which we're going to do on September 30th. I'm pushing that out as far as I can, so I'll have enough time to get that set. And then we get to October. Gemini 96 in the chat. He's going to be in on the show fully for Earthbound for the Super Nintendo. It's his pick as far as weekend, except the last weekend. And we'll be in talks as far as that. Then also Nocturne's going to be in one of those weekends for the Typing of the Dead, Sega Dreamcast. And we're going to be looking forward to showing that game. That's an awesome one. Then we'll also have the Crusader 64 on specifically for the purpose of a horror game of his choice, because Halloween is his holiday. He can't not be on the show for that. We'll figure out what that is. We're thinking maybe Until Dawn on PlayStation 4. We're still kind of tossing it around. And also taking seriously the idea of Nikki saying, like, her and Edwack coming in on one of those shows, and as she said, like, hey, if you're going to do it, you got to come here. It's like, yeah, if that's the case, we'll talk to her as far as that for sure. And she's got her stuff that's going to come up eventually as far as the other stuff she's got running. And then also at the end of October, we have Castlevania Rondo of Blood. We're going to run the PSP edition of that one on October 28th, because that is its 30th anniversary. Cannot wait to get to that game. I got the unlock already as far as it for Castlevania Dracula X Chronicles, was that's within, so I got some time to practice. The PSP stream stuff is sort of in place, but I might get another cable for that, as you saw maybe with the edit of Lunar from last week. You'll know why if you saw it. If you didn't, I would highly recommend you check it out. That was some interesting stuff we had there, for sure. I can't wait for that next narrative of that. And then in November, next part of Earthbound, the Disney pre-Thanksgiving game, which I'll figure what we're going to do. I might have an idea of what I might pull out for that. We start Metal Gear Solid 2, Sons of Liberty, running Substance on PlayStation 2. So we're celebrating that Metal Gear Solid Classic Collection that got announced, the Volume 1 one. So yeah, as that's coming out, we'll be running that game, the PS2 edition of Substance, for the Metal Gear Solid Skateboarding. That's the reason I'm running it as it is, on top of all the other extras that are there that way. And then the showcase show on Thanksgiving weekend. Dolly Finn in chat will be involved with that one. I show a bunch of puzzle games. Stuff I mentioned, a couple of Mizuguchi puzzle games as far as it, and a bunch of other stuff too. So yeah, you're not going to want to miss that, as we got all this stuff coming up for the rest of the year. And yeah, I cannot wait to have more of that stuff go. And with that, I think we can kind of go back to the title screen that way. All right, I think that's going to do it for Super Bowl Game Saturday for this week. Thank you so much for stopping by the show. Thank you so much for contributing to the show. Thank you so much for making the requests that you do and being part of the Super Bowl Game Saturday family. You all are out there. If you've been in chat once, people who've been on the show, you are a part of this family, and thank you so much for everything you do to make this show something worth coming back to as far as you want to come back to it. In my case, doing it every week, and I said, I'll keep going. Anything you want to see, keep those viewer requests coming. We will get to them. I promise you that. I said in the next couple weeks, feasibly, I will have updates to stuff with, I guess, more tracking of the show, figuring out when we get going with the, if I can find it, there's a demo here, when we'll show off the element of the Super Bowl Game Saturday Discord that we're working on. We'll get that in the pipeline, as well as perhaps linkages of the master lists. It is real. And also other elements of schedule, so it'll be easier to kind of track on top of the stuff that Twitch has as far as schedule and all that. But as I said, that's coming down the road, because, yeah, we are not stopping. We're pushing forward. And all of you give the good ideas to do stuff like that, as we had last week, and other stuff as well, and other games you want to see. So in that case, keep it to Super Bowl Game Saturday. We're going to be here for you for everything you got, or even personal stuff for you. We're here for you that way as well. Yeah, we're more than gaming, for that for sure, but we go deeper as far as it. We go deep in the guts and into the people who make it possible as far as playing and also, or making it, but also the people who play. And that's definitely an important part for that. And for that, I can't thank you all enough for that, and for tonight's show, and for every show we have on Super Bowl Game Saturday. So in that case, have a wonderful rest of your night. Thank you so much for everything. Have a great rest of your week or weekend, and have a great week coming forward. I'll see you next week. Enjoyed this game. Thank you. Good night. Sure, no problem, Dolly Finn. Good night to you, Dolly Finn. Like first, Gemini 96. Looking forward to the future shows for sure. I'll see you next Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with Nocturne for Part 3 of Mega Man Legends 2. Till then, keep being awesome. Have a wonderful night. Thank you so much for everything. Take care. Have a great night, everybody. So Gemini 96 says, absolutely back at you. See everybody next week. We're doing an audio test on Rez for Xbox 360. I have the HD60 set up as far as my capture device for this one. The volume is at negative 23.4 decibels because this can get thumping like crazy. And I basically have to test each stage, also to see if I'm going to get any sound delay. And if I do, I'm almost wondering if maybe my HDMI cable might be something. Because I have a super fast one that's going to the TV, but then I don't have a super fast one going from that capture device to my console. So maybe that's the problem. Also going to test the trans vibrator thing out with the other controller. Make sure that it's not going to bleed over. And then also have to check it for audio cases of copyright potentially. So alright, so let's go to controls. Trans vibration, we want it on. Go into controller 2. So I control vibrate and sync with the game. You want to reset to off once the game is finished. Oh shit! Okay, holy crap. Okay, that's going to be interesting to see. Says the test of, hey, it's working. Okay, let's see. Let's have it over there. Have our setup of Rumble on for us. We'll drive on the B button. Shot is A, and then you can get that set. Yeah, it's going to be funny as far as that. In the tutorial demo, it's just sound, so it's not going to be a problem. Alright, I got to check every level, and we'll check play mode. As we hear the thumping sound, I don't know if this is going to be too loud, but we'll see as we go to Area 1, Area 2, Area 3, Area 4, Area 5. Let's start with Area 1. This is also second as my practice, because I need it. Alright, so let's get going. Oh shit, it's just rumbling like crazy. It's going to be too loud. Wait, hold on, why is it rumbling? I want to see this. Wait, it's rumbling. Okay. So the game rumbles as I do the charge on. Jesus Christ. Holy shit. Alright, fine. Okay, this is going to be interesting to see how this takes. I don't think I'm going to be able to run this specifically. Or I had to put it on a surface that's not going to go like a table. Jesus Christ. Jesus, that's insanely loud. It's going to fall off the table. You know what? Let's let it fall off the table. Let's just see how far this goes. Just see how long it goes off the table for and see also how that sounds. You know, maybe that drowns out this music, but honestly, I don't think this piece of music is gonna be a problem. Alright, here we go. And there it goes. Let's see if it feels it hears it from the floor. Okay. Yeah, I do love this. Like, I think we're in good shape. See where the spikes on the audio are going. Nah, not much. Oh, there we go. Get an upgrade. Come on. Oh, there's 3 on that. Okay. Yeah, got it. Oh, there's yeah, level 2. I guess then, how's my controller sounding just at the distance? Fine, kill everything with the overdrive. Okay, it's still going down there, but I'll be curious to see how this picks that up. I think I might show that for part of it, but like, I don't think I'm going to show it the whole way. Oh no, gotta get the shot. Honestly, it's vibrating more than the game is for me. Oh wait, because I set it to go with just the controller of the trans vibrator. Because you set it up to all 4. And it's still getting rumble, but not as much. Alright, here we go. Alright, this is interesting. And I guess if nothing else, I'll have to upload each of these parts to see where do I get a copyright strike on. If I can beat this game to get a get a check at that. Because I know there's one song that's a Motown song. I don't think I can get away with playing that. But I also don't know where it is. There we go. There we go. Oh, fine, we'll mute him with foot, see what happens. Actually, it is very therapeutic. I know they said that. Yeah, it's supposed to be therapeutic. It does have a washable cover if you want to use it as a sexual device, I guess. I feel like it's going more than the my controller. Whoa. Oh wait, I'm not done with it, alright. Yeah, I think this will be fine as far as this song. Well, because it's by, fine, it's something they made internally for this game. Like I said, yeah, the rules for this is arbitrary anyway, because I'm basically violating copyright of the people who made this. Or maybe game people are just more accepting of that, saying like, look, we're never going to be having our case where nobody's going to be using our music this way, but at least for people like me, they know that, fine, I'm doing it for a purpose to show off what we're dealing with here. And, like, basically beg people to play this if they haven't. And to celebrate it. Because, yeah, I first wanted to see this, and, yeah, I'm happy to deliver. As well at level 3. Alright, there we go. Now we're going to the bus. Giga Earth, I believe, yes? Or Earth Terra. And now things are getting really, really serious. But yeah, the thumping beats are going, oh my god. Yeah, the system's trying to shut down with us inside, so we gotta take care of, Earth Terra. They say till it self-destructs, but I don't know if you can not last that long. You usually just wait until you get that max chain and just let go. You have to pay attention where the green is. There we go. But that one's not done. Hear the poop. Actually, I realized that's kind of the tell as far as it. You definitely have to listen to the sound more than I thought you had to. I'll run our overdrive. I get to kind of dig the boss out in a lot of ways. Alright. Yeah, now we're about halfway down, so we get the great synth going. Let's talk about the evolution of your boss. Yeah, I think it should happen soon. Actually, I thought there is a time limit, so that's when it self-destructs. Actually, no, there is on the last level. I remember that now because I think I didn't kill him in time, and then I got a game over. I almost got him. Oh, one more. Got him. Alright. That is Earth Terra taken care of. There's that rumble coming from me. Oh, I made it. But I don't think I did that hot in this. But either way. Fine. Analyzation 100%, which usually is enemy shot down 98.42. Support items at 94.44, and there we go. There we go, and into the center. Alright, so that is audio test 1. Yeah, I guess let's see how this sounded. And also if there was any audio delay. Hopefully not. Alright, audio test 2 for Rez using Area 2. Yeah, I think that negative 23.4 decibels is set, and it also doesn't look like I'm running into audio lag. But at the same time, I gotta look into that. I think maybe I need another HDMI super fast cable. Maybe the capture device doesn't know what to do with it when it's super fast coming to the TV, but not super fast going to the console. But anyway, let's take a listen to this. Let's run Protocol Rain by Mist. This is also gonna be simultaneously my, am I gonna get content flagged for this? Because I didn't actually notice that really was a case of that until I was looking into it yesterday. But I sort of got on a Gitaru Man, and I didn't have a factor of it. Alright, so yeah. And I turned off the trans vibration from before, because, like, yeah, that was, insane. And not even on the controller I'm running. There we go. Yeah, this level, you're going on tracks. Actually, yeah, the Tron influence is clearly obvious, because of the fact that, hey, the colors, and also those weird things you ride on to get to the Master Control program, as it is. Yeah, because we haven't done Tron on the show. We haven't done any of the Tron games. I got a couple we could show. At least I have the 2 arcade games. I was curious about showing off Killer App, or Tron 2.0 Killer App, or Tron 2.0 period, because yeah, that game was pretty cool. And fine, we'll get Tron when we do Kingdom Hearts 2, at the very least. Alright, so let's get going on to layer 3. Oh, right, these things. They take a lot of hits on the side, but they keep going. Yeah, so far I think we're good on this. I just want to make sure that I don't have an audio delay. On this game, I don't want one above anything. Alright, into layer 4. The thing with this game is not super long, so I can at least test it well. It's just that fine. I guess I'm also kind of in a case after what happened with Lunar last week where the different parts of the game that sound different for volume. So hopefully, A, we won't have that problem, and then I won't have the audio delay. I don't want it on this game above any else. I'll also have to look at that HD60X saying that maybe another cable is what I need as far as a super fast HDMI thing. Maybe it's just not traveling it quick enough, which is a possibility, but yeah, I mean, I guess it could be. I did admittingly run it slower when I was doing. Let me think about this. I used that for Pokemon Gen 9. I didn't have a super fast cable. But then again, we ran with Guardian Heroes. Well, fine. I only had the one for Guardian Heroes. And with the off-screen on that, I didn't have that cable when I was running it with Nocturne, so maybe that's what it was. I'm trying to think about that. Although, I don't know if Tower Draga had that problem when we ran it on the Switch itself. I think I have all the settings right. I said, why to do it on the Saturn game with Chasm 22 with Guardian Heroes? Oh, maybe it just didn't. Well, it did it on 360 when I did the footage, so, you know, maybe that's what it is. Maybe the time is just buy another cable just to go along with it so I can ensure it's super fast. And if that fails, I'll also say that, fine, I guess I gotta look at my PC tech. I mean, I just got a PC at the beginning of this year. It's a great PC, a great laptop, but it's also something that maybe, for what I want to do with this, it's not going to be running. And I want to make sure when we get to stuff that's super HD, I mean, I guess this is one example of that. I want to make sure that we're in line with that and we don't have those problems that I've been having. Actually, you know, I do think it maybe has something to do with that cable, because, no. Okay, good. At first I thought those were the bullets. Right, they're dead. Yeah, if I can get to the Zen state before I get to the boss. Now level up. Alright, because I can shoot him off, and I can hit the targets. Okay, that's what it is, because if he's still connected, they'll still hit me, but then I can also shoot the targets off as they fall. One. Awesome. Alright, into layer 9. Maybe that's what it is, because yeah, I didn't do it consistently when I was doing actually either Pokemon or that, so, you know what, I think it might be some of the cable. Fine, as I said, it doesn't really matter what I'm saying here, because, hey, it's an audio test. And a tech check, really, so, uh-oh. There's one I missed, but alright, fine. Okay, I want that. Okay, damn, I got a lot of that off of just that alone. Actually, I might get to my max level by the time I get in here. Which would be awesome, because then I can breeze through the rest, or feasibly breeze through the rest. Ooh. There you go, got it. It's the Eden, whatever they call this thing. Whoa, shit! Okay, good. Alright, to the boss now. Yeah, and I'm in good shape running against Mars Terra. Good thing I know is that, hey, hit the yellow. But also look for the times when I can actually hit him. Alright, wait, hold on, where's the other one? Oh, yeah, this part. Yeah, these yellow, shoot the yellow parts down and do it quick so they don't crash into me. Whoa. I think they're randomizing these patterns, because these are not the patterns I got yesterday when they're just, bashing into me like this. Uh-oh. Ah, shit. Alright, yeah, you gotta go down. Yeah, come out so I can hit you. Yeah, use your overdrive here so you can do tons of damage on him. I feel like I can rapid hit when they're close, but yeah, the game generally doesn't really tell you that, I'm noticing, but I found it out just intuitively, which I guess is fine. Oh, there we go. Yeah, this one takes some time, really. Ow, then they hit me. Ow, I'm in trouble. I already lost 3 levels on this. Hey, way better on my test. Actually, wait a second, I think he's just stabilizing. He wasn't doing anything. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get him. Whew. I think I got him. Did I? Yeah, I did. Okay, good. Yeah, when the bar goes away, that's the dead giveaway. Alright, got him. Alright, there's Mars Terra. That was not easy. Yeah, the rest of this is gonna be, interesting. Alright, there's analyzation of 100%, as is always the case. Shot down enemies, 98.09. And 81.25. Not so hot on the items. Alright, but that is indeed what we need. So let's run in. That is Area 2. So let's stop, take a listen to this one. Beyond Lost Area unlocked. Beyond Player Select 0 form unlocked. Beyond Player Select 2nd form unlocked. Okay, that's new. Alright, that should be good for that. Let's take a stop. Alright, audio check 3 and copyright warning check 3, I guess, on Rez. Yeah, I did Area 1 and 2, next is 3, and then 4 and 5. You know, even if I don't beat 5, I do need to check that to see how it goes, just run through it. And same with Area 3, I guess I can do that, but alright. Area 3 is hard, as far as how it is, especially when we get to the boss, but right now... Actually, what if I bypass? Well, let's try that. Wait. Actually, what if I don't shoot that? I'm gonna try not shooting this. Can I just farm up energy? Or maybe I have to. Maybe I have to go in. And maybe just to get all the items. Or to build overdrive up. Okay. I definitely gotta get my overdrive up. I gotta get my levels up. Yeah, because the boss in this is a bear to beat. I must have done it. It's just been years since I've done it. Okay, fine. The little orbs of that. Okay, so that gives me the answer. That the one that's in the diamond like that gives me one... Okay, I can still do that one off screen. I didn't know that. Okay, yeah, when it's in the circle like that, I get multiple hits. I think 3. And then it's just in the diamond, I get just 1. Okay, so good. I guess that's because of how I chain together. There's 7. Bump, 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 bump. Uh-oh. No, no! You know, let's, wait. Oh, there we go. I was like, wait, hold on. I was like, there's gonna be enemies here, right? Actually, that might be an interesting thing to talk about as far as the chat's concerned, which is, hey, the people played this, which I know, like, First could be one of them. I know he must have played this, because otherwise... Actually, I guess, now I've realized this, I don't know if he's actually requested anything he hasn't, played. I should probably pose that. But that being said, I'm pretty sure he's played it. I wonder how he plays it. Yeah, for that matter, yeah, because honestly, now that I realize it, except for maybe Saint Aspartame, I don't know if I remember asking him this, I don't think I know anybody who's actually played this game. Fine, Crusader 64 played its sequel, Child of Eden. I have not played that one, which is on 360, and it's also other stuff. I think it's on PS3. But... yeah, so, honestly, I don't know if I've actually met people who actually have played this game. So, yeah, get rid of the Cyber Centipede. Alright, fine, I guess we also got, out of the way as far as the unlock. Yeah, that looks like a Panzer Dragoon thing. Which is fitting, I guess, that this is the people who worked on Panzer Dragoon. A lot of people who worked on this worked at Team Andromeda. And that was interesting doing the note take on this game while I was on my lunch break at work yesterday. Because, like, hey, I gotta get the notes set on this somehow. I had to finish the Lunar edit, which I did, thank God. Actually, those do give me tons of, level up items, so actually, yeah, they might be worth going in, but yeah, we gotta go into the breach. We have to do the breach on the, layer. Yeah, I can only get myself set up for the boss so far, I guess, or so much. Oh, wait, there's one over there. Oh, wait, no, there wasn't one over there. Whoa. Oh, and then bullet. Oh, whoa! Okay, good. And maybe that's the thing I should do, just study what their behavior is so then I know what to do. Because I could just shoot everything, that's true. It's not a bad strategy, but it's also a case of, hey, if I'm gonna be a case like that, I'm gonna know how to avoid their shots. He said in this case, yeah, oh, wait, okay, that was close. Oh, oh, you just go to the boss eventually anyway, so alright, fine, I didn't go through the whole layer, alright. So I can, oh right, yeah, okay, this is the boss, never mind. Alright, so I do eventually go through the layer. Maybe that has something to do with the self-destruct, it's like, hey, you know, until it goes out, that you're on time limit, alright. Yeah, bust the cubes. Oh, wait, okay, it looked like I was gonna crash in. Alright, fine, Venus Giga. Alright, this is the boss I died to last night. I know there's elements, I gotta dig out the targets, dig out the lasers, watch out for the things shooting out, and then get to the top, dig it out, and then shoot right away. Wait, I'm gonna hold my overdrive till then. I like it to kind of just unload or kind of peel back the layer, I should say. No, so it's much more open with what I have to hit here. Whoa! I'm gonna hit that. Oh, shit. Oh, I didn't hit that. Okay, good. It's also one of those things I think I gotta pay attention to what's going on in front of me. Okay, so I do have an option for— oh, shit! Yeah, I do have to pay attention. Yeah, this game's pretty difficult, honestly, even though it's only 5 levels. Alright, so that's the first layer. And next to these things, these little cannons that shoot out enemies. They shoot out in a rapid method. And yeah, like that. The other thing is, yeah, I can rapid fire. I think that's one option. But yeah, just keep hitting that A button. Okay, yeah, even that's not gonna do much. So honestly, I don't have a whole lot of time to even do that. Whoa. I have to basically pay attention to how far away are they. Oh no! There's a lot of them coming to the top. And I only have an 8 target lock on. Oh, okay, good. Hope I didn't lose my juice or get. Did I get a level down? I'll have to look back in the footage. I don't know, honestly. Alright, this is the part. Hit the center. Okay, good. That took down a ton of it, so I'll save my overdrive for this. There you go. Perfect. Okay, so there you go. Yeah, just shoot my overdrive right there. Oh, crap. So close. Alright, fine. One more pass. I know exactly what I gotta do now. Got it. Whew. Okay, so yeah, it's just, it's had to be calm and take care of it, and, we got him. Alright, so good news is, whoa! Yeah, now I got the other controllers. Like, wait, alright, got out of here. So, next area. Whew. So, area 3 out. I didn't 100% it, but I don't mind. Yeah, only 50% as far as analyzing. But I shot down 97.18% of the targets. All support items. Okay, awesome. Actually makes me wonder one thing, was like, hey, if I'm getting all the support items, does that mean that it saves that? I guess we'll see what it says. Alright, yeah, that's that one. So yeah, let's take a stop on that one and listen how it sounded. Alright, audio test, copyright warning check 4 on Rez. We have Jojuka's Rocket Sponge for Area 4. Let's see how this goes. Let's see how far I get on this, because, yeah, this is where it's getting really difficult, and we'll have to do that one eventually. But alright, let's do this. So alright, Area 4, let's do this, and see what happens. I missed it. If I was going into the let's go deeper in. I didn't actually go fully deep into Area 3. Oh shit, they got tough fire. Oh. I definitely need to get my levels up before we get to the boss here. Alright, there you go. I do love when it does that. Whoop, whoop. Yeah, fuck it. I'm going into every area as far as analyzing data. Oh, going up. Whoa. Oh, we're going up. We're fine. Looks like we're going up. We're kind of going across. Whoa, there's an item. Whoa. There we go. Level up. Actually, yeah, this does look very Tron-like, honestly. Whoa! Yeah, we got an overdrive. Awesome. Yeah, we made it there. It looked like it missed it, but alright, got it. Alright, so yeah, I'm getting, I think, a little better as far as what I gotta do. Here we are. Whoa. Shooting energy out. Whoa. Sometimes in that case, like, yeah, you don't want to be fancy with a combo. It means you're gonna die or get hit. Do have the tribal drums on this. Uh-oh. So it's like the boss in, Area 2. Trying to get me from being close. Or by being close. Go in. They're basically kicking it down the road so I can jump in and kill the enemies at the same time. I guess because the items don't appear when I have that activated when I'm going to go in. Uh-oh. Whoa. Whoa. Yeah, I'm locking everything. Okay. Because I got unoverdrive, so... Hope we said as we're getting deeper and deeper. Okay, so yeah, I gotta hit each side and bust that off. I just sounds something that Jet Set Radio, honestly. I know it's not Hideki Naganuma who's involved with the music on this one. I guess nothing else, this is supposed to be a test of how much up. Wait, how did I level down? Alright, I'll have to look back on the video to see how did that happen. But either way, it doesn't matter because we're back to that level. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, I am. Never mind. Oh no, it's one of these and they're really close. Wait, did I even get all of the, all of everything? Alright, friends, Uranus Giga. I don't remember how to fight this thing, so yeah, this is gonna be interesting to see. Alright, trying to shut me down. Okay, it's like... Hey, there it is. That's my target right there. Whoa. Yeah, they give me full movement. Yeah, you don't have quick turn as far as I'm aware, like Panzer Dragoon, so you have to be quick. Fine, use the overdrive. Is it even hitting him? I guess it is. Oh. I guess because it's just shield. Whoa. Oh god, the guitar's coming. Holy shit, this is awesome. Wow, this is awesome. Holy crap. I forgot how awesome this music was. I said, this is totally a Jet Set Radio jam. Yeah, this is not in Jet Set Radio, it should be. Or, I know it isn't in Jet Set Radio, but it should be. What's going on? He's running away. I was like, yeah, I didn't. Oh, no. Okay, hit him in the... I think I hit him in his, well, yeah, there. Oh, whoa. No. No! Yeah, I think I'm gonna get him, honestly. Maybe this is easier than the last one. Maybe I'm just getting better. I don't know which one. Whoa! Okay, so far so good. Going into round 5, if this is how it's gonna be, I'm gonna take it, but... I got him. I think that's it. Yes. You done? You done? Where is he? Yeah, he's done. Got him. Are you ready to skig? Gotcha. Whew! That was good. Actually went really well. Way better than I thought it was going to, but alright. Oh yeah, I didn't get it all the way in, but okay, it didn't matter. Everything is concentrated as far as where it is, so actually that was not too bad. Yeah, but... Area 5, I've never actually beaten this, so... Maybe I'll make history off-screen with this. We'll see. And honestly, if I keep going at this rate, I'm going to beat this game in like an hour. Which is like, yeah, we're not just going to do an hour. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think I'm going to have this much luck when it comes to the run of this. But alright. Let's take a stop, and I got to get ready for Area 5. Alright, this is it. The final of the tests for Rez. We're going through Area 5. I've never beaten it, so we'll see if maybe I make history when I'm doing my recording of being the first time beating it here. But let's see. I'm in good shape after how Area 4 went. And we'll see if there's anything I'm going to get a copyright strike on, aside from that California Soul song, it'll be this. So, let's do it. Fear by Adam Freeland for Area 5. Alright, this is it. Okay, let's go. Come so far. Alright. That's good. Wait, I just go in automatically? Oh, alright. Ages ago, life was born in the primitive sea. I was telling the story of the history while I'm taking down everything in the PC, I guess, or wherever we are. Yeah, I'm not gonna pretend I necessarily understand the plot, although the game does explain the plot. Whoa! Alright, take care, guys. Also, yeah, not going in 10% increments. Young life forms constantly evolve in order to survive. Alright, so... I think I said to myself when I was doing my practice a little bit last night, I said, is this the 2001 A Space Odyssey of video games? Taking the idea of, like, the, Star Child. I think the answer is, I don't know, it might be. Because we're getting to that point, I will definitely float that. As far as chat's concerned, but alright. Alright. Next up, 21%. Look at the life being created. Some prospered, some did not, and all sorts of life ebbed and flowed like the tides. Alright, ooh. There he goes. There's my level up. Oh yeah, at least just pay attention to that. That's a good indication. Alright, so. Alright, they're gone. The quiet room of the Mother Sea, life grew. I guess I'm ending it as it is, but either way. Whoa. There you go. There's some, there's a level up. Oh, there's a really big one. Yeah, I think I'm gonna max out. I'm gonna need it for where I'm going. Alright, got it. There we go. Max level. But I gotta hold on to it. Yeah, I knew this is long, because you're not going in 10% each time. Always seeking to survive and flourish. Oh, right, I forgot. That's why they had a comma. Oh, they're dead. I was like, wait. I need something to hit me here. Dude, I don't want to use my overdrive, but I feel like I need to. Alright, so far I don't have to. Good. Damn, look at all this stuff. Oh, there's their shot. Oh. Damn, is it beautiful. My god. Yeah, you talk about your video games as art case. Yeah, this is definitely a game to make that argument. Wow. Holy crap, I can't believe I got through that. Oh, enemies! There's the next barrier. Alright, how much more? That's 42%. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I know this is the longest of them all. Sea life began, the advance towards land, and opened up new habitats. Yeah, that's not gonna do me good as long as I get another. Once I get another overdrive item. All right, the Gate of Truth. Let's go in. Oh, that's it. Okay, is that good? I was like, wait, hold on. Yeah, 50%. Great prosperity came, life conquered even the highest mountains. Yeah, I'd love another shot of overdrive right about now. Just so I could stock up. Oh, whoa! Tower. Yeah, they hid that one. It's like, yeah, those devious bastards. All right. Then mass extinctions came wave after wave. Okay, so it's getting way darker. Almost as if it's commenting on the fact of what I'm doing in here, but... Oh, there you go, there's an overdrive. I want as many of these as I can for that final boss. Okay, good. Hello. It's like, wait, you're gonna turn me around, right? Unless it tells me I'm in an area where I can't turn around. Alright, so next gate of truth is open. So let's find more. Oh, got him. Boom. But empty niche is always quickly refilled. And I didn't get an indication, I think, of what, iron lock that was. Uh-oh. Yeah, nothing else. Like, yeah, I hope I can do this well when I play this tomorrow. Because this is long. If I don't do this, we have to start this all over again. And this is... I'm gonna have to take a time on this, because I think I'll get to the boss, but I also want to see how long are we talking here when it comes to a run of this level. Whether I beat it or not. Alright, 71%. Okay, we're getting close. Oh, I'm full on overdose, so I should probably use some of them. Or not and hold them off with the boss. I don't know which. Oh, we're getting in the dark. Uh-oh. You know what, fuck it, we're using an overdose now, or overdrive, I should say. Whoa! Okay, perfect, I got one back. Awesome. Yeah, it was a perfect time to use it. Alright, awesome. Alright, 78%. Someday the next great emigration will occur. And, what happened next? We'll see. There's the gate, there's the gate. Is that it? That's fine, yeah. As long as I get the gate open, I'm set. I don't care. Everything else can, go rot. Oh! Okay, there's another overdrive I don't need. As we leave this existence and look for another. Alright, come on. I'm getting close. Alright, so what's next? Security breached. 92%. Alright, we're almost there. I think you have to do it, as far as everything. The journey will begin anew. Alright. I'm getting nervous now. You know what? Use the overdrive right now. Yeah, died in one shot. Or not, never mind, okay. I got 3, it's fine. Alright, there we go. And there, I think, is the last gate. They're in my way. Alright. That's it. Alright, it is boss time. Maybe it's not that long, 9 minutes for this part. I hold in me all that past. Who am I? Well, let's find out. Sweep from side to side on this. Whoa. Oh no, gate. Maybe it's wide open so you can kind of see everything. Okay, there's another overdrive. Whoa! Oh, that was close. Alright, here we go. This is it. Final boss. Yeah, it is the Star Child from 2001. It absolutely is. Alright. We are not done. Alright. Uh-oh. Who are you? Yeah, use the overdrives. I think this had multiple forms, though, so maybe I screwed myself by... Oh, crap! I want to get the overdrive. Okay, so they give you items in between, so yeah, alright, fine. Then that was not a good idea to run that. Don't come any closer. Oh, no. I shouldn't have used all those at once. Oh shit, yeah, I definitely shouldn't have used them here. Okay, maybe not too bad, alright. There we go, that's that. Where's the, I don't see it. I didn't see an overdrive. I should not use those overdrives to start, but okay. What next? Why? I don't know. I think when those go off, that's gonna be bad. I think I might be okay, come on. Oh, no! Oh, whoa! It's gonna shoot me! There you go. Boom, there goes the core. Okay, fantastic. We got an overdrive. I don't know how many phases this has. Uh-oh. Alright, next is... Aren't you afraid? Yeah, I'm terrified right now. Oh, no! Yeah, I'm using this now. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Just keep an eye on it. Keep an eye on where the bullets are. Come on, come on. He's running around. Oh! Okay, it didn't hurt me. I thought it was gonna hurt me. Oh. Unfortunately, no overdrives. Okay. What now? Almost there? Save me. I'm trying. Jesus, this is hard. Alright. I think this might have been where I got ended. When I tried to do this. Alright. Alright, where is it? I think that's it. I think I might run out of time here and that was a game over. Let's save who that is. And oh, it's down there! Yeah, I'll definitely put flashing light warnings on this. Where is the next one? Damn, this is long. It might be the longest and most protracted boss battle, or final boss battle we've ever had on the show. This would take me like almost 20 minutes just to do this part. Whoa. Did I get it? Oh, I'm getting it. That is the core, so I just gotta keep hitting it. Hold on. Whew. Just to give you a little bit of a breather in between. Alright. The good news, it seems like it's mostly the same as far as what I have to do. Which is good after all the patterns I've had to learn for what I'm doing. Whoa! They do give you a breather. Yeah, I never had water for an audio test before like this, or unless I was getting ready for show. But alright. We're gonna do this. I feel it. I can do this. Both of the show and now. If I do it now, I'll have editing fodder, assuming I don't get a copyright strike for this part. And yeah, the power of the Star Child from 2001 helps. Okay, yeah, I got that part. That being said, I'm not getting what I really want, which is an overdrive. Then again, I still have to run into phases anyway, so the overdrive probably wouldn't help me. Alright. Guess whole life is gonna begin anew. As long as I keep it up. So much here. Ow! Uh-oh, and that's the other thing, it just drains my... Coming from every direction. Oh no. I got it! I think I got it! Did I win? Did I do it? If I did it, I know where to hold my overdrive for. Come on, come on. Tell me I did it. I did it! Oh, thank God. Oh my God, wow. Oh boy. I did it. Wow. Alright, that is it. That is Rez. My God. Alright, I got it. Also, yeah, this is gonna be good to be able to do that audio test. Holy shit, that was almost half an hour for that one level. Alright, but at least now I know where I have to run the overdrive. Hold them until the very end. Here's that last section, because I was going perfectly until all those bullets were there. And also, I guess hopefully the idea is that... I'm trying to remember this game has good and bad ending. Whew, oh my God, wow. So yeah, there we go. This is going to be editing fodder. So yeah, I guess I'll put it in this perspective now. Yeah, if you were watching this out there on the YouTube site now. So I was like, yeah, now I'm in split mode of let me do this personally just for the purpose of an audio test and a tech check, and I'm not going to get a copyright-stricken test. There you go. This is my first time beating Rez for the Xbox 360. And yeah, a day before we did the show, so I think we are in good shape. I'll see what's going on as far as that thing with the music. I don't know. I mean... But either way, I'm almost speechless right now. Dedicated to the soul of W. Kandinsky. It's just beginning. I mean, I guess the other thing is that, hey, if I don't beat it on the show, I think I can beat it on the show. If I did it here, I can do it there. I think we're in good shape. She still lies trapped within the system. Does she? I don't know if that's like a good or bad ending or not. It might be. And if it is, I'm not going to say that's all for naught, but alright, fine. She still lies trapped. Thought I freed her. Oh, wait, maybe because I have to, get everything. But alright, fine, I did beat it. Maybe because I think I might have to get 100%. But there's Achievement Eden. I guess I also should see, is there actually a good ending or a bad ending? But, alright, there you go. That should be good for the audio test and the level check, and not a death amongst them. Alright, yeah, so, I mean, I was gonna say stop and listen to how it sounds, but yeah, this is going to be in the, final video, so, yeah, there you go. This is my first time beating Rez, or Area 5 of Rez, so, hope you enjoyed, everybody. Thank you for watching.